blend in, but his aura was completely different, hostile and sharp. He drew his blade, ready for violence. In other words, someone planted this here recently, right? This statue gives me a really bad vibe. I say I slice it in half first, and we ask questions later. Lu Qingzu rushed to stop him. Wait, Chuzhou, don't be impulsive. What if it's an important clue? We need to inspect it carefully first. Chuzhou was already a loose cannon, but then Yi He, whose hand was already glowing with nuclear energy, growled. I agree. Lu Qingzu practically screamed like a wild animal. Who are you agreeing with? You're both murderous lunatics. She rubbed her temples, exhausted by these two. At least before you destroy it, let's see what's under the mask of this clay statue. Taking the initiative, Qingzhu reached out and pulled the cloth off the Buddha's head. The bizarre thing was this dark, gloomy Buddha statue had eyes that flashed with a terrifying light. He instantly realized this was no ordinary object. His eyes narrowed with extreme caution. In a flash, he stepped closer to Qingzhu and pulled her behind him, his voice dropping to a sharp whisper. This is bad. He immediately signaled his teammate. It's a cursed object. Chuzhou cut it down. Chuzhou didn't hesitate. He channeled massive energy into his sword until it blazed with light. He launched himself like a tornado. With a clean, decisive strike, he slashed the statue right down the middle, intent on ending it in one blow. But what happened next shocked all three of them to their core. What the Buddha statue split in half, started showing signs of a grotesque transformation. It began oozing a strange liquid bubbling up like disgusting warts. The black sludge multiplied rapidly, leaving everyone wondering what the hell is bleeding out of a statue. His expression darkened. He knew this thing was about to pull a dirty trick. He glared at it, his thoughts racing. You think you can escape? Instantly, in his subconscious he summoned Gaorudo. He just stood there with his arms crossed, while the rose-headed entity materialized with an overwhelming battle aura. The rose-headed summon unleashed a glowing golden hand, clamping down tight on the bizarre liquid entity. The substance boiled and writhed within the giant hand, expanding terrifyingly. Rows of white razor-sharp teeth emerged from the sludge, chattering wildly as Gaorudo's grip crushed them. He watched from the back, calmly issuing a command to Chuzhou, whose sword was still humming with power. Chuzhou, seal it. Chuzhou immediately channeled his energy, encasing the mutating liquid in a block of ice that shone with blinding intensity. Lu Qingzu was terrified, her face turning purple. Her teeth chattered audibly, and her voice trembled, unable to process the horror in front of her. What? What the hell is that? She was already paralyzed with fear, when suddenly a hand burning with fiery energy touched her shoulder from behind. Qingzhu froze like a statue, too scared to move. It was his voice low and serious. Qingzhu, he asked carefully, are you okay? He thought to himself, Qingzhu has been infected by that thing's mental energy. I need to transfer some pure martial energy to stabilize her. Qingzhu jolted and turned around, letting out a long breath. Oh, I'm fine. She was confused. The overwhelming fear had vanished, instantly replaced by a warm, comforting sensation coursing through her body. The three of them looked down at the damn liquid creature, now frozen solid by Chuzhou's ice, lying motionless on the floor. He stared at a grotesque frozen clump of matter nearby and growled under his breath. It seems the anomalies in Linshui are tied to that bizarre clay statue. Our investigation just hit a critical breakthrough. He whispered to his team, watch that thing closely in case it mutates. I need to handle something. In his mind, he smirked. I've already tagged the old driver with a radioactive trace. Based on the timing, it's about time to close the net. He then spoke up, his voice steady and commanding. Old man, don't worry about finding me. I'll come find you myself. The scene shifts to the Golden Mountain Temple in Linshui County. Outside the gates sat the familiar tricycle, where two men stood conversing in hushed tones. One was a monk inside the gate, and the other was the very driver who had transported Chuzhou and Lu Qingzu. The monk stood with an aura of refined yet eerie calmness. Donor the abbot is waiting for you inside. The old man nodded frantically, his face pale. Yes, right away. He followed the monk into the depths of the temple, walking down a long, suffocating tunnel until they reached a massive secret chamber. The gate was towering, plastered with yellow talismans that fluttered without wind. The path was lined with giant Buddha statues, their expressions twisted into ferocious scowls. The monk maintained that terrifyingly polite demeanor. Narrowing his eyes into a smile, the monk announced to the presence behind the doors, "Abbot, I have brought the donor Liu Gensheng, who meets the criteria for the blessing. He also claims to have urgent matters to report." The old man stood trembling before the gate, anxiety written all over his face. The monk repeated calmly, "The donor is ready for the blessing. He has news for you." The moment the monk fell silent, a clear bell chimed from the gate. Immediately, a ghostly voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Donor, what are your intentions? Why have you come so suddenly?" As the voice boomed, two massive statues at the gate swiveled their heads to stare down at the old man. Suddenly, the monk's face contorted violently as if possessed by a demon. His eyes bulged like a beast's, and he glared with a gaze that belonged to a monster, speaking in a guttural growl. "Is there someone else?" In a split second, the polite monk tore out of his human disguise, transforming into a lizard demon. His body was encased in pitch-black, iron-hard scales. His mouth split open to reveal rows of razor-sharp fangs and a flickering tongue. The old man nearly died of fright, dropping to his knees and bowing furiously. A living god walks among us." Suddenly, a black blur, a very familiar shoe, came flying in out of nowhere. It tore through the air with the sound of a sonic boom. It was Yi He. He crashed into the scene, delivering a devastating stomp right onto the lizard monk's head, just as it was posing. The impact was catastrophic. The monster froze, and with a sickening squelch, its head exploded like a crushed watermelon, powered by the sheer force of Yi. He's Avatar Jaguarudo. Yi. He landed perfectly in front of the headless corpse and dusted himself off. Ah, absolutely filthy. Thank God Jaguarudo blocked the splatter. Getting monster guts out of these clothes is a nightmare. Behind him, the old man, too shocked to realize he was being rescued, looked up in horror. Are you from the old Yi family?" Yi. He didn't even spare him a glance, his attention scanning the room. He had just one-shot the monk, but the surrounding statues were starting to emit a menacing energy. The ground trembled violently as the statues' eyes glowed a blood-curdling red. These stone giants, which should have been inanimate, began to swell in size and move. They slammed their limbs onto the floor, their faces twisting into expressions of pure rage as they closed in. Yi. He looked up, his expression bored and nonchalant. "Yo, the Buddhist statues can move. That's new." The statues wasted no time, their mechanical arms deploying gleaming golden weapons, one brandishing a sword, the other a massive drill. Jaguarudo fully materialized behind Yi He, raising its massive muscular hands. With a thunderous clash, it caught the attacks from both sides. Despite the weapons weighing dozens of tons, Yi. He remained utterly composed. He casually scratched the back of his neck, looking like he was just stretching before a workout. His arrogance only seemed to infuriate the grotesque statues even more. Their red eyes blazed with fury, mouths unhinging to reveal long, jagged fangs. Their heads shook violently as they prepared for the next strike. They unleashed a chaotic flurry of attacks, weaving and striking, but strangely, they couldn't land a single hit. Their clumsy rage was only tangling them up. Finally, the statues abandoned their weapons and aimed their massive fists directly at Yi He. He stood his ground, arms crossed, waiting for the impact with an iron will. Slowly, He revealed a shimmering ring on his middle finger. Spatial ring, deactivate stealth mode. In a flash of light, he drew a long, magnificent blade, a weapon recently forged by the university's grandmaster. Raising it high, he roared Starfall, horse-slaying saber. He drew the blade in a single fluid motion, unleashing its cold steel for its very first taste of blood. He stood his ground and unleashed a devastating slash. In an instant, the Anger Buddha's multiple arms were diced into scattered debris, flying in every direction. Amidst the chaos, He remained motionless, his gaze cold and radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. The severed stone limbs crashed to the floor, rolling harmlessly at his feet. Gripping his lethal blade, he waited. But the statues weren't finished. Their eyes suddenly flared with a menacing crimson light charging up a high-intensity laser beam. Yi. His voice cracked with disbelief as he looked up. Are you kidding me? You can shoot lasers from your eyes? What kind of Buddha statues are you? As the deadly beams scorched the air, he moved like a phantom, effortlessly weaving through the barrage of light. Too bad your aim is trash. With a burst of speed, he launched himself skyward, coiling his body like a spring for a devastating counterattack. Channeling raw power into his shoulders, he swung the Starfall saber. It descended like the Monkey King's legendary staff, carrying the weight of a mountain. Let's crack you open and see what makes you tick. Abandoning the limbs, he aimed for the main body, slashing horizontally through both statues in a single breath. The blade sang true, but instead of crumbling stone, the cross-section revealed gleaming steel and complex circuitry. These were man-made weapons of war. The elder was paralyzed by absolute terror, his vocal cords frozen. His jaw unhinged in silent horror, managing only a pathetic trembling whimper. The severed heads of the Bodhisattva statues defied gravity, levitating into the air. Crimson lasers erupted from their eyes, painting the void with chaotic streaks of destruction that knew no direction. Liu Kansheng didn't even have time to scream. A stray beam sliced through him, severing his torso instantly. In a gruesome display, both the man and the sacred statue were cleaved in twain, collapsing into ruin. He was the architect of this silence. He coolly sheathed his long sword, the steel singing as it returned to rest, and scoffed. A Buddha. As expected, these things are not living creatures. My life force magnetic field sensed nothing from the start. These Bodhisattva statues, they are merely hollow shells without a soul. A shadow of suspicion darkened Yi's face. His voice dropped to a low growl. But how does a backwater town like Lin Shui possess such advanced technological artifacts? He stood solitary before a colossal gate sealed with ancient talismans. The contradiction of magic and technology sparked a storm of questions in his mind. Are the answers hidden in the abyss beyond Yi? He mused. He gestured to his summon Warudo. After all, we are civilized university students. We should at least knock before entering. The summon didn't hesitate. Warudo launched forward like a bolt of lightning, his right fist glowing with incandescent energy as he aimed for the sealed gate. Warudo unleashed a torrent of strikes, his fists hammering the door with a rhythm that mimicked human speech. Is anybody home? With the final thunderous blow of his barrage, the reinforced wall crumbled into dust. Absolute destruction. A true king doesn't dirty his hands unnecessarily. He slid his hands into his pockets and strolled through the debris with casual elegance. Suddenly, his gaze shifted upward. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. A hidden realm. Before him loomed a titanic golden Buddha, towering 70 or 80 meters high in the depths of the underground palace. Such a monumental presence would force ordinary men to their knees in reverence. But Yi was cut from a different cloth. Though he appeared as small as an ant before a god, his presence was massive. He looked up, voice echoing quite the grandiose tomb you've built here, and a massive idol to match. Lotus lanterns illuminated the vast chamber. Yi called out into the shadows. Hey, the guest has arrived. Are you going to keep hiding like a coward, you little rat? The moment the words left his lips, heavy footsteps echoed. A voice boomed in response. Shockingly, the figure was the very monk whose head he had just obliterated. The entity stood there, calm and eerie, demanding an explanation. This temple and the benefactor have no grievances. Why do you commit sacrilege before the golden grandeur of the Buddha? The monk stepped from behind the statue, head twitching mechanically. He repeated the phrase like a broken record. Oh, this temple and the benefactor have no grievances. Why? Why offend us? He sighed, fingers brushing his spatial ring. In a flash of light, the legendary Starfall blade materialized in his grip. He raised the weapon. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of the hunt. A smirk played on his lips as he exposed the truth. Garbage. You're just a machine. Are you addicted to role-playing as a human? With a single fluid upward stroke, Yi cleaved the monk's illusion in two. The blade aura surged forward, piercing through the machine's optical sensors in a fraction of a second. But like a nightmare, the monk materialized instantly behind Yi's back. Its demeanor was terrifyingly tranquil, a soulless machine. Hands clasped in prayer, it whispered, "Benefactor carries heavy killing karma. How troublesome." Yi, he whipped around, roaring, "Cut the philosophical crap." He dropped into a combat stance, but the ground beneath him betrayed him. The floor vibrated violently before collapsing into a dark abyss. Yi, he plummeted into the unknown. Despite the terminal velocity, his grip on the starfall blade never wavered. Defying physics. Yi. He slammed his hand into the ground to break the fall, sticking the landing with superhero precision. He found himself in a labyrinthine chamber. 18 dark tunnels loomed ahead. Yi. He analyzed his surroundings. This looks like a sewer system. 18 gates. Are these drainage ports? Suddenly, the darkness stared back. Hundreds of speckled green eyes ignited within the tunnels, glowing with malice. Yi. He realized he was surrounded. Unfazed, he rested his blade on his shoulder with arrogant swagger. Lizardmen. And so many. A classic leveling manhwa scenario. Each one radiates the power of a tier 1 or 2 martial artist. Instead of fear, a feral excitement blazed in Yi's eyes. The battle lust was kicking in. He stared down the horde, his voice steady. Their biosignatures are identical. It seems these aren't natural-born killers, they are mass-produced abominations. Biological androids. Do you think you can crush me with sheer numbers? Everyone who has ever tried that against me is currently rotting 6 feet under Yi. He exploded into action, driving his blade into the earth. Power surged, like a typhoon. Mystic yellow blade art. The air turned heavy with bloodlust, drowning the chamber in a crimson haze as he poured his energy into the starfall blade. He chanted the incantation, voice booming like thunder. Asura Trinity first form 1,000-mile slaughter. The killing intent condensed, extending the energy blade to a staggering 30 meters in length. Taste my 30-meter blade, full moon catastrophe. He swung the colossal construct in a wide, devastating arc. A crescent of blood-red energy tore through reality. It scythed through the front lines, ripping the lizardmen apart. The cave echoed with the symphony of their death screams. A single strike. Dozens dead. The carnage was so absolute that the monsters in the rear froze their primal instincts, screaming at them to flee. Seeing their hesitation, Yi curled his lip into a sneer of pure disdain. Which twisted parent raised such ugly children underground? The taunt snapped their fear. Enraged, the horde roared in unison, mouths gaping wide to swallow him whole. The 18 tunnels vomited forth endless waves of beasts. But against Yi's mob-clearing skills, even 1 billion of them would be meaningless dust before the wind. 10 minutes later, the slaughter was over, and yet not a single drop of filthy blood stained Yi's clothes. He stood atop a mountain of corpses, a king on a throne of gore. The starfall blade rested in one hand, while the other casually dangled the severed head of the monk robot over the pile of carnage. He caught the severed head, its features frozen in a grotesque expression. Yet the machine continued to glitch, stuttering like a broken record. Benefactor. Bzzz. Your killing karma is heavy. Benefactor. Heavy karma. Shut up already, disgusted Yi. He crushed the metallic skull in his grip. Just a mindless bio-android reciting pre-recorded lines. How boring. Where's the coward pulling the strings? As if on cue, a mysterious eerie voice echoed through the dungeon chamber. Kikeki. It seems we've provoked a monster this time. But let's see how you handle this. Suddenly, the entire space began to quake violently. Yi stood his ground, his senses on high alert as the atmosphere grew heavy. The giant Buddha behind him roared to life. Gears ground together with a deafening screech, and scalding steam hissed from the ancient scars on its metallic skin. The massive idol was awakening, its benevolent face twisted into a mask of war, exhaust venting from its mouth as target lock systems flared in its eyes. The 108 prayer beads detached, defying gravity. Hovering in the air, their cores glowed red. These weren't religious artifacts. They were autonomous drone cannons. Whoever built this was insane. This wasn't just a temple guardian. It was a high-tech slaughter machine straight out of a system manhwa nightmare. Rear thrusters engaged the Buddha's shoulders, open to reveal missile silos, blue flames erupting from its back as it rose from the lotus throne. The transformation was complete. The divine statue had become an impenetrable fortress of destruction. Clad in heavy plating and bristling with artillery, the Mecha Buddha looked down. "Benefactor, you are beyond salvation," the automated voice boomed. "Yee." He looked up, a wild grin spreading across his face. "Okay, I'll admit it. That transformation was actually pretty cool." The machine wasted no time. A colossal palm descended from the heavens, aiming to flatten him into paste. Return to the cycle of reincarnation. Boosters on its elbow ignited, accelerating the strike with terrified force. It was determined to crush Yi like an insect. The pressure cracked the floor before impact. Yet standing atop a mountain of monster corpses, he didn't flinch. He just looked up. Titan form. Activate. His eyes erupted with blinding energy power leaking from his body in visible waves of heat. "Come and get it." Boom. The mechanical palm slammed into the ground, obliterating the area in a cloud of dust and debris. The impact was cataclysmic. It looked like a successful bug squash. But suddenly, a strange light pierced through the gaps between the giant metal fingers. The machine's HUD went haywire. Warning: critical energy surge. Detected right arm overheating. Error, error. The Mecha Buddha tilted its head, its logic processors failing to compute the impossibility beneath its hand. A blinding nuclear glow dissolved the rubble. Something monstrous was rising from the ashes, pushing back the metal god. It was Yi. He fully transformed into the atomic titan, standing toe-to-toe with the giant construct. This was the peak of a leveling manhwa battle. Scales hardened over his skin as he let out a guttural roar. His razor-sharp maw opened, releasing a voice that vibrated in the very air. "Namo, Amitabha, Buddha." His fist glowed with concentrated nuclear destruction. He had been itching to throw this punch. Impact. The nuclear haymaker connected. The sheer force punished the statue for its arrogance, sending the multi-ton behemoth flying backward. Yi. His clawed hand, now glowing with radioactive green energy, and matching the size of the Buddha, reached out. With kaiju-like ferocity, he clamped his hand over the machine's face. Metal groaned and sparked as he wrenched the head upward, nearly tearing the neck cables. Adrenaline coursed through his veins. His eyes blazed with the thrill of battle. "I'm just getting started." Using the head as leverage, he pulled the massive machine down while driving his knee upward with explosive force. Crunch. The collision point flashed with blinding intensity. "Taste the power of my atomic knee strike." The Buddha's faceplate, shattered wires, and processors spilled out like guts. Critical alert: catastrophic structural damage to cranium. The giant stumbled back, its indestructible forehead, now a crater of twisted metal. The system was reeling from the concussion. Defensive protocols engaged. The 108 drone beads rained down a hellstorm of lasers to force Yi. He backed, triggering a deafening explosion. But the battle wasn't over. The battered machine rebooted its combat systems. "Fire all weapons." It rose like an unmovable mountain, emitting shockwaves that shook the very foundation of the dungeon. The metallic Buddha's chest split open, unveiling a terrifying arsenal of heavy weaponry. In a flash, a storm of destruction blasted straight toward Yi. Smoke and debris swallowed the battlefield. Yi. He appeared scorched, a faint red glow pulsing within the haze. Suddenly, the Buddha's face peeled away like dead skin, revealing cold metallic eyes beneath. The machine scanned the area, its voice echoing with a synthetic remote-controlled chill. "Tisk, tisk. What kind of monster requires this much firepower to kill?" Suddenly, the artificial eyes locked onto a silhouette in the dust, zooming in with panic. Unbelievable. Like a scene from a top-tier leveling manhwa. Yi's titan form stood unshakable. The bombardment had merely singed his outer layer. He was virtually unharmed. Rising like a god amidst the smoke, he scoffed with arrogance. "Your little toys are nothing but thermal weapons. Against a true martial artist, they are utterly useless." This mockery sent the pilot into a blind rage. The mechanical Buddha instantly reloaded, preparing to unleash another wave of hell upon Yi. The speakers screeched with hatred. "You persistent pest. Let me transcend you to the afterlife." The statue began charging a massive shockwave, the energy spiraling out of control. But suddenly sharp bone spurs erupted from the earth. It was the Warhammer Titan's power. They pierced the great Buddha mid-air. He roared the technique's name: Titan Art Heaven's piercing strike. Yihua. unhinged his jaw, channeling the primal fury of his Godzilla form to its absolute limit. A blinding tide of azure energy surged from his throat, a cataclysmic blast rushing straight toward the giant Buddha statue. Yihua roared with righteous fury. Time to die, you fake monk. He arched his back, compressing every ounce of aura into this single strike. From his gaping maw, the breath of nuclear destruction erupted. The beam slammed into the abomination, melting through its defenses with focused rage. Yihua scoffed amidst the roar. Oops. Sorry for smashing your little toy robot. Steam hissed from his jaws as the chaos faded into silence. Surveying the destruction, he muttered, to think they hollowed out the entire mountain for this. Lizard men hybrids and mecha Buddhas. The mastermind behind this leveling manhwa dungeon must be one twisted mad scientist. With that deduction, Yihua released his transformation, drifting down to the rubble, as light as a feather. The colossal statue was now nothing but scrap metal, a pile of broken dreams. He navigated the wreckage, stepping onto the ruined lotus pedestal where the idol once sat. Just as I thought. A hidden passage revealed itself. Let's see what kind of hell awaits beneath this holy seat. 30 minutes earlier. In a pristine high-tech laboratory, two figures monitored the situation. One was a young, dashing researcher with arrogance in his eyes. He smirked at his senior. Doctor, he may have scrapped the gatekeeper, but fear not. That blast door uses the newest alloy structure. He'll never get in. But before his words could settle, Yihua's face filled the monitor. The two scientists hunched over, trembling as reality shattered their confidence. Stay calm, Doctor. We have the Bio-Soldier Legion. Even a Grandmaster would die from exhaustion fighting 10,000 of them. It's perfect for clearing our stock. And just like that, the screen flickered to show Yihua standing atop a literal mountain of severed monster corpses. Wielding a 30-meter energy blade, he was harvesting heads like a farmer scything wheat. The sheer dominance left the two old men paralyzed with fear. The young researcher's intellectual facade crumbled instantly. He puffed up his cheeks and screamed, losing every ounce of his composure. Doctor, the trump card, trust our engineering. The Mecha Buddha was built to crush Lord-rank beasts. Squashing a tiny martial artist should be. Smash. The screen displayed Yihua dismantling their ultimate weapon. Before he even finished the sentence, Yihua tore the mecha apart like paper. The lab went so quiet, you could hear a pin drop, followed by the loud gulp of their fear. The two scientists clung to each other, shivering. There is still hope. The young man began his cursed mantra again. Don't worry, Doctor, we still ha. But the older scientist had finally had enough. He roared, spinning around. Will you just shut the hell up? Dr. Feng's wrinkled face twisted, his cybernetic eye whirring with stress. He thought furiously. What kind of cursed mouth does this kid have? The enemy is literally knocking on our door. Fine. The elite guard unit upstairs should at least buy us a few precious minutes. He stroked his receding chin with a trembling hand, muttering, we need to evacuate. Initiate the base's self-destruct sequence immediately. No data leaves this place. This was Dr. Feng, formerly of the prestigious Prometheus Institute, now a shadow operative for the mysterious Laserbird organization. The nightmare began 10 years ago. Laserbird set its predatory sights on the quiet town of Linshui. After secretly replacing the monks at Golden Mountain Temple, they exploited the villagers' devout faith. Brainwashing became their daily scripture. Control their new religion, under the guise of divine blessings. They turned the townsfolk into willing test subjects for grotesque modifications, harvesting clinical data for Laserbird's twisted biotech. A pity. Such a perfect testing ground had to be discarded today. Just as they moved toward the secret escape route, a piercing azure beam sliced through the reinforced ceiling. Boom! The laboratory doors shattered into dust. The explosion sent shockwaves through the room, freezing the two scientists in their tracks. Yihua descended from the smoke, arms crossed, exuding the suffocating pressure of a demon king. He wore that familiar, terrifyingly arrogant smirk, his lip curled in disdain. So you're the two rats who've been piloting those toys against me. Director, run. The young researcher grabbed Dr. Feng, dragging him back while screaming at the guards. Kill him. Buy us time. But escape from Yihua. He didn't come this far to let the prey slip away. He moved like a phantom wind, ignoring the small fry entirely. In a blink, he bypassed the guards and materialized directly in front of the fleeing scientists. Dr. Feng, realizing it was over, stopped his frail body and looked up at the towering intruder. What? What is it you want? We can make a deal. The old man stammered, trying to buy time, while his hand crept stealthily into his pocket. He calculated quickly. One press of the detonator to trigger the base's self-destruct. Laserbird implanted microbombs in all their key researchers for this exact moment. With their families held hostage by the organization, absolute loyalty was mandatory. Death was preferable to leaking company secrets. But Yi Hua's eyes missed nothing. Before the button could click, a steel-like grip crushed the old man's wrinkled hand. Arg! The doctor screamed as his bones creaked. Yi Hua didn't waste breath on words. He simply shoved his hand forward, clamping his fingers over the old man's entire face. Instantly silenced. Dr. Feng's tiny legs kicked helplessly in the air as Yi Hua hoisted him up like a rag doll. Suffocating pressure crushed his skull. The old man's face turned a violent shade of purple, contrasting sharply with his shiny bald head. His remaining organic eye bulged, staring at Yi Hua in utter hopelessness. He couldn't do a thing. Just as he thought he was about to meet his ancestors. With the machine destroyed, he released his grip, letting the old man crash onto the cold floor. Dr. Feng collapsed, gasping for air like a dying fish. He looked down with the gaze of a predator. His voice was cold steel. Now, you will tell me everything you scum have been doing in Linshui County. Overwhelmed by Yi's crushing aura, Dr. Feng couldn't even speak. His jaw hung open, trembling in the face of this unspeakable terror. Huff, huff. The old man huddled in the corner, pathetic and broken. He stood casually with hands in his pockets asking, "Tell me, are you the one who slaughtered those 3 young martial artists? What exactly is your organization plotting in this hellhole?" This crazy old coot still had some spine. He dared to yell back at Yi. I can't tell you anything about the experiments. My brain is wired with a listening device. If I speak a single keyword about the company's secrets, the bomb inside me will detonate. Suddenly, he bit down on a false tooth in his back molar. Green toxic smoke began to hiss out. His eyes turned cold. If I'm going to die, I choose a painless release. He was silencing himself to protect the data. Deadly poison foamed from his mouth, spilling onto the floor. The old man clenched his jaw, his face twisting in agony as anaphylactic shock tore through his body. He shook violently like a puppet on cut strings. This bizarre spectacle only piqued Yi's curiosity. He crouched down, observing with a twisted smirk. Hidden poison in your mouth. Really? Tesk. Are all you laser burst goons this suicidal? Suddenly crimson emergency lights flooded the room. The base went into full critical alarm. Yi tilted his head, clicking his tongue in annoyance. His heart stopped. That means the facility's self-destruct sequence has automatically triggered. Without hesitation, he summoned his vampire avatar. His expression turned dark and dangerous. What a pity. Before me, even death is a luxury you cannot afford. In the blink of an eye, the vampire moved. Its hand, sharp as a razor root, plunged straight into Dr. Feng's throat. Vampires can turn corpses into thralls. But usually, unless the subject had immense talent in life, they become nothing more than mindless zombies. No regeneration, low intelligence, just rotting flesh. However, in this system manhwa world, I possess the Titan transformation combined with the ancient power of the vampire progenitor. Miraculously, Dr. Feng's corpse reacted. A crimson aura exploded from his body. His thinning hair stood on end, his wrinkles faded, and his mechanical eye popped out as a fresh organic eye regenerated. Boom! The frail old man instantly sat up, vitality surging through him. He bowed deeply before Yi, his voice crisp and clear. "Master, I have been reborn through the vampire's blood. My body has returned to its absolute physical peak." Yi. He grinned. "The experiment is a success. I can create perfect blood kin. You retain all memories and talent, fear no sunlight, possess insane regeneration, and offer absolute loyalty to me." Yi. He looked down with immense satisfaction. "You are forbidden from dying ever again. Now, stop the self-destruct sequence. From this day forth, your name is Mad Doctor. Your past is erased. Your only purpose is to serve my will. The doctor replied instantly. To serve you is my eternal glory, master. Yi. He nodded. Since you've accepted the progenitor's power, our souls are bound by a mental link. Those surveillance devices are now useless. Suddenly, Yi-Hee's eyes snapped open, blazing with terrifying magical energy. He declared his true intent, loud and clear. Now, show me. I want to see exactly when this city was infiltrated. Energy surged between Yi-Hee and Dr. Feng's eyes. The connection locked in. Yi-Hee dove straight into the depths of the Mad Doctor's cerebral cortex to plunder his memories. The vision shifted. A younger version of the doctor appeared, trembling violently, as if facing a nightmare. His assistant turned around. His expression was pure insanity. Eyes glowing red, clutching a severed human arm, his mouth smeared with fresh crimson fluid. Dr. Feng's voice rang out in the memory. Xiao Lu, it's not even lunch break, and you're sneaking food. Have you finished the data comparison? The assistant stammered, Sorry, Professor Feng, I was just starving, so starving. Feng looked at the plate in disgust. Raw meat again. My teeth can't handle this tough meat. But the young assistant grinned maniacally. Professor, these are offerings from the villagers for the Buddha. They say it's fresh meat from outsiders. Those three young martial artists were delicious. Watching this, his mind reeled in horror. He screamed internally. Don't tell me. But before he could process the horror, the memory glitch shifted to a sinister image. An old woman slumped in the center of the main hall. Dr. Feng's voice echoed through the memory like a ghost. They're asleep again, right inside the Buddha hall. Some even nodded off while kneeling. The young doctor's voice rang out sharp and jarring. Isn't this perfect? I'll take these villagers straight to the lab for storage. It saves time and effort. He wondered why they collapsed while praying for blessings. The young doctor smiled with chilling calm. Doctor, what seems to be the trouble? Isn't sleep a basic human necessity? Suddenly, he gasped as the realization hit him. Something is terribly wrong here. The vision shifted violently. Now Dr. Feng was kneeling before the Buddha statue, chanting like a madman. Heaven's kingdom descends. Heaven's kingdom descends. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a patch of skin. A strange code was carved into his living flesh. 7675341. The doctor muttered in confusion. What is this? Why is the number on my arm different? It looks like a math puzzle. Desperate, he grabbed a pen and paper, analyzing the code on a file folder. His mind raced. The answer wasn't just a number. It was a company internal document format. Dr. Feng furiously typed the code 040255512 into the terminal. Data flooded the screen. He heard the doctor's inner thoughts loud and clear. No, this isn't right. His memory and perception were being rewritten in real time. Chaos consumed the doctor's mind as he stared at the screen. Who dares treat me like a test subject? Like a lab rat? Only when he saw the secret file did the terrifying truth crash down on him. That number puzzle. He had carved it into his own arm before his mind was hacked. Dr. Feng knew himself well. Even with a brainwashed mind, he couldn't resist a math puzzle. He knew his curiosity would lead him back to the truth. The message was a warning to himself. The cannibalism, the comas, that grotesque clay statue. It was all orchestrated by the mastermind Heaven's Kingdom Descent. Back in reality, he deactivated his scanning eye. The pieces clicked together. Raw meat meant human flesh. And this Heaven's Kingdom, it reeked of a twisted cult. Standing before Yi, the vampire inhabiting Dr. Feng's corpse, began to debrief him on the critical intel. This place was originally a secret base for the Lazerb organization, but the cult had infiltrated it, brainwashing everyone just like the villagers, turning them into puppets. Hearing this, a cold fire ignited in Yi's eyes. His expression darkened. He frowned, glaring at the wretched corpse with disgust. So the three Huadu martial artists were eaten. I guess Azure Bamboo and I are just high-grade ingredients to you monsters. The scene flashed back to the doctor's memory. He was sitting in front of his computer terminal. Year 8, in Linshui County. Golden Mountain Temple base is complete. Biohuman modification tech is stable. We are ready for mass production. A new era is beginning. Soon martial artists will be obsolete, replaced by superior biohumans and high-efficiency machines. The path of Prometheus is the only way forward. But then, the anomaly appeared. Investigation shows it started last February. By March, we sent a team to study the corruption. But day by day, my perception was twisted. Silently. Until I was completely assimilated by the cult's will. I used my logic to find the cracks. I regained my sanity multiple times, but in the end, the assimilation was inevitable. The corruption at Golden Mountain Temple runs too deep. The will is too strong. The Linshui anomaly advances in 4 distinct stages: cannibalism, coma, statue worship, mass sleepwalking. Eating human flesh is just the first physical mutation caused by mental corruption. The coma means the mind is rotting, worshipping the clay statue. That means body and soul are severely polluted. There is no cure. Mass sleepwalking means you have become food for the will. Red text flashed on the screen, Heaven's Kingdom Descent. The doctor stared in absolute terror. His internal monologue echoed through the memory stream, filled with bitter regret. I thought our illegal human experiments were cruel. But compared to this cult, we were saints. They intend to sacrifice an entire city to feed that will. But I found it. The source polluting Linshui and draining their life force. It is a demon fetus, brought out from a secret realm relic. He pieced the clues together instantly. According to the calculations, the demon fetus will fully mature in 2 days. At midnight, his eyes cleared as he returned to the present. A memory surfaced, the old rickshaw driver's warning. Little Yi, the grand festival is in 2 days. You must come. The puzzle was complete. He smirked his gaze, drifting toward the horizon with a look of supreme confidence. That old man. He actually gave me the most critical clue in this entire leveling manhwa nightmare. He stared at the exit, his expression sharpening. Memory extraction complete. He turned back to the doctor, who now stood as a loyal puppet under his vampire skill. So this base is a laser basset, hijacked by Heaven's Kingdom, the demon fetus, and the tragic fate of the 3 Huadu students. He whispered to the vacant eyes of the corpse. Thanks to you, I've uncovered Laserb's secrets, including the deranged experiments you people conducted. A faint smile played on his lips. I don't have the energy to deal with Laserb right now. I'll let Huadu University handle that mess later. But there is a bonus. You worked on the gold gene. You know its secrets. I'll harvest that knowledge after I clean up this disaster. He thought about the mission completion stamp from the academy. Conflicting thoughts battled in his mind. Technically, according to Huadu's rules, I've uncovered the truth. I could choose to end the mission right now and walk away. But mere quest rewards from Huadai were beneath him now. His ambition had evolved into something far more dangerous. A predator's grin stretched across his face as he monologued to the empty air, declaring his true intent. I don't just want the scraps. I am going to seize the entire harvest of the Heavenly Kingdom's descent for myself. After letting his imagination run wild with thoughts of power and conquest, he finally focused. He issued a direct cold-blooded command to his newly acquired high-level subordinate. Listen closely. Your next move is to infiltrate Linshui County. I will provide you with a supply of my own blood to execute the plan. Find the perfect moment to introduce it into the county's central water system. His voice carried a chilling weight as he emphasized the critical detail. In short, you must ensure maximum infection rates across the population. Hearing this diabolical plan, the doctor's mouth twisted into a manic grin. Madness. Absolute madness. I understand now, Master. You intend to wage war for these souls against the demon fetus of the Heavenly Kingdom. Seeing his minion trembling with such fanatical excitement, he paused. He needed to explain the nuance of his scheme calmly, ensuring there was no misunderstanding in their objective. The reality is grim. Every citizen in Linshui County has already entered the 4th stage of pollution. There is no turning back for them. Their humanity is already lost to the corruption. I admit, converting them serves my own selfish desires. However, once this storm passes, I will do everything in my power to restore their lives. At the very least, under my absolute control, they will no longer be a danger to society. The scene shifts back to the old safe house where Yi-Hee's teammates were waiting. Having completely dismantled the enemy nest, Yi-Hee strolled back in with casual swagger, waving his hand as he stepped through the door. I am back. He carried local food supplies from Linshui, arriving just as Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou were looking for something to fill their empty stomachs. However, one look at Liu Qingju's pale, nauseated expression told him everything he needed to know. It seemed they had already discovered the horrific truth about the local cuisine. Chu Zhou's face was darker than a thundercloud. Looking at the food on the table, with barely suppressed revulsion, he immediately shared the grim intelligence they had gathered. Student Qingzhu and I went out to investigate earlier. We found evidence suggesting the locals are consuming human flesh. You already knew about this twisted reality, didn't you? He listened to me. The entire city's perception has been warped by some eldritch force. They have been enslaved by something beyond our understanding. Our protagonist smirked internally, evaluating his teammates' sharp intuition. Not bad. This kid guessed about 80 or 90% of the truth. He decided it was time to spill the beans. After absorbing the full story, Liu Qingzhu slammed her hand on the table, standing up in righteous fury. An illegal experimental base has been operating here for years. How could Linshui County fall into such chaos? Chu Zhou stood with his arms crossed, shaking his head in sheer disbelief at the magnitude of the situation. Does this mean a powerful biotech organization was completely wiped out by the anomaly here? He remained silent for a moment, letting the gravity of their questions hang in the air. Liu Qingju couldn't handle the suspense. Her face twisted with anxiety as she urged him. This has clearly surpassed a level 3 hazard rating. Shouldn't we call Hua Dai for immediate backup? Hearing this, his face stiffened, cold sweat drenching his back like he had just run a marathon. He screamed internally at the absurdity of it all. Are you kidding me? If you call the academy now, how am I supposed to hog all the glory and rewards in this leveling manhwa scenario? Instantly activating his Oscar-worthy acting skills, his eyes blazed with sudden determination, projecting an aura of unshakable iron will. He grabbed his friends by the shoulders, staring them down with intense conviction. Don't panic. The mission is only difficult because it's eerie, not because it's lethal. Stop scaring yourselves. If we think about running home to mommy, the moment we face danger, how will we ever grow strong enough to survive in this world? Successfully gaslighting Chu Zhou and Liu Qingzhu into compliance, He leaned in closer, his hands heavy on their shoulders as he laid out the next step. For now, we wait and do nothing. We wait for nightfall. We have seen them eat raw meat. We have seen them worship clay idols. But there is one final anomaly we haven't witnessed yet. Mass sleepwalking. His gaze intensified, his expression turning grave, as he revealed his deduction. It is highly likely that this mutated city will reveal its true hideous face only when the sun goes down. The scene cuts to the dark metropolis, known as the Evil Capital, the headquarters of Laser B. Here, the shadowy figures of the board of directors were gathered in a tense meeting. They were discussing the catastrophe in Linshui County and the destruction of the Golden Mountain Temple base caused by Yi-Hee's rampage. 30 minutes ago, HQ received a signal. The self-destruct sequence at the temple base was initiated, but it was forcibly halted mere seconds later. Something had gone wrong. All communication with the base was severed. The board had convened to decide how to sanitize this mess before it spiraled out of control. A director, his face hidden in shadow, spoke with a voice dripping with malice. It is simple. Better to kill the wrong person than to let a witness survive. Detonate the miniature bombs implanted in the hearts of every researcher at the base. Leave no loose ends. Then dispatch the special ops team to Linshui immediately to investigate the aftermath. Cut to the central water treatment plant in Linshui. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the silence. It was the bomb inside the mad doctor's chest, remotely detonated by the organization. Miraculously, the doctor's body remained intact. He trembled violently, one hand clutching his chest, which was still gushing blood like a fountain, as he struggled to report to Yi-Hee, Master Laser B, just activated the kill switch in my heart. Fortunately, I tore it out just in time. I am currently regenerating. Knowing their methods, a laser bee hit squad will be arriving in Linshui any minute now. Despite being far away, Yi gave his orders without hesitation. No matter. Continue with the plan. The doctor was exhausted, barely clinging to life, thanks only to the regenerative vitality of a vampire. He responded instantly. Yes, your will be done, master. Darkness finally fell over Linshui Station. The locals rarely ventured out at night, so by 8 or 9 o'clock, the streets were empty ghosts, save for the flickering streetlights. Yet at Gate 2, a train pulled into the station. The lights inside signaled the arrival of passengers, and moments later figures emerged from the carriage. The first to step off was a towering giant with a buzz cut. As soon as his boots hit the platform, his booming voice shattered the silence. It is quiet. No wonder the company chose this hellhole for a secret base. This brute went by the codename Catfish. Following close behind was a woman pushing a suitcase. She didn't even wait to step onto the platform before speaking cold facts. The company has already investigated. The Great Shia Dragon Guards were not involved in the temple incident. The owner of this sultry voice was a voluptuous woman carrying a baby, a stark contrast to the danger she radiated. Known as White Sheep, she continued her analysis. So who is the culprit? The company has too many enemies to count, but the squad wasn't complete. 3 more figures were yet to reveal themselves in the shadows. A girl with short hair named Golden Snake stepped down, flanked by a gloomy-looking young man known as Bluebird. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy with their arrival. A voice echoed from the shadowed depths of the ship, commanding them to investigate the destination first. But the moment this figure stepped into the light, a suffocating lethal aura exploded outward. That signature undercut and those glasses. There was no mistake. This was Black Lion. Clenching his fists until the knuckles turned white, he issued a ruthless decree. Destroy every piece of experimental equipment and shred every document in sight. And so, the organization had dispatched a 5-man squad to clean up this catastrophic mess. Under the cloak of darkness, the team prowled through the streets, their banter cutting through the silence. Captain, can we grab some grub first? I've been living on instant noodles for days. We need to find a spot for the baby to drink some milk. It's pitch black anyway, so just feed him. I promise I won't peek. Get lost, you pervert. The captain snapped, his patience wearing thin. Do you two have even an ounce of professional assassin dignity? But his subordinates just fired back with zero hesitation. He was the grandiose captain of Laserbeast's 3rd unit, the legendary king of assassins, whose name once struck terror into hearts. But wasn't he technically just an ordinary programmer now? Suddenly, the mood shifted. The Mohawk sporting captain sent by the Lazerbee organization dropped the comedy act, his expression hardening into stone. He adjusted his frames with a sharp glint in his eye. Those posers in black suits and sunglasses, they only looked the part. True professionals like us blend seamlessly into the environment to avoid detection. It was time to get organized. Cut the chatter. Assignments now. Golden Snake and Bluebird, you're on recon in Lamthui District. Catfish and White Sheep, you're up next. You two head to the Golden Mountain Temple base to investigate. The entire area was swallowed by darkness, the buildings looming like tombstones. It felt less like a town and more like a necropolis, a city of the dead. Golden Snake and Bluebird decided to infiltrate a local residence. But what they found in the kitchen was nightmare fuel. A blackened basin filled to the brim with human flesh, swarming with erratic buzzing insects. Golden Snake's voice trembled with pure revulsion. This city is wrong. The energy here is twisted, completely devoid of harmony. When humans start feasting on their own kind, humanity is already lost. Leaving the gruesome kitchen, she scanned the living room, muttering to herself, it seems this manhwa recap mission just got a whole lot more complicated. Then, her gaze landed on something that made her blood run cold. A statue sitting in the corner, identical to the one they had seen in the safe house where Yi and Lu Qingzhu were staying. Her pupils instantly dilated to the size of saucers. She could feel the malevolent, unclean energy radiating from the artifact, and a scream of terror tore from her throat. It's that cursed clay statue. Meanwhile, Bluebird was on a call with HQ. The voice on the other end confirmed the horrific truth behind the destruction at the Golden Mountain Temple base. A single overpowering martial artist had decimated the entire facility. Tens of thousands of bio-human corpses littered the underground dungeon, and fortress-level battle mechs had been torn apart with savage violence. Total annihilation. 0 survivors. However, there was one loose thread. Dr. Feng, the person in charge and top-tier researcher, was missing in action. His corpse was nowhere to be found within the temple grounds or the surrounding vicinity. Suddenly, the line went dead. Bluebird frowned. Was it signal jamming? Puzzled, he stuck his head out the window to check the perimeter, but what he saw made him jump out of his skin. The street below, previously empty, was now packed with locals in pajamas, and even some who were stark naked. They all wore expressions of eerie serenity, eyes shut tight, slowly, shuffling forward like puppets on strings. They were swarming around the very safe house Bluebird and Golden Snake were occupying. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Is this some kind of mass sleepwalking event? No, they're surrounding us. Realizing their cover was blown, he stumbled back, his voice catching in his throat as terror set in. We've been found. He spun around, desperate to alert his partner. Golden Snake, move. But before the words could fully escape his lips, a cold blade plunged deep into his abdomen. Bluebird stared in shock, unable to comprehend why his own teammate had just gutted him. But the Golden Snake standing before him was not the woman he knew. Her eyes glowed with a blinding, unnatural light, while her body was shrouded in a pitch-black miasma, clutching his bleeding wound. Bluebird gasped. Golden Snake. That look. Possessed. He knew deep down that his comrade would never turn on him like this of her own free will. He sensed the source of her madness, a sinister energy field radiating from her that matched the horde outside. His eyes darted to the statue, nestled in the wall niche. Bluebird recognized that accursed object. Horror washed over him as the realization hit. That thing. It was excavated from the Moon Eclipse secret realm. It's the Barasau. During a past operation, he had witnessed a similar sculpture being hauled out of a dungeon. These statues weren't just art. They were the deities worshipped by a fallen ancient civilization. Meanwhile, the moon hung impossibly large over Lamthu district. Perched atop a massive bell tower, stood a familiar silhouette, our protagonist. Gazing down at the city, he tilted his head toward the sky, a wry smirk tugging at his lips. The moon is gigantic tonight. It feels like my life force signature is being masked by its overwhelming presence. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he decided to check in. First things first, he relayed the mob's coordinates to Sochu and Qingzhou, southeast sector. That's where the army of sleepwalkers is congregating. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the tower's peak, moving faster than the wind. But his mind was still racing with unanswered questions. If this mass sleepwalking is actually that cosmic will feeding, then what does the digestion process look like? Well, I guess I'm about to find out, in this leveling manhwa scenario. The scene shifted back to Bluebird. He wasn't dead yet. His eyelids fluttered open, lips trembling as consciousness returned. Wait, where? He realized with a start that he was bound tightly to a tree, and beside him, Golden Snake was in the same predicament. She was slumped over, completely unconscious. Panic surged through Bluebird's veins as he looked down. The crowd, gathering at their feet, was growing larger by the second. What the hell is going on? These people looked exactly like ravenous zombies straight out of a horror movie. Their faces were twisted into grotesque masks, saliva dripping from their mouths in anticipation. Are these the villagers from earlier? Are they all under mind control? Desperate, Bluebird twisted his neck and screamed at his partner. Golden Snake, wake the hell up. You useless piece of trash, open your eyes. But it was hopeless. He screamed until his throat was raw, but she didn't twitch a muscle. Strangely, these naked lunatics seemed entranced, drawn in by the scent of fresh living flesh. Hundreds of glowing eyes locked onto Bluebird, the sacrificial lamb tied to the stake. Terror seized him as he shouted, "Are you people from the Heaven's Descent sect? Can't we talk this out? The organization backing me is incredibly powerful." But silence was his only answer. Silence and the hungry, distorted expressions of monsters preparing to feast. Damn it all, logic doesn't work on beasts. His face turned a shade of sickly purple, cold sweat, drenching his body. He was completely out of options. These weren't humans anymore. They had been completely brainwashed by the Heaven's Descent. transformed into mindless husks in this twisted awakening manhwa nightmare. These weren't men. They were monsters wearing human skin. No, they were something far worse. At least a beast knows the fear of pain and death. But these fanatic cultists, they feared absolutely nothing. Trapped in this desperate situation, Bluebird's ears suddenly twitched. A deep resonant tolling sound broke his concentration. Was that a temple bell? It sounded like a divine proclamation, announcing the descent of some massive eldritch force. Instinctively, he looked up, watching the clouds part, as the moon swelled in size, looking as if it were about to crash into the earth. Terror seized him, and he couldn't help but scream, "The moon! It's too huge." The villagers below reacted with manic euphoria, absorbing the lunar energy like a drug. Their mouths tore open in wide, grotesque grins, eyes burning with madness as they began climbing onto each other's shoulders. This horde was sleepwalking, yet their movements were terrifyingly precise. It was strange. The moonlight seemed to possess them, drawing them in even more than it did Bluebird. The people at the bottom became a foundation of flesh and bone, allowing wave after wave of fanatics to crawl over them, stacking higher and higher to reach that looming celestial sphere. It was a stairway of insanity. Like ants swarming a tree, they climbed toward the clouds, forming a grotesque human bridge connecting heaven and earth. Even the wooden pillar binding the two laser agents was swept up by the tide. They were lifted into the air, carried along the living ladder, stretching toward the moon as more people from Linshui flooded in. It resembled an ancient Mayan sacrifice, a pyramid built on corpses to reach the gods. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Golden Mountain Temple, where the rest of the squad was waiting. Captain Black Lion had been waiting for a status report for too long. Silence was never a good sign, and anxiety began to gnaw at him. Golden Snake and Bluebird were dark. The probability of failure was high. It was likely the same mysterious force that destroyed the temple base had finally made its move. He spun around, barking clear orders to his remaining teammates. Whatever was happening, the city was undergoing a massive transformation. We need to seize the initiative. Move out back to the city. But the moment they stepped out of the temple gates, all three froze. Their jaws dropped, paralyzed by the impossible spectacle before them. They looked up to see the sky above Linshui had been stripped bare. Every single cloud had vanished into nothingness. In the crystal clear night, a gigantic full moon dominated the horizon. It hung so low, it felt like it could crush them. A sight of pure, overwhelming horror. Ares, still cradling the infant in one arm, pointed frantically into the distance and shouted to the team, "You guys, look over there." In the next instant, a beam of moonlight, visible to the naked eye, shot down from the lunar surface like a divine spear, striking a specific point in Linshui. They gasped in awe. Is that a pillar of light? It looked as if the moon itself was tethered to the city, the beam locking onto a target deep within the urban sprawl. Even a veteran like Black Lion couldn't keep his cool in the face of such a supernatural phenomenon. A chilling realization hit him. The destruction of the temple base wasn't a simple raid. It was something far deeper. What kind of awakening manhwa nightmare scenario was this? But orders were orders. No matter how hellish the mission became, they belonged to the company. Black Lion took point, sprinting at breakneck speed toward the location where the moonlight struck. This had to be why Golden Snake and Bluebird went dark. The trio ran relentlessly, chasing the pillar of light, until their path led them into a dark, suffocating alleyway. Suddenly, all three sensed it at the exact same moment. Even at full sprint, their battle instincts screamed that they were not alone. Black Lion's mind raced. Target acquired. Mid-stride, he launched himself into the air, hurling a massive blade with explosive velocity straight at the hidden presence. But a steel umbrella snapped open in the blink of an eye. It spun violently, deflecting the captain's lethal strike with terrifying precision. The deflected weapon smashed into a nearby residential wall, blasting a massive hole through the concrete, a testament to the devastating power behind the throw. Black Lion skidded to a halt. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, eyes narrowing as he analyzed the threat. An artifact. This is no ordinary civilian. A pale, delicate hand adjusted the umbrella. Emerging from the shadows with an air of absolute calm was none other than the beautiful Lu Qingzhu. She commanded the center stage effortlessly. Her voice was cool as ice as she demanded, "Who are you people, and why did you attack us?" The captain threw his head back and laughed, his arrogance overflowing in the face of her beauty. "Oh, judging by your fashion, you definitely aren't a local, are you?" His tone turned sharp and accusatory. "So the filthy bugs that destroyed the Golden Mountain base. It was you two, wasn't it?" His voice echoed ominously in the empty alley. 3 seconds. That's all I need to crush these bugs. Behind him, the man named Catfish and the woman Aries looked like two machines primed for slaughter. The subordinates bowed, flashing terrifying predatory grins. In perfect unison, they acknowledged the order, preparing to tear Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu apart. Chuzhou instantly stepped forward to shield the girl. He drew his glowing blade, simultaneously summoning a pillar of frost in his free hand, ready to clash with the duo. Catfish launched himself forward, closing the distance to Lu Qingzhu in a heartbeat. His speed was no joke. Seeing such a pristine beauty, his mouth gaped open, a long tongue lolling out in a display of pure repulsive lust. "Damn, a top-tier beauty like this. It's a waste to kill you, but I don't mind enjoying the corpse for a while. Ha ha ha." They looked insane, but their power was undeniably lethal. Liu Qingzhu was overwhelmed instantly. She gritted her teeth, whispering his strength. "It's too much." Seeing her struggle, Chuzhou thrust his hand forward, sending a blast of hardened ice toward the rotting fatty. A wall of glacial ice erupted from the ground, successfully separating the beast from the beauty. She screamed, "Get away from me, you pervert." Chuzhou had poured his energy into that ice wall, but it only held for a few seconds. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface, the sound of fracturing ice signaling their doom. With a single palm strike, the enemy captain shattered the ice barrier into dust. Through the hole, his face appeared twisted into a sinister, mocking grin. This guy's power was on a completely different level. Chuzhou stared in horror. His strongest defense was broken by a guy with a bowl cut in a single hit. The gap in their abilities was terrifying. My ice wall. Destroyed that easily. Realizing he couldn't win a head-on collision, Chuzhou primed a grenade and hurled it at them. A deafening explosion rocked the alley, filling the air with thick smoke. Without hesitation, the two of them turned and fled. They knew sticking around meant certain death against monsters of this caliber. As they sprinted, Chuzhou shouted to Liu Qingzhu, "Those three are high-level martial masters at minimum. We can't drag this out. We need to retreat now." She heard the command loud and clear, but the veteran Black Lion had already seen through the rookie's movements. Moving with the speed of light, he materialized right behind Qingzhu and Chuzhou. With twin blades pressed against their throats, he whispered a chilling threat into their ears, with only a single second remaining. But then his senses spiked. He muttered, "There's someone else." His voice dropped to a hush as a terrifying presence grazed his senses. He glanced sideways, and the color instantly drained from his face. Boom! A massive greatsword crashed down from the heavens, slicing the air right in front of Black Lion's family jewels. He threw himself backward, barely dodging a strike that would have ended his bloodline. You have to give it to him. His reflexes are top tier. He let out an involuntary scream of pure shock. Whoa, that was close. Having put some distance between himself and the ambush, he glared at the newcomer, Yi He. Black Lion eyed the small dagger in Yi He's hand and scowled. "Who are you? Are you with this trash?" With the signature arrogance of a true protagonist, he delivered a line that could suffocate a man with rage. "I am the one who will harvest your life." It was the first time someone had dared to be so insolent in front of him. Black Lion burst into laughter, seemingly thrilled to face someone with such guts. "Ha ha ha, you talk a big game, kid." Black Lion didn't hesitate. He unleashed his signature assassination art, his body splitting into multiple afterimages as he lunged at Yi He. Phantom art. 12 shadow clones. 12 shadows, 24 hands, and 24 blades rushed toward Yi He from every angle. But, in that split second, Yi He summoned his power, the world time stop. The speed of the 24 blades slowed to a crawl until they froze completely in midair. The assassin's roar of Die Brat hung suspended in silence. Even Yi He had to admire the sheer lethality of the attack. A Grandmaster-level martial artist is usually protected by an aura so dense even tank shells can't pierce it. But frozen in time, he was vulnerable. He strolled casually past the forest of frozen afterimages. He analyzed the technique, as he walked, shaking his head in mock disappointment. This phantom clone assassination art is actually quite high level. Normally, it would be impossible to distinguish the real body from the fakes. But in a stopped world, I don't need to find you. I just need to hit everything. In the blink of an eye, he located the real Black Lion. Taking full advantage of the frozen time, he condensed a terrifying amount of blood energy into an arrow on his palm, aiming point blank at the eyesore in front of him. Simultaneously, he used his interface to scan the enemy. A classic move in any system manhwa, though the target's true identity remained shrouded in mystery. He stared into the assassin's frozen face and scoffed, "Black Lion. Real name unknown. A king of assassins with such a plain face." As he spoke, the blood arrow hovered inches from impact, ready to wipe that smile off his face forever. Thanks to the time stop, this legendary king of assassins, undefeated in countless duels, was nothing more than a sitting duck before Yi. The distance was zero. The speed was infinite. Yi. He arched his body and hurled the arrow, a devastating attack, carrying the weight of death itself. The magic blood arrow pierced the only part of Black Lion's body not tempered to the hardness of super alloy, his eye socket. The projectile punched through, turning his brain into mush instantly. A legendary life ended in a pathetic anticlimax. Thud. He collapsed heavily onto the concrete, weapons clattering away. He died without ever knowing how he had surpassed his godlike speed. Silence reclaimed the alleyway. No one dared to breathe. He hoisted Black Lion's corpse up, with one hand like a rag doll. "Gotta use the body while it's still warm. Your blood will be the fuel that pushes me from apprentice to martial artist." A crimson fountain sprayed into the air, as he clamped his hand over the corpse's mouth, draining the essence, to fuel his leveling manhwa journey. Black Lion withered away rapidly, turning into a desiccated husk. By the time the blood pooled on the ground, the legendary assassin in He's grip was nothing but skin and bones. He shoved a hand into his pocket and clicked his tongue, checking his stats. Not bad. That boosted me all the way to martial artist 8th stage. Catfish and Bai Yang watched the scene unfold with sheer terror in their eyes. They stammered, unable to form words, their legs turned to jelly. What the hell just happened? Did the captain just get insta-killed by that brat? And he sucked him dry. The kid is a literal monster. His eyes flashed with a predatory glint. He turned to the trembling duo, his voice dripping with menace. "I'm not done yet. Let me show you something interesting." From the puddle of blood on the ground, he extended his hand and began to chant. Demonic energy surged around him. Blood demon puppet. Suddenly, a gore-drenched red hand punched its way out of the blood pool. Bai Yang clutched her child tight, her jaw dropping as she sensed the ominous aura radiating from the summon. She couldn't even close her mouth from the shock. A demonic shadow hauled itself out of the earth. It was a dried-up husk, devoid of flesh, but the facial structure and hair were unmistakable. It was Black Lion. The corpse was now shrouded in dark magic, completely enslaved by Yi's will. Catfish and Bai Yang looked like they were about to faint. Is that the captain? Damn it. What kind of freak show is this? Every skill is scarier than the last. Is he really just a martial artist? There was no time to hesitate. Death was knocking. Bai Yang pulled the child from her coat. "I'll handle this." She tossed the baby into the air, and before their eyes, the child began to swell grotesquely. It rapidly expanded, morphing into a bizarre pitch-black shadow entity. That thing was never a human child to begin with. She screamed out a command. "Baby, stop them." She had successfully summoned a 3-meter-tall muscle monster to block Yi and the undead Black Lion. Catfish and Bai Yang knew they stood no chance against Yi, so they sacrificed their biological weapon to buy time for their escape. Catfish was already sprinting away, yelling back, "Use this chance. Retreat now." He saw right through their cowardly plan. He immediately barked orders to his squad. "Chuzhou, Chengzhu, you guys team up with my puppet and take down that bioweapon. As for me, my main targets are those 2 rats." He grinned a savage smile, stretching from ear to ear. "I'm going to hunt down those 2 martial masters." With that declaration, he vanished from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chuzhou triggered a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa. activating his ice demon dragon bloodline. The biomonster roared in response, growling deeply, as it prepared to unleash everything it had. Its muscles bulged, revealing layers of gnashing teeth across its body, emitting an ear-splitting screech. Chuzhou channeled all his energy, slashing forward with catastrophic force. He charged with terrifying momentum, just as the monster leaped to crush him. The quiet alley exploded into a chaotic war zone. Chuzhou clashed head-on with the beast. He swung his blade, and the freezing current manifested into the terrifying visage of a dragon's head. It lunged with godlike velocity, threatening to swallow the muscle-bound bio-android whole. Pitch-black muscle fibers on the cyborg's body ignited, glowing with a dangerous crimson hue. Driven by madness, the bio-android roared back a sound not of this world that threatened to shatter eardrums. Blazing body heat clashed with biting frost, shrouding the battlefield in a thick, suffocating mist. Fire and ice collided with the force of a natural disaster. Seizing the moment, Chuzhou launched a decisive strike, aiming his blade straight for the bio-android's face. "Taste my blade," he roared, launching himself into the air. But the bio-android wasn't just a brute. It spun instantly, attempting to evade the fatal blow. Too slow. Chuzhou's blade tore through half its face. Yet shock filled his eyes. How could something so massive react with such terrifying agility? The wound revealed a shocking truth. Beneath the flesh lay an alloy skull and microprocessing capillaries. This wasn't a monster. It was a man-made weapon from a system manhwa nightmare. Even Chuzhou felt a chill run down his spine at that velocity. He immediately braced his sword, shifting his center of gravity backward to barely evade the creature's crushing palm. The monster's counter failed, and the blood demon shadow seized its chance. Like a phantom of death, it materialized in midair, ready to strike. It split into 12 blood clones. Their blades danced, weaving an inescapable net of destruction that slashed mercilessly into the bio-android's exposed face. In a heartbeat, the cyborg was minced. Its self-regeneration capabilities were legendary, but against this critical strike, even a monster couldn't hold itself together. At that precise moment, Lu Qingzhu unfurled her massive wings. Hovering in the sky with fully charged power, she looked exactly like a descending goddess of war. Blinding purple light flooded the arena. She thrust her palm forward, unleashing a storm of energy. Charge complete. Illusion arts activate. Countless dark violet feathers converged in her palm, igniting into gloomy ash. As the sphere expanded to a 5-meter radius, it detonated, transforming into a blazing purple sun. "Nowhere left to run, monster," Qingzhu declared. The bio-android was helpless, legs encased in ice, torso locked down by the blood demon shadow. Like a meteor, Qingzhu dove from the heavens. The purple sun in her hand churned like a solar storm, crashing down toward the trembling cyborg. Boom! A colossal pillar of purple flame erupted in the heart of the city. Its scorching heat intense enough to eclipse the cold light of the moon itself. Engulfed in the violet inferno, the bio-android howled in agony. The purple flames acted like parasites, burrowing through its wounds and devouring its very marrow. Incinerated from both the inside and out, the monstrous body finally crumbled to ash, wiped from existence without a trace. Scene shift. Deep in a nearby sewer, Catfish scrambled through the filth. His face was pale as death, lungs burning as he sprinted for his life. "Damn it," he muttered between gasps. "I haven't panicked like this since the warlord battlefields in the Black Triangle." Suddenly, he froze. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at the impossibility before him. A blinding azure light slammed down right in his path. Catfish stood paralyzed. That familiar glow illuminated the entire sewer like high noon. A voice dripping with mockery echoed out. Yihua smirked. Well, it seems rats really do prefer dying in the sewer." Hearing that voice, cold sweat poured off Catfish like rain. He looked up in despair, realizing his clever plan to split up had failed miserably. Elsewhere, Ares was weaving through alleyways, desperate to shake off Yihua's pursuit. She ran blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline and terror. She glanced back only to see a bolt of azure light strike the earth like divine judgment. A sinking feeling of dread filled her gut. "That direction." "Catfish," she whispered. Panic set in as she realized she was the last one left with no idea where to turn. Golden Snake and Blue Bird were silent. The captain was dead. And now Catfish, was she truly the sole survivor? Just who in the hell were these kids? Standing alone in the desolate alley, Aries trembled her mind, racing for any way to survive this nightmare. No, I refuse to die here. She had to live. Cornered like a rat, she forced her brain to operate at maximum overdrive. Finally, a path appeared. Her gaze locked onto the strange structure from earlier, the human ladder to the moon. A desperate plan formed in her chaotic mind. That grotesque ladder. It had to be the masterpiece of the Heaven's Descent ritual. Her expression hardened, shifting from fear to cold calculation. Biting her nails until they bled, she vowed, I will survive. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I will survive. Moments later, she arrived. The blinding radiance emanating from the structure gave her goosebumps. It was majestic, yet terrifying. Standing at the base of the human ladder, Aries couldn't stop shaking. Countless naked bodies were stacked upon one another, forming a grotesque bridge connecting Earth to the heavens. Every single face wore a peaceful yet eerie smile. Then the horror hit her. They were all withered and ancient. Their skin was cracked like dry bark, covered in deep wrinkles. In becoming this bridge to the sky, their very life force had been drained dry by the moonlight. But death was close behind. Yihua emerged from the shadows, a massive blade on his shoulder, and Catfish's severed head in his hand. You trying to climb up to play. Aries recoiled her body, convulsing with terror. Damn it, he's already here. I'm dead. She couldn't fight a monster like him. Ignoring all logic, she turned and sprinted toward the human ladder. There was no other choice. Fueled by the primal urge to survive, she ignored the horror of the bodies and began to climb frantically. The ladder seemed endless, yet fear gave her wings. Before she knew it, she had breached the atmosphere and landed on the surface of the moon. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. There was no turning back now. But what lay before her was unexpected. A colossal gate carved from exquisite white jade. It loomed over her like a castle of the giants. Slowly, the massive gates creaked open, spilling brilliant, blinding light from within. Within the haze, Aries saw them, her parents standing in the doorway, waving gently. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, Mom, Dad, I missed you so much. A ladder of human flesh glowed ominously in the heart of the silent city, a beacon in the pitch-black night. The gates to the unknown swung wide open. Aries had reached the grand hall within, stepping blindly into the mesmerizing light that beckoned her. That light pierced through thousands of bodies stacked like straw dolls. As Aries stepped onto the lunar surface, a twisted, uncanny smile curled on He's lips. Ha 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 ha. In the next heartbeat, He's silhouette suddenly dissolved under the massive moonlight. His image scattered into black smoke, vanishing into the void. That was never He. It was a phantom, a cruel illusion designed to force Aries to climb the moon. The lunar force had weaponized the terror lurking deep within their hearts. Just like that, the assassin squad, Laserbeak, had lost 3 operatives. Meanwhile, the real he stood watching from a distance, his gaze locked on that glowing ladder of humanity. He remained silent for a long moment before muttering, having realized the truth early on. Kingdom come, you truly are cunning. Using her fear to conjure an illusion of me, just to bait her onto the moon. How truly entertaining. He pulled out his phone, fingers tapping the screen as he spoke with a cold detachment. The assassin squad, Laserbeak sent, has 2 confirmed dead. As for the remaining 3, they are likely wishing for death right about now. That signature demonic smile returned to He's face. Atomic blue light flared within his pupils. He was buzzing with adrenaline, the anticipation of the hunt coursing through his veins. Calculating the timing, the agents from Kingdom Come should arrive by tomorrow. With Laserbeak losing their base and a squad, they will likely freeze their operations. External interference is no longer a factor in this system manhwa scenario. After all this planning, the grand tragedy is finally ready to raise its curtains. As the night reached its end, the moon faded, and the human ladder began to wither away. The sun began to rise, and the colossal moon reluctantly detached itself from the earth, retreating into the sky. The pillars of light vanished. The citizens of Lin Shui who had formed the living staircase returned to their lives. They went home, some dead, some alive, surviving the night, as if by chance. Although they appeared to regain their vitality, the truth was far more grim. Their true life force had been stolen by the moon, lost to the void forever. These people kept their eyes closed, walking home with serene expressions, as if nothing had happened. Yi He, alongside Chuzhou and Lu Qingzu, watched the surreal scene from afar, standing in the chilling morning breeze. Qingzu crossed her arms, her voice trembling slightly. Yi He, the horror of this mission has exceeded our wildest imaginations. Do you really intend to continue? But it seemed Yi He had already calculated every move on the chessboard. Yi. He spoke softly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, his eyes glued to the mindless crowd below. Relax. I have a plan. Furthermore, we are not just a team of 3. We have a powerful ally operating in the shadows, one who simply prefers to remain unseen. Chuzhou, however, looked at Yi He with wariness, his mind racing with wild theories. An ally. After fighting alongside him for so long, Chuzhou knew one thing for certain. He could not possibly be from a normal family. As his file suggested, in the world of martial artists, bloodline determines destiny. High-level martial artists exist on a completely different evolutionary tier than ordinary humans. He is either the illegitimate son of a legendary grandmaster or the young heir of a supreme martial clan training among the commoners. If it is the latter, he definitely has a secret guardian protecting him. That would explain the existence of this so-called mysterious ally. Suddenly, raw power erupted from Yi. His body. Dark, ominous aura swirled around him like a storm. He channeled his energy, yet his expression remained terrifyingly calm. He stood firm, his voice booming with authority, as he addressed his teammates. Chuzhou, Qingzu, I have a critical mission for you two today. A stream of demonic energies surged outward, connecting with the ground. Countless shadow entities poured from his body, a dense army of darkness flooding the surrounding rooftops. From his vantage point, he issued the command. In a moment, you two will lead my shadow army. Smash every single clay statue inside the homes of the city's residents. Without a second thought, Chuzhou charged forward, leading the swarm of shadows. He accepted the order, instantly moving with the speed of a gale, leading the Shadow Legion. Lu Qingzhu, however, hesitated. She glanced at Yi, he searching for words, but finding none. Sensing her doubt, he turned to her. Qingzhu. She flinched, letting out a startled sound. He smiled with absolute confidence, nodding gently as he looked her in the eyes. Qingzhu, trust me. Hearing his voice, she didn't respond immediately. A flush of red spread across Lu Qingzhu's ears. For a fleeting second, her heart seemed to skip a beat. Then a lovely smile blossomed on her face. Her eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Yi. He casting aside all logic to give her answer. I trust you. She added her own thoughts, a gentle warning in her tone. Just promise me one thing, Yi-hei. Learn to trust your teammates more. Don't carry the weight of the world on your shoulders alone. With the mission assigned Yi, he returned alone to the underground palace beneath the Jinshan temple base. As soon as he arrived, the mad scientist rushed to greet him, bowing respectfully. Master, you have returned. Yi. He walked past him, his voice ice cold as he cut straight to the chase. Cut the chatter. We are out of time. Prepare for battle immediately. He ventured deeper, reaching the abyss of slaughter within the dungeon. This was the masterpiece he had personally crafted. Yi. He had cast them into the abyss of death. Now, he would grant them a chance at rebirth, the scientist reported eagerly. The artificial humans you defeated previously are all piled up here. Yi. He glanced over the heap of bodies satisfied. Excellent. The numbers are sufficient. Boom boom. Yi. He stood in the center of the great hall and roared. Titan metamorphosis. Instantly, a shroud of black smoke and fire exploded from his body. A massive skull manifested behind Yi He, rising from the void. Its giant eyes glowed with eldritch energy. Yi He controlled the arcs of lightning, careful not to damage the corpses in the pit below. A 50-meter titan, consisting only of a colossal upper body, materialized into existence. The giant raised its massive hands and tore open its own chest, revealing a thundering heart within. A waterfall of titan blood, cascaded down, drenching the pile of slaughtered artificial humans in the pit. As the blood of the Titan made contact, the lifeless eyes of the creatures suddenly flashed. The light of consciousness returned. Their broken, mangled bodies began to convulse, regenerating at a visible rate. This was Yi. He's master plan. He wasn't just raising the dead. He was forging an immortal army for this awakening manhwa saga. The bioweapons rose from the dead, howling and writhing in the pit, their bodies soaked in the crimson power of the Super Titan. His gaze shifted instantly, pupils dilating as a dark presence seized control of his mind. He looked down at his twisted creations. The bioweapons were rising. They were unholy abominations, fusing the bloodlust of vampires with the raw, destructive power of titans. With a legion at his disposal, he laid out the ultimate strategy for this leveling manhwa world. First, the vampire virus would reanimate the corpses. Then the Titan's blessing would evolve them into an immortal army, bound solely to his will. Meanwhile, the doctor danced across his keyboard, commanding a swarm of nanomosquitoes to infiltrate every home in Linshui County. Typing with the casual grace of a master, he reported to Yi, Master, the biological swarm is airborne. They are descending upon the city as we speak. Every variable is calculated. The plan is proceeding without a single flaw. Yi. He smirked with cold satisfaction. Excellent. Let those mosquitoes deliver my gift of vampire blood to every household. He paused, eyes narrowing. Now go fix that giant Buddha mecha. The chassis is totaled, sir. But if we strip the heavy ordnance and retrofit the core, we might just salvage a killing machine. The doctor grinned, digging a finger into his ear with nonchalance. Consider it done, master. I live to serve. Yi. He stared into the horizon, eyes sharp as daggers, a predatory smile stretching across his face. Our pieces are set. Now, let's see how the kingdom of heaven plays their hand. While Yi prepared for the coming bloodbath, a new shadow loomed over the horizon. Another player entering the game at Linshui County. A convoy tore down the highway like a steel beast. This was the kingdom of heaven fanatics, born from the chaos of the first dungeon break, formerly known as the Human Extinction Sect. Led by a mysterious pope wielding forbidden artifacts from the ruins, this ragtag mob had evolved into a terrifying superpower at breakneck speed. Their dogma was madness nurture, a demon fetus from the abyss, by feeding it human flesh and souls, creating a vessel for their dark god to walk the earth. Inside, the bus sat 53 figures draped in pristine white robes, their golden embroidery shimmering like false hope. These were the chosen ones, the fanatics sent by the divine descent to welcome the birth of the demon fetus. Their lineup was overkill. 1 bishop at the grandmaster level, 2 vice bishops at the master rank, and 50 elite warriors ready to die for the cause. The bishop's face was a mask of frost. This nation remains the hardest fortress to crack, he murmured, his eyes burning with a twisted hunger to conquer this beautiful land. But soon, it shall belong to heaven. These cultists might lack raw cultivation power, but their arsenal of forbidden curses and vile arts made them a nightmare to behold. Their mission was absolute sacrifice the living to feed the fetus. Flesh and soul would pave the way for their deity's brief but catastrophic reign. The time was nigh. The divine fetus was ready to awaken. As the wheels spun closer to doom, a bishop broke the silence. Ahead lies Linshui, the very soil where the archbishop planted the seed 4 years ago. A figure in crimson robes, the mark of a vice bishop, stepped forward. Oh, the tragedy, he wailed, fake tears streaming. The archbishop gave everything, only to be butchered by the ignorant fools of the dragon sparrow. He never got to see his masterpiece bloom. He died wondering what perfection looked like. Truly, we live in a world that devours its own saviors. The vice bishop nodded solemnly at his own delusion. Such a saint, so firm in faith, so compassionate. Yet he met an end so gruesome. Not even a bone remained. Hearing this, the bishop raised his head, a low beastly growl rumbling in his throat. His sacrifice shall not be in vain. We cannot let these sheep drag the world further into the abyss. We must act, or this land becomes another zone of sin. The bishop screamed like a madman, his frenzy infecting every soul on the bus. Their eyes bulged with fanaticism as they howled in unison. welcoming their dark god. Children, this is not slaughter. This is liberation. We are the saviors of humanity. Their voices swelled, a chorus of wandering ghosts, echoing their master. God descends to the mortal realm, heaven on earth. God descends to the mortal realm, heaven on earth. We fight for the divine. The bishop watched the chaos, a sick pleasure in his eyes. By the second night, the sky turned wrong. The moon hung low, its craters twisted into hollow eyes and a jagged mouth, a cosmic demoniac smile mocking the world below. They arrived at the outskirts of Linshui. The bishop stepped off, finding a vantage point, to gaze up at the omen in the sky. Breathtaking, he whispered, trembling with ecstasy. In our entire history, only 2 divine fetuses have ever successfully hatched. He threw back his hood, revealing a face twisted in a manic grin. The icy commander was gone. Only a lunatic remained. He cackled like a court jester high on adrenaline. And now my name shall be etched into the eternal scriptures of the sect. The first fetus birthed a minute of hell. Tsunamis, eruptions, global chaos, hundreds of millions dead or displaced in 60 seconds of divinity. The second descended upon Australia. A shroud of mist and deadly currents swallowed the continent whole, sealing it off from the world. Silence followed. Satellites see nothing but a void. An entire continent erased from the map. The Allied forces were annihilated. That land is now a forbidden zone, an S-class graveyard, where no living soul dares to tread. Trembling, he extended a withered hand and sliced his palm. A single drop of crimson fell onto the massive demonic stone, sparking an instant violent reaction. Dark mana exploded from the stone. Tendrils of black energy crawled out like living nightmares, weaving together into a massive, pulsating circle. Here and now, the bishop muttered, "We welcome the third god." As they chanted, the formation ignited, bathing the night in a blood-red glow. The bishop began his ascent. Step by step, he climbed a ladder made of living believers, his eyes locked on the smiling moon, chanting the blood spells that would doom them all. He walked toward the lunar gate in a daze, stepping straight into a leveling manhwa dungeon. Before he knew it, the massive stone doors slammed shut behind him. It felt exactly like the Ares illusion from yesterday. He stared up at the towering gate for a long time. Then he pressed his bleeding hand directly onto the stone ground. A crimson aura of blood magic surged from the corpse beneath his feet. With a sinister grin, he chanted, "O divine ones, above accept my blood offering." The colossal doors groaned open, bathing him in a blinding holy light. A haunting voice echoed from the depths, whispering, "Come closer." Hypnotized by the calling, the bishop stepped straight into the radiant glow. Inside, he found an altar made of pure moonstone. Resting upon it was a platinum coffin engraved with the sacred emblem of the divine cult. He was absolutely mesmerized. His eyes locked onto it as he murmured in a trance, "The platinum coffin. The divine vessel, nurtured by our grandmaster for years." For 4 long years, it had drained the life force of the entire Linshui County. Now the god fetus was finally ready to awaken. The cultists ramped up their support, chanting the dark incantations faster and faster. Clenching his fists, the bishop roared, "My children, prepare to welcome our god." While their mortal bodies could only channel a fraction of this divine power, it was more than enough for their dark purpose. The bishop carefully ascended a grotesque ladder of human bodies, carrying the platinum coffin on his shoulders. Strangely, the burden was light, but he feigned a heavy struggle to show his devotion. Cheers erupted from the brainwashed masses below. "All hail the master," they screamed in unison. The fanatics parted like the Red Sea, allowing the bishop to place the coffin at the exact center of the magic array. Standing before it, he spread his arms wide and declared, "O great moon, god of nightmares, your most loyal servant summons you. Allow me to speak your true name." Dong dong dong, right on cue. The Linshui County clock tower struck midnight. The chimes signaled the start of a horrific spectacle. Fueled by the crimson moon's energy, the souls of every citizen in Linshui County were ripped from their bodies. Their physical forms instantly withered into dried husks. Millions of white soul fragments swirled into the sky, merging into a massive spectral storm. Even the cultists trapped in the human ladder could not escape this fate, their souls harvested along with the rest. As hundreds of thousands of souls rushed toward the divine light, a deafening, thunderous roar suddenly shook the heavens. It carried the absolute authority of an emperor. Suddenly, nearly half of the pure white souls turned a sinister shade of blue. It was a clear warning of an invading force. The energy converged toward the bishop. But as the beams shifted to that eerie blue hue, they violently charged straight at him. The bishop shrieked in terror. What is happening? Why are the pure souls turning blue? Did that roar corrupt the energy stream? His lifetime of preparation was crumbling before his eyes. Trembling with fear, he stammered, "Impossible. How could the god fetus be corrupted by an unknown force? Who is interfering? The ritual has already begun. It cannot be stopped." The horrified cultists could only watch as the tainted blue souls flooded into the sacred platinum coffin. Their pure faith was being completely defiled. "Damn it," the bishop cursed, as the souls crashed like a tidal wave. "The process is irreversible. These corrupted blue spirits were actively hijacking the awakening of the god fetus." That was when Yi materialized right behind the bishop with godlike speed. Smirking, the main character whispered, "I have been waiting for you, Lord Bishop." The bishop spun around, his mind completely blank with shock. His jaw dropped as he stuttered, "Who the hell are you?" "Yi." His eyes flashed with lethal electric intent. With a commanding voice, he retorted, "In a situation like this, you still do not know who I am." He raised the stardust blade, crackling like a thunderbolt. It was his system manhwa ability, revealing the fatal weak points of the human body through glowing grid lines. A blinding red line appeared right across the bishop's throat. He had found the execution path. He unleashed the Asura triple-slash technique, Crescent Moon Strike. The blade erupted in a terrifying crimson light, unleashing a river of blood filled with screaming wraiths. Under the giant moon, the very fabric of time seemed to collapse. The bishop's world spun violently as a fountain of blood erupted into the night sky. It was a flawless instant kill combo. One strike combined with the time domain's binding effect guaranteed absolute execution. Radiating an overwhelming aura, He leaned in close. His expression was colder than any villain as he whispered, "I am the devil." The church bells chimed violently, ripping through the freezing silence of the Linchui night. The old priest lay convulsing on the ground, choking on his own blood. Hovering on the brink of death, he mumbled, "Great." Seeing he was still alive, he prepared to finish the job. Another massive splash of blood painted the sky, briefly eclipsing the giant moon. Splat. Yet the dying fanatic still tried to chant his final prayer. "Great nightmare Boros," he gurgled. He stood over the gore-splattered corpse, resting his great sword on his shoulder. "Too weak," he scoffed. "Even with 3 life-saving artifacts, you are trash." But suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed from the shadows. An unbelievable kid. His eyes narrowed as the truth hit him. He had killed the wrong person. The bloody corpse at his feet was not the head bishop at all. The real mastermind stepped out of the darkness with a terrifyingly calm demeanor. Completely unfazed, he offered Yi a deal. "Do you wish to join the divine cult?" The man arrogantly pulled back his hood, revealing his bald head and a sinister grin. He then formally introduced himself, mocking Yi's mistake. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qi, the supreme commander of the divine cult. And that trash you just butchered was merely my vice bishop." Looking down at the disheveled corpse beneath him, he continued with a chilling calmness. Surely you understand how this works, don't you? Being a prelate in our divine sect is a high-risk profession. So, using my subordinates as body doubles to take the fall, it's only logical survival." He didn't waste a single breath on this trash. Rage flickered in his eyes as the realization hit him. Another scapegoat. There was only one solution left. Erase this guy's existence permanently to save time. Grip tightening around his massive blade, he launched himself into the air. He became a blur of motion, aiming straight for the crimson-robed priest. But the enemy was fast. The priest raised a hand, refusing to be the victim. Eerie dark energy oozed from his palm, forming strange watery crystals in the atmosphere. The priest's voice dropped to a menacing growl. "This is a sacred sanctuary for welcoming the divine. You think you can just waltz in and leave whenever you please? Suddenly, mid-air, the energy shifted. The amorphous aura instantly solidified into massive, unbreakable chains. They lashed out like vipers, wrapping around Yi, his neck, arms, and legs. His momentum died instantly, as he was suspended in the air, completely suppressed. He struggled, but the chains only bit deeper into his flesh. The vile energy of this awakening manhwa villain seeped into his pores, making his skin crawl. Yi. He gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at his captor. It feels like an invisible hand. Is this telekinesis? Enough playing around. It was time to call upon his ultimate support. Yi. He roared to the heavens. Warudo. Instantly, a rose-headed entity materialized from the void behind him. The summon tore through the telekinetic pressure. Like paper, Yi's aura exploded outward, shattering the shackles that bound him in a display of raw power. The bishop's composure cracked for a split second. A single syllable escaped his lips. Oh. His eyes narrowed, tracking every shift in Yi's stance. But his gaze wasn't on the man, it was locked onto Jaguarudo looming behind him. His pupils trembled as he stared at the rose-headed avatar radiating intense energy. Confusion clouded the villain's mind. That shadow behind you. Have you also cultivated the divine arts? Meanwhile, crackling lightning began to condense in Yi's palm. Yi's patience had officially evaporated. He screamed, cursing like a sailor. Divine my ass. I just wanted to get away from that creepy coffin, you lunatic. The lightning in his hand intensified, roaring with the fury of a heaven-sent tribulation. Blue arcs of electricity danced wildly, blinding the entire chamber with their brilliance. The priest could only stand there, jaw dropped. He thrust his hand forward. He unleashed a devastating strike downward, a beam of terrifying power erupting from his fist. Bone pillars erupted, woven with muscles of steel and wreathed in lightning. The punch transformed into a roaring dragon of raw sinew and electricity. He screamed in a frenzy. Did you really think I was afraid of you? And yet, incredibly, the red-robed priest stood his ground, devoid of fear. Was the dragon's might not enough? The villain stared blankly like a deer in headlights, yet his mouth still spouted nonsense. Such filthy evil tricks cannot harm a chosen one. With insane confidence, he raised a single hand to catch the attack. He blocked the giant razor-sharp maw of Yi's mutated strike head-on. This guy was no ordinary fodder. He braced himself against Yi's overwhelming force, even as the protagonist poured every ounce of strength into the punch. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the foundations. Lin Chi was finally blasted away, vanishing into a thick cloud of dust and debris. But for our ruthless anti-hero, that wasn't nearly enough to satisfy his rage. He doubled down. The sinew dragon on his arm surged forward, pinning Lin Chi and driving him through the complex. They smashed through wall after wall, moving with the kinetic force of a runaway freight train. Who knows how far he was dragged? The priest's frail body, neglected from a lack of cardio and a focus on spiritual mumbo-jumbo, should have been paced. Yet, defying all logic in this manhwa recap, he managed to stagger back to his feet after taking that catastrophic beating. Cough, cough. His face was a mask of crimson gore. But the disorientation lasted only a heartbeat before his composure returned as if nothing had happened. With a sickening squelch, he used his energy to reshape his mangled arm. He looked straight at Yi, ready to talk trash once more. I told you, he sneered. You cannot wound me. In seconds, his aura was restored to its peak. It was as if the physical assault had been nothing but a hallucination. He smirked, looking down on Yi, he with absolute superiority. I am a vessel blessed by the divine itself. Yi. He assessed the situation. He realized this cult leader wasn't just a glass cannon, he was a regenerating cockroach that refused to die. Yi. He shook his head, muttering. Tsk. Instant regeneration. Now things are getting annoying. The villain began a rhythmic chant invoking his dark arts. God descends to the mortal realm. Kingdom of heaven on earth. God descends. Kingdom of heaven on earth. He stepped forward with a pale bare foot. Suddenly, Yi. He noticed the floor was pooling with blood that hadn't been there before. His eyes widened in shock. What the? Yi. He retracted his giant mutated arm. But the respite was short-lived. The cult fanatics began to close in, encircling him like a pack of rabid wolves. Even after witnessing that shockwave, they showed no fear. Blind faith in their god shielded their minds. Any sane person would have fled screaming by now. Yi, he sighed loudly. I almost forgot about the trash mobs. In unison, the cultists raised their hands, brandishing glowing daggers. The blades hummed with a sinister crimson light. Like broken machines, they screamed their twisted mantra, "We are justice." Suddenly, one believer collapsed, face first. A pool of red syrup spread beneath him. He had turned the blade on himself. He watched in horror as the circle of madness tightened. Without hesitation, they drove the daggers into their own throats. Blood mist filled the air. Mass suicide. Are they insane? These fanatics were beyond saving. Trying to understand the neural pathways of a cultist was a waste of time. Dark crimson ketchup spewed from their mouths like waterfalls. A gruesome sacrifice. Yet, his voice remained steady. He stood amidst the carnage, waiting to see what horror show this performance would unveil. In that moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Yi narrowed his eyes, his instincts screaming, "It's coming. I can feel it." A cold, sticky spiritual energy rising from the blood. Creak, creak. The bone-chilling sound echoed. Suddenly, a blood-drenched claw tore its way out from inside one of the cultists' corpses. The human skin tore apart like wet paper, revealing the monstrosity hidden beneath. It cast aside its fragile shell to unleash the terror within. It was an abomination, neither man nor ghost. In the encroaching darkness, the sight was pure, unadulterated nightmare fuel. Finally, he got a good look at this chaotic evil. Blood-red skin, long bullhorns, and razor-sharp fangs, straight out of the depths of hell. Or rather, they were hell itself. 50 fanatics, transformed into 50 gateways of flesh and blood, with demons clawing their way out in a ceaseless stream. Facing this apocalypse, he merely smirked with the arrogance of a king. He scoffed. In the end, you're just trash from another dimension. He covered half his face, failing to hide the manic delight in his eyes as the swarm of demons birthed itself from the cultists. Even in a desperate situation like this, he kept his cool classic leveling manhwa protagonist style. These fanatics really have a death wish, he observed, analyzing the battlefield. Sacrificing their own bodies to pave the road for demons. Tisk tisk. Trying to Zerg rush me? The monsters, now fully revealed, stared at him with gluttonous hunger in their eyes. Suddenly, azure lightning ripped through the sky. Arcs of electricity converged and detonated across the city, echoing the moment Yi first unleashed his titan form. Yi's voice cut through the noise like steel. Too bad for you, I brought my own army. I didn't resurrect those lizardmen just for show. They were merely the vessels for his true legion. Colossal giants, 10 to 20 meters tall, erupted from the earth. They spread their arms and roared, answering the call of their monarch. The demon horde, seeing Yi make his move, went into a frenzy. They unhinged their jaws, unleashing a sonic wave of dark energy to suppress him. Their grotesque bodies slithered and twisted like vipers, ignoring everything else to rush straight for Yi's throat. But the vanguard didn't even last a second. Before they could show off a single move, they were reduced to a smear of fresh crimson paste. Yi sent them to the afterlife on express delivery. Their entrance was epic, but their deaths were pathetic. Wet squelching sounds filled the air, as they were literally crushed under the sheer weight of the giants. As the first wave of Yi's titans stomped the enemies into oblivion, an endless tide of giants flooded the battlefield from behind. The synchronized footsteps of the giants shook the earth like a magnitude 10 quake. Watching this unfold was the vice bishop in red, the only one here with hair on his head. Terror gripped him. He huddled on the ground, his legs turning to jelly, unable to find his balance amidst the tremors. His teeth chattered as he stammered. The bishop was one shot instantly, and now an army of titans appears. Just who the hell are these monsters? Losing sight of Yi, among the titans, the vice bishop, panic pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Wait, where is that brat? I need to use spirit vision to track him. Through his spiritual sight, he spotted Yi's aura, standing right next to the sacred coffin. His heart stopped in his chest. His target is the demon fetus. Stop, don't you dare touch it. But he was powerless, forced to scream helplessly in his own mind. Suddenly, shadows loomed over him. Lu Qingzhu and Chu Zhou, descended from above, both fully decked out in their awakened battle forms. They swooped down like birds of prey, their voices synchronizing perfectly. Your opponent is us. The bishop was already panicking about Yiha. Now, he had two more problems to deal with. The vice bishop's mind raced, his eyes darting back and forth. Finally, the pieces clicked into place. These bastards. They planned this ambush from the start. Are they agents of the Dragon Sparrow? Did they know about the divine sex plan all along? From the initial execution to the Titan blockade, he realized he was trapped in a cage with no exit. The divine sex mission was completely doomed. Meanwhile, Yi stood casually next to the sarcophagus, where the cultists had poured their life force to awaken the so-called demon fetus. Just standing there, a bone-chilling frost washed over him, threatening to freeze his very soul. Yi. He rubbed his chin, his mind working like a detective. The thing inside seems to have a massive grudge against me. Well, I suppose that's fair, considering I crashed this god's little party. Right then, a blue system screen popped up. Notification host has absorbed 5 divine essence points during the final phase of the Heaven's Descent ritual. The power of faith that the Heavenly Kingdom had spent 4 long years accumulating was snatched away at the critical moment. It was meant to forge a divine vessel, but he had corrupted half of it. The demon fetus, in desperation, had absorbed that tainted energy to construct a physical form for the entity known as Moonshade. This meant that the moment Moonshade incarnated, a chunk of its divinity had already been pilfered by Yi. Reading this, Yi burst into laughter. So, that's how it is. Without a shred of hesitation, he stepped up to the coffin, grabbed the heavy lid, and prepared to crack it open. To be honest, he mused, I never cared about the trash from the divine sect. My true enemy has always been the god connected to the moon and dreams. But even if I stole your power, and even if you're a malnourished premature baby now, it's time to wake up, sleeping beauty. With a single arm, Yi ripped the coffin lid off and sent it spinning into the air. He peered into the darkness and shouted, Stop hiding in your shell. But what greeted his eyes made him pause. His pupils dilated in genuine surprise. He expected some eldritch horror, but inside, it was just an empty, albeit high-end, velvet-lined box. There was no demon to be found. Yi stood frozen for a beat. What the hell? There's nothing here. He was genuinely baffled by the enemy's play. A wave of irritation washed over him. He felt played. Tilting his body, he began to gather a terrifying amount of energy in his right hand. You coward, he spat, glaring at the empty space. You call yourself a god, yet you sneak around like a rat. He summoned his massive glaive, slamming the shaft into the ground with a thunderous boom. He stood there, with legs spread, radiating the aura of an absolute predator that no one dared to challenge. A desolate wind howled past him. It's too quiet, he whispered. The sounds of slaughter, the roaring giants, and the screaming demons had all vanished into thin air. Chuzhou Qingju and the battle against the vice bishop had vanished into thin air, leaving Yi standing in a desolate world of absolute isolation. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, calling his name. Yi. His survival instincts kicked in instantly, and his gaze snapped toward the sound. The very fabric of reality warped. A massive blood moon dominated the sky, its blinding light casting long, ominous shadows. Below, a deep abyss opened up like a jagged mouth, twisting into a smile that was far more sinister than anything natural. The moonlight illuminated the face of the man who had called out a face he knew all too well. It was the bald Archbishop Lin Qi. The traitor was still alive. His eyes narrowed as he growled, You. Lin Qi approached with that familiar, sickeningly self-righteous swagger, feigning holiness while oozing malice. Have you forgotten this humble priest so soon, Yi? Yi stood his ground, but his mind raced. He couldn't yet grasp the core mechanic of this trap, almost like a glitch in a complex system manhwa. He squinted, fighting the headache as reality blurred. The moon. It was an illusion. Since when Lin Qi stood face to face with him, now a provocative smirk playing on his lips that screamed danger. The Archbishop's pupils glowed, with an eerie light, locking onto Yi's soul. Tell me, he whispered, at what moment do you think you fell into this nightmare? A chilling laugh erupted from his throat, echoing like a horror movie soundtrack. Meanwhile, back in reality, Yi's teammates were fighting for their lives. Qingzu and Chuzhou, were locked in a desperate clash against a massive demon summoned by the vice bishop to stall them. The vice bishop watched from the sidelines, his face twisted in annoyance. I have to waste a greater demon just to hold these brats back. He activated his ocular ability, scanning the battlefield with predatory focus. He needed to check on Archbishop Lin Chi, but when his gaze landed on Yi He, standing motionless and alone, a cold shiver of wrongness ran down his spine. Something is off, he muttered. That kid's state. It's unstable, and I can't sense the Archbishop's spiritual pressure at all. Could it be? Panic began to rise in his chest. The uncertainty was too great. After a split second of hesitation, he made a decision. No, I can't risk it. I must get to the divine core immediately. Without wasting another breath, he sprinted away, clutching a jade green dagger in his hand, while chanting a high-speed incantation to activate its curse. This was the mystic wood divine needle. Once it pierced a victim, blood thorns would sprout inside their body, growing from the inside out, until the target was reduced to nothing but shredded meat. Taking advantage of Qingzhu and Chuzhou's struggle against the demon, the vice bishop made his cowardly escape, putting distance between himself and the heavy hitters. He ran like a rat, fleeing a sinking ship, muttering, "Sinful souls to the gods, filthy bodies for me." But even in the heat of battle, Chuzhou's combat instincts were sharp enough to catch the enemy's movement. Chuzhou's eyes darted to the side. Damn it! He's breaking away. He's heading straight for Yi He. Adrenaline flooded Chuzhou's system. He exploded with a terrifying dark aura, releasing waves of bone-chilling cold. He roared at his partner, Qingzhu, "Go save Yi. I will handle this beast alone." He didn't wait for an answer. Chuzhou instantly activated the forbidden art burning blood technique. He raised his hands, and the invisible energy around him went wild, churning and expanding into a chaotic vortex. The pressure condensed, forming a storm sword dozens of meters high that shattered the surrounding air. The storm and the frost amplified each other. It was a god-tier strike, but Chuzhou could feel his reserves draining rapidly. Freezing a giant like this in an instant was costing him nearly all his martial energy. He shot a desperate look at his teammate. "Don't hesitate. Our lives are cheap compared to Yi. He's potential go." Qingzhu didn't argue. She unfurled her massive wings, launching herself into the air and soaring over the mountain of ice Chuzhou had created. "I know," she shouted back, her voice trembling with worry. "Just don't you dare die, Chuzhou." The battlefield was now split between a sea of fire and a prison of ice. Chuzhou's voice strained under the pressure. "Damn it. I can't hold him forever." The muscular demon was fearless, a creature of pure bloodlust that would obliterate anything in its path. The beast roared, raising its hellfire axe high above its head, before bringing it down with catastrophic force onto Chuzhou's ice barrier. The impact was devastating. The defense Chuzhou had poured his soul into shattered under the demon's brute strength, the shockwave violently shaking the entire dimension. The demon glared down, its hideous face twisted in rage, but Chuzhou stood defiant amidst the debris. "You think a little swing like that is enough to kill me? My vengeance isn't finished yet." With a roar, Chuzhou unleashed a new wave of attacks from the wreckage. He conjured jagged blocks of ice, launching them at supersonic speeds toward the berserk demon. The monster couldn't dodge in time and was peppered by the razor-sharp barrage. The ice pierced its thick hide, turning the beast into a pincushion. It howled in agony, the pain fueling its rage after its failed attempt to crush the human. Chuzhou was now a silhouette of shadow and power, surrounded by a dark energy so dense it swallowed the light. He raised a hand, his voice booming with regal authority. "The ancient blood of the imperial capital flows through these veins." In that moment, the seal he had placed on himself shattered. This was the true power of an awakening manhwa protagonist coming to life. Spikes erupted from his spine as his body underwent a second evolution. His torn flesh knit together instantly, covered by a fresh layer of indestructible frost armor. His dragon-like eyes, once dim, now blazed with renewed fire. Chuzhou's aura skyrocketed, smashing through his previous limits and ascending to a terrifying new realm. His voice dropped to a calm, deadly whisper. Burning blood art combined with a full bloodline breakthrough. "I am burning my life force at double the speed." Chuzhou raised both hands again. The atmosphere screamed as energy twisted and expanded once again. forming that colossal storm sword. But this time, the sheer pressure caused the air to detonate. He screamed, pouring every ounce of his soul into the strike. But it's a small price to pay to drag a demon like you down to hell. Begone Chuzhou swung the titanic ice blade down. His human frame looked microscopic beneath the giant weapon, yet he wielded it like a god of war, aiming for total annihilation. The monster stared up, paralyzed by the overwhelming killing intent. For the first time, fear flickered in its eyes. It opened its massive maw, desperately gathering fire for a final counterattack. Bloodline secret art Chuzhou bellowed. The great sword crashed down, and the collision released an explosion of energy that defied logic. A tsunami of white ice rose up like a wall, mixing with the blinding snow dust. This was the pinnacle of the mystic yellow martial arts. Ice Wall Dragon Shadow. The world became a chaotic swirl, where a sea of fire met absolute zero. The shock wave expanded outward, shaking the heavens and the earth. But in the midst of the destruction, Chuzhou's expression suddenly froze in horror. The feedback. It's wrong. As the fire and ice settled, the monster was still standing, hunched over, but blocking the strike. The beast trembled violently, but its infernal flames roared back, with terrifying force forming an impenetrable barrier against the attack. It shrieked, channeling every ounce of its demonic power. To refuse defeat this monster would not kneel easily. Chuzhou looked down, eyes widening in shock, and muttered, "It actually withstood my Stormblade aura. Damn it." The devilish flames incinerated his sword energy instantly. Even as Chuzhou's frost wall crashed down, the crimson beast relied on its own blazing core to shatter the ice. Cracks spiderwebbed across the glacial surface, finally shattering the ice into harmless shards and neutralizing Chuzhou's strike completely. Panic began to claw at his mind. His arsenal was empty, and his energy was spent. Trapped in a desperate crisis, Chuzhou felt the cold grip of uncertainty tighten around him. But just as the beast prepared to retaliate against the broken ice, a sharp projectile tore through the air with terrifying velocity. A bullet the size of a human hand pierced its skull and tore through its throat. Focused entirely on blocking Chuzhou's ultimate move, the monster never saw the Reaper coming. Crimson blood sprayed like a geyser from its neck, a sudden brutal finale for the rampaging demon. Giving the beast no time to recover, a barrage of heavy armor-piercing rounds slammed into its neck, spine, and vitals, blasting open holes the size of rice bowls. Chuzhou, drained of every drop of essence, descended gently to the ground. That last catastrophic strike had consumed everything he had. Exhausted, he gazed up at the mangled carcass and the direction of his mysterious savior. A wave of confusion washed over him. He scanned the perimeter frantically. Was there another high-level expert nearby? Could this be the ally he mentioned? In the distance, the barrel of a sniper rifle still glowed red-hot. The hidden marksman was none other than the Mad Doctor. His eye remained glued to the scope, watching the aftermath with cold precision. He smirked, observing the carnage. Fortunately, these enchanted armor-piercing rounds the master left me are still effective. They really come in handy during critical moments. I thought this kid, Chuzhou, was the weakest link in the master's squad. Who knew he was hiding such a powerful trump card? In the hierarchy of this leveling manhwa world, from apprentice to warlord to state guardian, this kid is clearly on the verge of breaking through to the apprentice level. And that girl, Lu Qingzhu, is terrifying in her own right. As expected, anyone chosen by the master possesses god-tier potential. He lifted his head, gazing distantly at the duo. Shaking his head, the doctor muttered, "Anyway, priority 1, deploy the medical drones to restore that brat's stamina. After that, crushing the archdemon will be as easy as flipping a hand." Above him, a swarm of drones blackened the sky like a mechanical plague. Meanwhile, the vice bishop, blocked from retreating to his master, boiled with humiliation. His eyes burned with malice as he snarled, You aren't from the Dragon Sparrow organization, are you? You're all just children. Yet each one of you is more of a monster than the last. Who the hell are you people?" At that moment, Chuzhou and Lu Qingzhu stepped forward with domineering presence. Qingzhu descended on her wings, radiating the aura of a descended battle goddess. Below, Chuzhou gripped his blade, his other hand clutching the severed head of the summoned beast like a trophy of war. He took a heavy step forward and declared, "Us were just your average freshmen, from Huadu University. But the moon above seemed to sense its servant's despair. Finally, the entity interfered. 6 massive alloy coffins crashed from the heavens like meteors. They slammed into the earth, forming a barrier between the bishop and the heroes, 6 harbingers of death summoned by the lunar deity itself. The impact shook the very foundation of the battlefield. The heavy lids creaked open, revealing 6 walking corpses leaking the terrifying pressure of martial masters. Bathed in pale moonlight, they stepped forth in unison, their eyes glowing with the eerie light of absolute mind control. Liu Qingzhu froze, horror dawning in her eyes. She recognized those faces from the archives. Her mind reeled in chaos. Are these reanimated corpses? Those 3 are the missing second-year squad from Huadu University. And the other 3? I remember fighting them earlier. The vice bishop cackled maniacally, his laughter echoing with twisted delight. Ha ha ha, behold, the divine one protects me. Watching through his scope, the mad doctor realized the difficulty level had just spiked to nightmare. The reanimated masters began their assault on the duo. The doctor's composure cracked. Damn it all. That girl is a VIP the master ordered me to protect. Against an encirclement of 6 martial master level zombies, she's walking into a death sentence. He finally understood why the giant army hadn't been deployed earlier. They were strong, but mindless, likely to get in the way. But now, subtlety was no longer an option. If I fail the master's mission, dying 10,000 times won't be enough to atone for my sins. Anxiety etched onto his face. He signaled the attack. Instantly, the ground rumbled as Yi's legion of giants charged in. The fused Titan squad formed a defensive wall behind Liu Qingzhu and Chu Zhou, ready to crush the troublesome vice bishop and his undead puppets. The stage was set: mind-controlled martial masters versus dozens of hulking biological titans. Qingzhu assessed the chaos. The giants are allies. They're trying to stall the undead. I have to save Yi. He first seizing the opening, she launched herself toward her fallen comrade. Her massive wings cut through the wind, streaking away from the clash of titans and zombies. The vice bishop caught her movement. Panic flared. He assumed she was targeting the holy fetus they had sacrificed everything to create. He pointed a trembling finger and shrieked orders to his undead slaves. Stop her. Don't let that witch near the divine fetus. The undead warriors instantly shifted focus, launching explosive palm strikes and suicidal charges to intercept her petite figure. Dr. Feng frantically commanded the titans to intercept, throwing their massive bodies in the way to shield her. But holding back 6 martial masters, that was a task bordering on impossible. Liu Qingzhu kicked off the colossal titan constructs, launching herself into the sky like a Valkyrie, while the horde pursued her with maddening intensity. Even though these bioengineered giants boasted defense superior to the original titans, against a martial master rank undead, they were as fragile as wet paper. The undead legion crushed Yi's army with terrifying ease, and while chaos reigned below, Liu Qingzhu seized the moment, streaking through the air toward her target. Ahead, she spotted him standing near the sarcophagus housing the divine embryo, and her heart screamed out, Yi, he just wait for me. But just as victory seemed within reach, a dagger tore through the air, piercing her defense, and with her momentum lost, she began a freefall from the heavens. Crimson blood sprayed into the mist, as the ambush took a heavy toll. One of Liu Qingzhu's arms was severely damaged. As gravity claimed her, her aura flickered and dimmed, yet she whispered weakly, while locking her gaze on Yi. No, it cannot end like this. Fueled by the burning desire to end this nightmare and save the man she loved, she forced the agony into the back of her mind. Just before hitting the ground, her wings snapped open, and she rode the wind currents, converting her fall into a soaring ascent. Her entire being focused on a single coordinate: Yi's location right next to the ominous coffin of the divine embryo, channeling every ounce of strength she had left. She stretched her arms toward him, screaming internally that she was almost there, while the vice bishop turned pale, realizing the threat to his precious ritual. Knowing the divine embryo and the grand bishop were at risk, he roared in impotent fury. Damn you, you wretched pests. Her desperate gamble paid off as Liu Qingzhu crashed into Yi. He spaced her stamina, completely drained by the feat. She collapsed into his embrace, a wave of relief washing over her, as she whispered into his shoulder, Yi, I finally caught you. There was no time to rest. as she hoisted him up, blasting into the sky, to escape the 6 undead predators below, telling herself she had to get he out of this hellhole. While clutching him tight, she gritted her teeth, glancing back at the carnage between the undead and the titans, while activating a hemostasis technique. She winced the pain from the blood spike wound, flaring up like fire, realizing the injury was worse than she thought. She decided to use the violet flame to cauterize the wound, hoping to stop the blood poison from spreading so she could keep moving. As she sped through the chaos, she looked down to see Yihi's titans, reduced to gore and scrap, utterly decimated by the undead martial artists. From her vantage point, the overwhelming power of the enemy was clear. They were dismantling the battlefield with frightening efficiency. 6 pairs of dead eyes locked onto her with gluttonous killing intent, and she realized the danger was far from over. They needed to vanish immediately. Suddenly, a chilling voice slithered into her ear, commanding her to put him down, causing her eyes to widen in shock. She shouted into the void, asking who was there, only to see the moon above morph into a grotesque smiling face, descending upon her like a nightmare. The horrific voice echoed through the sky, telling her she had done enough, and that he would not blame her, a twist typical of a dark manhwa recap. The voice commanded her to hand him over, and against her will, she drifted toward the moon, as its pale light wove a spell of confusion over her mind. Her expression went blank, as her mind fogged over, yet deep within her soul, a spark of resistance fought to regain clarity. Even as the moonlight siphoned her energy, she forced out a few defiant words, before roaring at the celestial face to get lost. A shockwave of power erupted from her core, as she spread her wings, unleashing a spiritual pulse to shatter the illusion. The backlash vibrated through every cell and vein in her body, and she finally understood the nature of the smiling moon. It was a mental assault that felt like her head was splitting open, and the mocking laughter was driving her insane. The cry of the violet nether sparrow pierced the clouds, dissolving the moon phantom, but the laughter lingered, twisting inside her mind like a knife. Tears streamed down her face, but her grip on he never wavered as her resolve hardened into a diamond-like focus. She mumbled that she could not let he come to harm, but her consciousness faded, and her eyes slid shut as she succumbed to the agony. Like a fallen angel with broken wings, she plummeted from the sky, still cradling him protectively in her arms. Even in unconsciousness, she refused to let go, a display of devotion that attracted the attention of the 6 undead predators waiting below. They tracked her descent, their heads twitching with unnatural jerky movements as they locked onto the falling couple. Suddenly, the necks of the undead elongated, writhing and stretching like vipers preparing to strike. Their faces cracked open to reveal demonic visages, and the heads of the martial master zombies morphed into jagged bone spikes aimed at the sky. They became a living bed of nails, waiting to skew both Liu Qingzhu and He, and the situation was absolutely catastrophic. But then a voice thundered Jaguar as He awakened and summoned his rose-head stand to freeze the flow of time. Just inches from the deadly spikes, the world turned gray and still, and as Liu Qingzhu regained her senses, she found herself resting securely against a broad shoulder. She blinked groggily and whispered his name, realizing the king had finally returned to his throne. He held her close, his eyes filled with a mixture of worry and tenderness, and apologized for waking up a little late. Still weak, she looked up at him with adoration, realizing this was the moment she had been praying for, like the climax of an awakening manhwa. A radiant smile broke through her exhaustion as she told him he was not late at all, finally letting herself rest in his arms. Retracting his massive wings, he cradled her fragile form against his chest. With a voice softer than the night breeze, he whispered warmly to Liu Qingzhu, "Rest now, Liu Qingzhu. I'll handle the slaughter from here." That raving lunatic down there, he never saw this nightmare coming. The vice bishop's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Rage twisted his face as he screamed, "Damn it! How did this insect shatter the divine illusion?" But logic meant nothing in the face of overwhelming power. The moment the time freeze shattered, the apostles below began to mutate, their heads twisting into grotesque bone spikes. At the center of the formation, the vice bishop locked his vile weapon onto the target he soaring above, with Liu Qingzhu in his arms. He roared a command to the undead puppets. Kill him. Even he cannot withstand the combined might of 7 grandmasters. In a flash of spatial energy, he teleported Liu Qingzhu to safety. Now unburdened, he turned back to finish the job. It was time to purge Linshui district once and for all. Hovering like a deity in the sky, He's voice rolled down like thunder. She is safe now. Which means, you are all dead. Juggernaut mode. Release. The vice bishop's face turned purple with terror as Yi He's form began to warp. A gasp escaped his throat. What in the hell? In the blink of an eye, the small human figure vanished. In its place, a titanic foot blotting out the sky descending like the wrath of God. Against this colossal stature, the apostle's deadly bone spikes looked as pathetic as weak cat whiskers. The undead froze, staring up at the descending mountain of destruction. Fear paralyzed them. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. While they stood in awe of his overwhelming might, he slammed his foot down crunch. He crushed them effortlessly like wiping filth from the pavement. He didn't just step on them. He ground his heel into the earth to ensure total annihilation. Towering over the ruins, Yi He's titan form stood majestic, a true awakening manhwa god of war. His eyes blazing with golden light, he sneered. What are you barking at now, trash? The vice bishop's allies were paced. Only the bishop remained in the distance. Meanwhile, amidst the cold winds of Lin Shui, Bishop Lin Qi was trapped in his own mental hell. He sat shivering, his jaw trembling too hard to speak. Look at that pathetic face. Tears streamed like waterfalls, features twisted in agony, his body convulsing, as if struck by a seizure. Through gritted teeth, the bishop begged for mercy. No. Please. Stop the torture. I can't take it anymore. Lin Qi had died 1,000 deaths in this nightmare realm. Heads exploding, bodies torn asunder, incinerated by fire, pierced by 10,000 blades, and every single death felt horrifyingly real. Even his iron will crumbled before Yi He's mental domination. He screamed at the void. This is my illusion. How is he doing this? Why does he have total control? Every time he kills me, the agony tears my soul apart. From the outside, Yi He's massive form loomed, watching the twitching bishop with cold indifference. The cultist screamed in despair. How do I wake up from this hell? Is my mental magic useless against him? This man isn't human. He's a demon god that even the heavens cannot punish. Lin Qi was finished. His spirit energy was drained, his will to fight shattered into dust. He just wanted the pain to end. The moonlight turned bone-chillingly cold. The deity was displeased with his failure. Forgive me, moon god. I must close the domain, he wept. Suddenly, an eldritch voice echoed in his mind. Discard him. Throw him into the divine coffin. Lin Qi's tear-filled eyes widened, fixing on the massive moon above. He was too weak to resist, his lips trembling as he whispered his final prayer. Lord Moon God, have mercy. The coffin lid slid open, unleashing a freezing mist. The cosmic voice thundered. Your pathetic existence will serve one last purpose as a vessel for my descent. Back in reality, Yi He's titan form was still rampaging. He snatched cultists from the air and crushed them like grapes, painting the ground in rivers of crimson. It was a massacre for the foolish believers. Even the vice bishop had been vaporized. The air grew heavy, suffocating under a new terrifying energy source. He narrowed his glowing eyes, his voice a low growl. Power or not, you're all just corpses now. This system manhwa trash has been swept clean. But then, from the blinding radiance of the moon, a pale, slender foot stepped out. The true nightmare of this nest was finally revealing itself. The figure descended slowly. He's eyes widened in shock. The biggest rat in the sewer had finally decided to crawl out of its hole. Wait, something was different. A figure draped in a silver-white cloak stood suspended in the void, defying gravity. A massive, eerie moon hung behind him, casting a ghostly silver glow that draped over his shoulders like a regal mantle. He sensed the shift in the atmosphere and looked up. The entity possessed cascading silver hair and features that resembled Lin Qi but sharpened to divine perfection, gaunt and terrifying. His eyes were two pools of liquid moonlight radiating an ancient, chilling purity. Yet, as he gazed at Yi He, those cold eyes held a spark of twisted admiration. Yi. He couldn't sense a single ripple of energy from him, which made it all the more terrifying. His mere presence screamed danger. This was the source of the anomaly. Yi. He smirked, his fighting spirit igniting. Moon god, moon demon. Whatever you are. The final boss of this manhwa recap has finally arrived. Moon Terbalata stepped onto invisible stairs composed of starlight, descending from the heavens step by graceful step toward Yiha. The moon behind him blazed brighter, acting as a celestial spotlight for his grand entrance. Yi. He felt the world warp around him. He blinked, and suddenly the solid earth beneath his feet vanished, replaced by the gray cratered surface of the moon. The city skyline dissolved into dust. In its place, the cold, infinite void of space stretched out in every direction. Yi. He looked around, bewildered. We're on the moon. This defied all laws of physics. But in the chaos, his tactical mind began to race, analyzing the situation. No, this isn't reality. There's no cosmic freeze, no vacuum suffocating me. He realized the truth instantly. This is a domain expansion, a manifestation of killing intent, just like Master Gong Ki's. Yi. His expression shifted instantly. He glared ahead, realizing deep down that this intent differed from mere illusions. It was an assault striking directly at his very soul. This intent acted like a domain overriding reality itself, meaning every ounce of damage inflicted here would manifest in the physical world. Therefore, inside this mental realm, he lacked the invincible golden body from his interface, stripping away his system manhwa protection. Meanwhile, the demon fetus lightly ascended the final steps, closing the distance to Yi. Hovering high above, he appeared right before Yi, his supergiant form, his voice resonating with the arrogance of a descending deity. Yi, I truly admire you. In a sense, you are the most exceptional human I have ever witnessed. You even stole a fragment of my divinity, achieving a compatibility rate of over 96%. You are the perfect half needed to complete my mortal vessel. At this moment, maintaining his supergiant form Yi, he stood motionless. He listened without reacting, but his mind was racing, calculating his next move. Let him speak, he thought. My excavation plan is already complete. The rest is just stalling for time. To the enemy, he appeared entranced, standing there, as if he were truly being swayed by the demon's words, just like Gu Yan. The entity's voice echoed again. Yi, I am willing to grant you a mercy. After I consume you, to complete myself, I will allow your consciousness to remain. You will transcend from a mere mortal and step into the domain of the gods. You have no idea how vast this universe truly is. Whether it is the blue star or the sin realm, what you humans call dungeons, you have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Your talent is merely the entry ticket to a higher dimension of existence. As he spoke, his face gradually submerged into the murky darkness of the cosmos, revealing absolutely no emotion. The demon fetus extended a pale white hand, a slow, deliberate gesture of goodwill, inviting Yiha. Come, step onto the moon and rule the heavens alongside me. In response to the divine fetus's passionate appeal, he simply raised his hand and thrust his middle finger right in the god's face. His colossal silhouette loomed within the swirling dust. He spoke clearly, an invitation and a promise from a god. There are probably fewer than 10 people on the entire blue star capable of refusing such an offer. Then his voice dropped, with intensity, however. I refuse. I actually thought you mysterious, unfathomable gods might possess some higher caliber of dignity. He didn't stop there, boldly launching into a tirade to enlighten this so-called Belos. In the end, you're nothing more than a bunch of intelligent creatures with a slightly higher life hierarchy. Because you're in a crippled state and can't actually threaten me, you dragged out some trash to patch yourself up first, and now you come here trying to intimidate and seduce me. Over and over, it's the same cheap tricks. You're no different from humans. Honestly, I really overestimated you. Hearing He's insults the entity, maintained his noble posture, answering only with a heavy silence. When He finally finished speaking, the entity raised his head, his eyes glowing like two dazzling moons. Belos parted his lips slightly, uttering words in a tone that was bone-chillingly cold, yet sounded mockingly benevolent. I forgive your insolence. Human, once my mortal vessel is replenished, Even if it is a clumsy repair, using a body with less than 20% compatibility, you will still be utterly unable to resist. His phoenix-like eyes turned pitch black, resembling the void of the universe, while his pupils burned with the gray brilliance of dying stars. Inside, torrents of energy spiraled wildly. What devastating power was he about to unleash? He rambled on, as if explaining a technicality. I only asked for your opinion out of a sense of ritualistic formality. Then the demon fetus thrust his twisted hand forward, forming a bizarre sigil, as a terrifying source of power began to radiate from his entire being. His white robes whipped violently in the invisible wind as he continued. But your opinion is irrelevant. No matter what, the final outcome cannot be changed. In an instant, Yihi's colossal body was seized by an invisible force targeting the entity within. A raging vortex erupted, wrapping tightly around his supergiant form. Everything began to disintegrate, leaving only the real Yi. He visible inside, looking as helpless as a trussed-up chicken. The giant silhouette exploded on the spot, like a popped balloon. Beams of moonlight pierced through flesh and blood, imprisoning his body. Yihi was now completely suppressed, shocked to witness the sheer power of this being, who had torn apart the supergiant body with a mere lift of a hand. The colossal frame was reduced to a massive skeleton. The outer flesh had vanished into nothingness. Even the core essence of Yihi and the supergiant was being peeled away by the demon fetus. The massive skeletal frame began to plummet slowly, caught in the cyclonic winds the god had summoned. Yihi's form floated helplessly in the vast void, crushed under the terrifying pressure of the divine fetus. The distance between Belos's hand and Yihi's forehead was neither far nor near. He continued to extend that hand, inching closer to Yihi's face. But strangely, no matter how hard he struggled, he remained as rigid as a stone statue. He struggled to make a sound. My body. I can't move. The voice of Belos resonated once more. Revealing his true nature, the god spoke bluntly. You are merely food prepared for my enjoyment. His eyes rolled back, turning completely white. He was totally dominated by the entity's power. His facial muscles paralyzed as the moonlight force took full control. But then, a strange anomaly occurred. After attempting to penetrate Yihi's mind, despite his overwhelming power, the god gasped in frustrated shock. Why? Why can I not sense his consciousness? Surprise you, ancient relic. Suddenly, that lifeless face transformed in a flash. He glared energy from the supergiant, lighting up once more. He flashed his signature grin that stretched to his ears, and let out a confident, booming laugh. Bwahahaha. You moron. You finally realized you can't touch my soul at all, didn't you? Although my physical body cannot defeat you. Before Belos's stunned expression, he continued calmly. In terms of mental strength, I have the system panel blessing me. I predicted early on that I couldn't compete with you physically since you are a god. That is why I exploited the super regeneration ability of the vampire mother. With absolutely zero fear left, he continued to spill the beans to this pig-headed deity. I left half of my body with the mad doctor, a body split vertically right down the middle. This guarantees that even if my main body is destroyed here, my consciousness will simply activate in the other half. The god's cold gaze shifted into pure fury. Belos narrowed his eyes, looking at his detestable face with utter disgust, and squeezed a single word through his gritted teeth. You. But suddenly, a tear appeared in the fabric of space-time, shining like polished metal. High above, in the endless void, a colossal blade slashed through, ripping the dimension apart, right on the spot. Belos froze his arrogant gaze, shifting upward in sheer disbelief at the entity blocking his path. While he remained paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. The moon's secret realm began to crumble into dust. From the chaos, a wild, indomitable figure emerged. With a single slash of his blade, radiant energy exploded outward like a supernova. His body was wrapped in bandages, but his killing intent was suffocatingly heavy. Wild blue hair danced in the night wind, as he stood there majestic and terrifying. He had literally torn through the dimension Belos created to make his entrance. Resting a massive broadsword on his shoulder, he stood atop the shards of space and time. First Chief of the Dragon Sparrow Grandmaster, Azure Dragon. creates his arrival. It turned out every single move had been part of our MC's master plan all along. In that do-or-die moment, he let out a breath of relief, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. Finally. Thank God I tipped off Dragon Sparrow about this hellhole. I never expected to defeat this moon nightmare Barros in a fair fight. My only goal was to steal his divinity when he descended into a human vessel. Awed by the blinding aura of the azure dragon, Barros stared up at the warrior wielding the giant blade. Is a body of that caliber truly human? It seems I need to adjust my evaluation of your species' potential immediately. Grandmaster Azure Dragon furrowed his brows in visible disgust. Are you really an abyssal demon? Your body's purity is pathetic. Completely trash. Years ago, when the first abyssal demon in history descended, I fought in that legendary battle. That was when I learned what true apocalypse looked like. Compared to that entity, you are nothing but a pale imitation. Hearing this, Barros seethed with realization. It was all because of this weak vessel Lin Chi. A complete humiliation. His stoic mask cracked, replaced by a twisted, grotesque expression. His voice grated like a starving demon. Human, have you ever been smashed by the moon? Meanwhile, he was still helplessly suspended in the air, a puppet on Barros's invisible strings. Barros glanced back at him and snarled. Your body belongs to me. I won't let this battle damage my future vessel. He blinked in surprise. The monster actually wanted to preserve him. With a violent kick, Barros launched he far away from the battlefield to safety. He flew through the air like a rag doll, screaming his lungs out. Now, only Grandmaster Azure Dragon and Barros remained to face the coming storm. Even the Grandmaster was taken aback. Why would an abyssal demon value that young man's body so highly? Focus, he told himself. The priority was eliminating this threat. I'll interrogate the boy after I crush this monster. Shi Jingwen mentioned his name. He. With that thought, he dove straight toward Barros like a falling star. Barros leaned back, watching the terrifying force hurtling toward him. He channeled the moon's power, his eyes glowing with the promise of an epic clash. The moonlight swelled, expanding until it swallowed the sky. A suffocating pressure blanketed the entire Lin Shui County, heavier than anything felt before. Impact was imminent. The Grandmaster's aura manifested into a majestic azure dragon, winding through the air to meet his foe. This battle threatened to wipe Lin Shui County off the map. As they collided, the Grandmaster roared, "Let me see what you've got." While titans clashed, he was hurled over mountains and forests, disappearing into the horizon. He had been flung a massive distance away. Barros clearly intended to unleash hell on the Azure Dragon, caring little if the county was erased in the process. Encased in a sphere of light, Yihi's body remained protected from the supersonic travel. The sphere finally crashed into a dense forest, obliterating ancient trees and leaving a trail of scorched earth before dissipating. He staggered to his feet, fighting back the nausea. Ugh, talk about motion sickness. Where the hell did that lunatic throw me? He immediately activated his magnetic field to scan the area. I can't detect Lin Shui County at all. I must be thousands of miles away. Barros knew the clash would be catastrophic. Thank fate I had the Mad Doctor evacuate Chuzhou and Lu Qingju beforehand. I didn't expect Moon Nightmare Barros to possess such teleportation power. If he uses that to hunt me down later, I'm in big trouble. Suddenly, the system screen materialized before his eyes. Moon Nightmare notes sleeping or standing under moonlight risks summoning the Master of Nightmares. He's face turned pale as a sheet sweat pouring down his brow. It's like having a stalker ex. This is the worst kind of plot twist in a system manhwa. Then, with zero shame, he flipped his hair. I guess being this irresistible is just the burden of a main character. Scary stuff. A guy has to watch his back these days. The system panel beeped again, displaying a massive number 5 divinity points acquired. He hopped onto a tree stump to strategize. Now that I'm far from the battlefield, I finally have time to process my loot. Time to research this divinity. I risked my life to steal this power, so it better be worth it. Divinity, the state achieved when a specific attribute breaks through its absolute limit via endless cultivation. or an innate talent from higher dimensional beings granting irreplaceable dominance in a specific domain. He devoured every word, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Interesting. No wonder that pale-faced creep went berserk when I snatched his power. It's the core of his existence. The system displayed one final note. Current divinity points 5 are attuned to moon dreams and illusions. Fusing a compatible attribute is the key to evolution. But adding a chaotic, unrelated element, that's how you trigger a mutation and unlock a hidden god-tier attribute. The system hinted that the Lu2 template was linked to the moon and illusion arts. Like untying a complex knot. He finally grasped the true meta of this manhwa recap. The power of divinity was far beyond his wildest calculations. Simply put, it raises the template's potential ceiling to the heavens. The Lu2 template's true power had been dormant, used only subconsciously, like a passive racial trait until now. But by injecting the Moonshade divinity, the Lu2 template would forcibly ascend, gaining absolute mastery over the moon and illusion domains. The Godzilla template already has its own evolutionary path. No need to mess with perfection. As for the Supergiant template trash, it's barely a stat stick for Godzilla, completely unworthy of a divinity upgrade. But Lu2, with its infinite potential for time interference, that is the ultimate trump card for a leveling manhwa protagonist, second only to the main battle tank, Godzilla. His fingers blurred against the screen. Click, click, click. +1, +2, +5. The system number spiraled out of control as he roared. Evolve for me, Lu2. Panels popped up faster than the eye could follow, exploding like a glitch in a system manhwa. Rank up Sun class. The Lu2 template ascended into the moon and illusion domain. The vampire bloodline shattered its limits, rebirthing as the A-rank moon demon bloodline, the 6 paths of the moon demon. A carnival of power surged through his veins. Passive effect 1. Under the cover of night, the host gains a 100% boost to constitution, regeneration, and weapon mastery. Under moonlight, that boost skyrockets to 150%. And during a full moon, a special lunar magic state awakens, unlocking the twin moon world domain. Passive effect 2. Blood sorcery. His blood now carries hallucinations and corrosion. One drop turns the weak into puppets instantly. Even the strong will have their minds devoured by endless illusions. The higher the concentration of the host's blood, the deeper the nightmare. And under moonlight, the blood sorcery becomes nearly unstoppable. Passive effect 3. Hemokinesis. He can accelerate his own blood flow for explosive combat speed or fire high-pressure blood bullets. He can even drop his blood temperature to -40 degrees, freezing enemies on contact. Passive effect 4. Berserk mode. Triple stats in normal state. 5 times the power under moonlight. And under the full moon, an insane 8-fold increase in power. The duration depends on physical endurance. Moonlight extends it, but the full moon removes the limiter entirely, doubling the duration cap. He stared at the evolved stats hovering before him, inhaling sharply as hot breath escaped his lips. He looked at the screen with the obsessed gaze of a gamer who just rolled a mythic item. Strong. It's actually broken. Sure, the god-tier buffs require specific conditions like moonlight, but when those stars align, the power scaling is terrifying. His eyes gleamed with greed, staring at the new evolution form like a child, holding a brand new expensive toy. With all these buffs stacking on top of each other, his combat power wouldn't just add up, it would multiply exponentially. It was the ultimate top-tier support template. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. This trip to the anomaly in Lin Shui was worth every second of this awakening manhwa arc. But I can't forget the squad who bled for me. The mission difficulty was easily a grade 4, maybe even pushing grade 5 in danger levels. Huadu University better hand out the max rewards for this. At this point, academy points and special privileges don't mean much to a monster like me. But for Liu Qingzhu and Chu Zhou, this could change their lives. Satisfied with the upgrade, he leaped onto the canopy of a giant tree. He stood in a desolate forest, far from prying eyes. Letting the cold night breeze hit his face, he stared into the distance, his mind racing with calculations. The pale, cold moonlight bathed his skin, And instead of a chill Yi, he felt a rush of euphoria. Power thrummed endlessly from his new bloodline. The evolution was working overtime. Energy surged like a tsunami. His eyes snapped wide open. Whoosh! Yi! He threw a casual punch. No skills, just raw physical stats. The air cracked instantly, screaming from the sheer pressure. Boom! A massive pillar of light blasted downwards. The shockwave from his fist alone obliterated the ground below, unleashing a terrifying display of force. After a quick warm-up Yi, he stretched his limbs looking completely relaxed. Not bad. I'll adapt to this night-enhanced body sooner than I thought. Then his gaze sharpened into a dangerous glare. I'm the key witness to the Moonshade Forest incident now. The Dragon Sparrow organization will definitely drag me in for interrogation. But I have too many secrets. If I try to lie to professional mind readers, I'm dead. I need a shield. I need to contact my backer Hwadu University. This is exactly what connections are for. Rip massive bat wings burst from his back. Silhouetted against the giant moon, he launched into the sky, cutting through the clouds as he sped back to the academy. The campus was peaceful as always. But the moment he stepped off the transport, a figure was already waiting for him. Yi! He froze, analyzing the man. He had never seen this face before. The white-haired stranger smiled and walked straight up to him, shaking his hand before Yi. He could speak. Hello, student Yi. I am the principal of Hwadu University, Shi Jingwen. The principal Yi. He was shocked, but instantly bowed with military precision. Shi, you're a legend among the students. It's an honor to finally meet you in the flesh. The old man chuckled, nodding gently. Haha, student Yi. I'm not a fan of stiff formalities. Relax a little, kid. Hearing that, Yi. He immediately dropped the act, stretching his arms with a grin. Got it, boss. Seeing Yi. He flipped the switch so fast, the principal laughed out loud. You really are an honest one, aren't you, Yi? His expression turned serious. Did you come personally to ask about the Lin Shui incident? The principal looked him in the eye, his voice calm. No. I came to tell you that your squad completed the mission perfectly. You don't need to worry about the aftermath or any cleanup. Yi? He scratched his head, feigning relief, but his mind was screaming with suspicion. We're talking about a cult sacrifice and an evil god descent, and they're just sweeping it under the rug. That's simple. Then he finally asked the million-dollar question. No investigation, no consequences at all. The principal's aura shifted instantly. He leaned in, his face serious, and dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Rest assured, student Yi. Trust in Hwa University. The aftershocks of the Lin Shui incident are above your pay grade. Let the superiors handle the cleanup. And don't worry, I fully respect the privacy of a true prodigy. However, for the official records, this mission is classified. We're listing it as a grade 4 completion for your squad, not the anomaly it actually was. Obviously, a grade 5 mission requires a professor's lead. A freshman rookie clearing a calamity like that would shatter the world's common sense. Yi. His face went purple, his lips sealed tight in frustration. But in a split second, the principal reverted to his gentle, harmless elder persona. He nodded with a benevolent smile. But fear not. Your rewards will be paid out strictly according to grade 5 standards. Yi nodded outwardly, but his mind was racing. This treatment was too good to be true. Did this old fox figure out his secret? It felt like a classic twist in a leveling manhwa. The next day, inside the principal's VIP lounge, Yi lounged on the sofa, eyes glued to his phone screen. Finally, the mad doctor sent the battlefield footage. Let's see who really owns the title of strongest Azure Dragon or Moonshade. The screen flashed with apocalyptic headlines. Lin Shui County had been wiped off the map by an explosion of cataclysmic proportions. He frowned. If memory serves, Lin Shui was mountainous terrain, so why does it look like a giant crater now? The news report continued. Last night, a mysterious, devastating blast leveled Lin Shui County within our borders. The destructive force was god tier. It didn't just erase a city of thousands. It left behind an abyss so deep light couldn't reach the bottom. Initial scans suggest total annihilation. No survivors are expected. A chill ran down Yi's spine. Baros's words echoed in his mind. Have you ever been crushed by the moon? That pale freak. He actually did it. His face drained of color. He shuddered, a heavy sigh of relief escaping his lips. Whew, the world of high-tier martial arts is insane. Even with my current stats, I'm just an ant. And that pervert said, he's watching me. I haven't slept a wink. Every time I close my eyes, I see that obsession-crazed Baros. Then he recalled the principal's instructions. She knows about the mark. He said Azure Dragon can seal Moonshade's gaze. Plus, I can get tips from the #2 martial artist in the nation. Speak of the devil. Heavy footsteps approached. Yi? He turned, putting on his best respectful junior face. You're here, Azure. The words died in his throat. The man standing there was a wreck. The terrifying killing intent was gone, replaced by frosty breaths and shattered vitality. Wrapped in bandages like a mummy, he looked one step away from the grave. Shock paralyzed Yi. He stammered, panic rising in his voice. Azure, Senior Azure Dragon, you look absolutely terrible. Is your condition stable? The towering giant loomed over Yi. Don't overreact. I took a hit from that bastard's cold moon, are true. But I won the war. That demon spawn only exchanged a few blows before his body started cracking apart like cheap porcelain. Even now, terror lingered in Azure Dragon's eyes when he mentioned the enemy whose body healed like a leech. He exhaled a plume of white frost. If he hadn't used cheap escape tricks, I would have ended him right there. You wouldn't even need me to seal this mark. He covered his mouth, hiding a confused expression. Why is the legendary Azure Dragon explaining himself to a newbie like me? He's different from the mysterious Grandmaster I imagined. He's actually kind of unexpectedly cute. Suddenly, Azure Dragon threw off his heavy coat. It hit the floor with a thud. Enough talk. Let's seal that mark before it causes trouble. The coat vanished, revealing a mountain of muscle wrapped in bandages. His brow was furrowed, his eyes burning with intense resolve. The principal told me, you're special. So I'll ask you this. Have you ever considered that demonic beasts were once intelligent life forms just like us? His mind flashed to images of terrifying black entities, a shiver running through him. He paled. Azure Dragon continued. Back when I was a Xuanwu Realm Master, I explored a newly unearthed Grade A ruin with my master and 5 seniors. I was the only one who walked out. But I didn't leave empty-handed. I carried a horrific curse. His eyes widened in disbelief. A curse. Azure Dragon's voice was steady, but grim. My body began mutating into a beast. My sanity slipped away. The best doctors were helpless. I chose self-exile rather than becoming a monster that would slaughter my own people. I went to the great eastern wasteland to die alone. But a tsunami swept me to an uncharted island. That place held a secret that defies logic. He paused. I can't say more. It involves the strategic destiny of our nation. His deep voice left no room for argument. He slumped, visibly disappointed. Talk about leaving me hanging on a cliffhanger. Seriously. As the bandages unraveled, Azure Dragon's tone turned solemn. Long story short, someone on that island saved me from my beastly fate. The final bandage fell away. He gasped. Azure Dragon's body wasn't just scarred, it was covered in glowing arcane runes. As the ice seals shattered, a suffocating wave of death energy flooded the air. He stared in shock at the ancient runes etched onto Azure Dragon's skin. The moment the legend spoke, those mystic symbols surged into Yi's body. Agony ripped through him, and blood gushed from his eyes, like crimson tears. He clutched his face, screaming as his world turned to pain. Trembling, he lowered his hands to see them stained red, dark blood streaming down his face like cursed ink. Even with his cheat-like regeneration, that single glance nearly shredded his soul. That is the terrifying scale of a true leveling manhwa world. Azure Dragon watched him deep in thought. A normal Grandmaster would faint instantly. A low-level awakener, their brain would melt into a vegetable. But this kid, he's only bleeding a little. He truly is a monster in the making. Jing Wen's eye for talent never fails. This boy might actually turn the tide of this chaotic era. He pointed a finger directly at Yi, his voice commanding. Don't resist. I'm etching 2 runes into your sea of consciousness. You'll finally be able to sleep peacefully. Before he could even process the words, a strange dark energy erupted from Azure Dragon's fingertip. A brilliant blue light exploded between them. The ancient runes seemed to migrate, crawling like living ink from the master's skin onto Yi's face, spreading a terrifying demonic aura. Control vanished. His eyes glowed with eldritch power, his jaw slack as if his body was no longer his own. Suddenly, the interface flashed a classic system manhwa moment. Origin point detected. Be it dream or moonlight, the master of moon and dreams sees all. Then the screen vanished. Moments later, reality stabilized. Azure Dragon donned his robe, cool as ice. Done. He bowed his head, humbled. Thank you, Senior Azure Dragon. The older master nodded, turning away before pausing. Oh right. Your teacher is Gonkei, isn't she? The name triggered a memory of old Gonkei, and her fatal warning. Listen. I used to be the boss of Hua University. I bullied a lot of people. Those guys are all high-ranking awakeners now. I'm not. So whatever you do, never admit you're my student if you want to live. He turned pale, terror gripping his heart. But Azure Dragon spoke calmly. Relax. Gonka and I have no bad blood. Mentioning her just brings back memories. Before her spirit was damaged, she was a grandmaster who proved her Tao through slaughter. What a waste of talent. Azure Dragon smiled, a mist of frost escaping his lips. Speaking of which, how about a little spar? I want to see just how strong the successor of the legendary Slaughter Rose really is. He sighed internally. Qing Yu was right. The stronger they are, the more they love to fight. He looked up, eyes burning with determination. Senior Azure Dragon. Do you mind if we fight under the moonlight? Remembering his last headache of a battle, Azure Dragon closed his eyes, exasperated. Good grief. The moon again? The scene shifts to Arena 2, at Hua University. The stage was set for a clash between generations. Azure Dragon stood opposite him. I won't attack. Go all out. I'll defend using only the physical strength of one finger. He extended a hand. Push me back half a step, and you win. I'll owe you a favor, and you'll skip the entrance exams for the elite Longxi Academy with full VIP treatment. The offer lit a fire in his belly. This was the ultimate awakening manhwa opportunity. He bowed respectfully. Then, Senior Azure Dragon. Please enlighten me. Under the silver glow of the full moon he unleashed everything. He drew his massive blade, siphoning lunar energy, until the weapon pulsed with terrifying power. Azure Dragon analyzed the aura. It feels like a demon beast. No, it's not corrosive. It's pure elemental moonlight. He launched himself into the sky, wielding a 30-meter spectral blade charged with lunar might. He roared, Senior, here comes the first move. He slashed down, executing the slaughter intent moon of massacre. Azure Dragon clenched his fist, compressing the air to block. The collision shook the earth, sparking a flicker of killing intent in the older master's eyes. What raw power! Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Master Gonkei was lounging on her sofa, kicking her feet and muttering lazily. Suddenly, a wave of horrific killing intent washed over her. She bolted upright. That killing intent. It's Yi. Her face went pale. Impossible. He's only been gone 3 days. Has he gone berserk and slaughtered the whole city? At a nearby hotel, a green-haired awakener sat on a bed, a woman clinging to his back. She whispered, seductively, Jian. What's wrong? Is anything more important than what we're about to do? Jian murmured. It's nothing. Just a terrifying wave of killing intent. His gaze drifted out the window. I can't believe it traveled this far. Half of Hua University must have felt that. Talk about showing off. Back at the arena, Azure Dragon's fist was clenched, radiating a bone-chilling frost. His gaze was sharp enough to cut glass. Even without moving, his presence was overwhelming. The 30-meter blade had carved deep trenches into the arena, yet Azure Dragon had stopped it cold with a single punch. He hadn't moved an inch. He panted, eyeing the damage. Compared to my Asura 3 blades. Senior's technique is simple yet flawless. He crouched low, eyes glinting with a predator's focus. As expected of the nation's top ranker, you're a monster. Unlike Master Gonkei, who dissects weaknesses with surgical precision, Senior Azure Dragon is a force of nature. He meets every attack head-on, with absolute unadulterated violence, a power capable of shattering the very laws of physics. Standing in his way, Azure Dragon's focus sharpened to a razor's edge. He clenched his fist, and blinding light spiraled around it, roaring like a hurricane ready to make landfall. His voice dropped an octave, dripping with heavy killing intent as he unleashed his signature move. Army Body Fist. Sensing the catastrophic energy barreling toward him, He's eyes snapped open. He locked onto his opponent, his internal alarm screaming, "Here it comes." In a fraction of a second, that mountain-shattering fist connected. The impact was so devastating that the very air around them trembled in fear. A massive shockwave detonated from where he stood, engulfing the arena in blinding light. He didn't dodge. He stood his ground and took the full brunt of the assault. The force was overwhelming He was launched into the sky like a rag doll, his body paralyzed by the sheer weight of the blow as he plummeted back toward the earth. Azure Dragon's eyes widened in horror. Damn it, did this brat just trigger a forbidden technique over a simple spar? Is he trying to destroy himself? Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, the senior's face went pale. He's a future pillar of our nation. If his martial foundation is ruined here, it would be a tragedy. Shattering the ground beneath him, Azure Dragon launched himself upward, catching He with his ironclad arms to cushion the fall and prevent a catastrophe. But it was a trap, the classic, luring the tiger from the mountain stratagem. The moment he held the boy, he realized he'd been played. His face flushed red with mischief. Putting on a childish, innocent act. He grinned. Huh. Senior Azure Dragon, you just moved away from your spot, didn't you? That means I win. Azure Dragon's blood boiled with a mix of fury and shock. I was deceived. This kid used a blood curse to drain my energy, created an illusion to fool my senses, and combined it with the moonshade technique to weaken me. To fall for such a ploy. He closed his eyes, accepting his defeat, a storm of complex emotions swirling within his chest. This brat isn't just a martial genius. His tactical mind is terrifying. Resigned Azure Dragon landed softly and set He down. He stood tall and asked calmly, you won. Name your reward. He answered without hesitation. Senior, I'd like to save that favor for the future. The senior nodded approvingly. Farsighted. Not bad at all. Azure Dragon exhaled a breath of frosty air, coughing slightly to clear his pathways before relaxing his stance. Ahem. Your killing intent and martial comprehension are excellent. Master Gonkei taught you well. However, you lack a crucial element. Without a tyrannical physique to support it, your power is nothing but a glass cannon. He nodded rapidly, wearing a sycophantic smile. So you're suggesting I focus on body cultivation, sir? Internally, he scoffed. Senior, you haven't even seen my magic gathering model yet. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon crossed his arms, nodding with a majestic knowing smile. He leaned in to lecture the rookie. Correct. But the key is who guides you. The foundation of the physical body must be flawless. One wrong step leads to ruin. At this stage, having a supreme body cultivation master to lead the way is absolutely essential. He squeezed his biceps, beaming with excitement. I get it, Senior Azure Dragon. Tomorrow I'll go find the Dean of the Body Cultivation Academy and ask for his special training. Azure Dragon almost choked. The bait didn't work. Why aren't you begging me to be your master? I hinted so heavily. You were a tactical genius a moment ago. How did your IQ drop to 0 so quickly? Seeing he remain oblivious, Azure Dragon closed his eyes. I am the great Azure Dragon. I never beg for disciples. But this kid is truly a diamond in the rough. Composing himself, he produced a mysterious badge. His gaze turned serious. Listen well. Sealed within this badge is a top-tier body cultivation technique. Years ago, I slew a legendary powerhouse from the West and claimed this as my spoil of war. Rumor has it that this is a national martial treasure of a Western empire. Take it. I expect you to master it in due time. He snatched the badge, his eyes sparkling like stars, resembling a child receiving the ultimate toy. Azure Dragon turned away, hiding his smirk as he calculated his next move. That technique is impossibly difficult. The martial providence of the West rejects those from the East. Even I had to wait until I reached the Grandmaster realm to forcibly conquer its energy. A rookie like Yi, he is guaranteed to hit a wall. And when he fails, he'll come crawling back for my guidance. That will be the moment I officially take him as my disciple. Oblivious to the scheme Yi, he bowed in gratitude. The scene shifts to the student dorms room 42F, A3. Fresh from a shower Yi, he dried his soaking wet hair. Suddenly, the memory of the badge flashed in his mind. He examined the item, muttering, "Come to think of it, I've been at the Imperial University for 6 months, but spent it all underground with Master Gongke. Is this just like those items in a leveling manhwa where I need to sleep to cultivate?" Ding dong. The doorbell shattered his train of thought. Still shirtless Yi, he walked to the entrance. Who could it be at this ungodly hour? Standing in the hallway was a familiar face, Ouyang-ze. Pink hair, icy expression, and a gaudy gold chain hanging from his neck. The visitor nodded stiffly. "Yi-hee, may I come in?" Yi-hee paused, taking a moment to recognize the boy. Ouyang-ze. "Sure, come on in." He stepped aside, keeping his cool, but his mind raced. What does he want? Is he trying to drag me into another faction war? Suddenly, Ouyang-ze's composure cracked. His emotions spiraled, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes swirling with a mysterious, desperate light. Before he could react, Ouyang-ze dropped to his knees. Tears streamed down his face as he wailed right there in the doorway. "Brother Yi, I couldn't say this in public, but now, I beg you, you must take over as the guild master of the Dragon Blood Guild." Yi, he frowned. He had already rejected the Dragon Blood Guild explicitly. He looked down at the sobbing boy. "Ouyang-ze, it's been a while, but what happened to you? Where is that arrogant ambition? Where is the fire you had to divide the world with the local elites? Get a grip. Explain this mess immediately, and tell me how exactly did you sniff out my return to the dorms?" Ouyang-ze was a pathetic sight, tears streaming down his face, as he clutched a single towel to cover his dignity. Between sobs, he confessed that a Dragon Blood Guild member had spotted Yi by chance. His gaze turned instantly frigid, his voice dropping an octave. "You used hidden cameras to stalk me." He grabbed Ouyang-ze by the skull, dragging him into the next room while flexing his muscles. "Come with me. We need a little sparring session." Terror seized Ouyang-ze as he begged for mercy. "Brother Yi, let me explain. We didn't bug your room, I swear. It was only in the hallway, we had no choice." Less than 60 seconds later, the guild leader was sprawled across the floor, completely incapacitated. He casually loosened his limbs, looking down at his victim. "Speak. Why are you so desperate to make me the guild leader? What kind of trouble is your organization in?" Ouyang-ze's face was a ruin of bruises and swelling eyes and mouth leaking blood. He looked absolutely miserable, barely able to form words. Seeing this, Yi sighed and pulled a pill from his inventory. "I may have been a bit heavy-handed. Swallow this blood-dissolving pill so you can talk properly." The medicine worked instantly. Ouyang-ze sat up straight, his vitality restored, and spilled everything. "Brother Yi, the organization is on the brink of collapse. I beg you, please save us." At Hua University, students can form factions, but without legendary achievements, the administration refuses to grant any funding. When the Dragon Blood Guild was first established, the special summer training for freshmen in the imperial capital hadn't even concluded. Back then, this rising power had zero rivals and secured massive sponsorship from external martial arts groups. Under my leadership, we opened exclusive channels with merchant guilds, creating benefits that attracted waves of new students. The explosion in membership skyrocketed our commercial value, bringing in more resources, which in turn attracted more recruits. It was a perfect cycle of growth. But suddenly, Ouyang-ze's face darkened with anxiety. With that growth came the suppression from the student council, led by the local elites of the capital. Commanded by Shang Junxuang, they launched relentless attacks, handing the Dragon Blood Guild defeat after defeat, and tanking our market value. Investors pulled out, welfare channels shut down, and members fled the sinking ship. No outsider wants to join a guild destined for ruin. In the end, we've hit rock bottom, barely holding on by a thread. Yi. He stroked his chin, processing the intel, then looked at Ouyangze with a hint of boredom. I get it. Basically, you got crushed by that guy Xiang Jianzhuang, right? Ouyangze fell to his knees, laying bare the brutal reality. To suppress Xiang Jianzhuang, he could ask senior experts, but there is an unspoken rule between academic years: a generation's grudge must be settled by that generation. If I bring in a senior powerhouse today to crush him, tomorrow, Xiang Jianzhuang will lead the senior local elites to completely dismantle the Dragon Blood Guild. Discarding all dignity, he pressed his forehead to the floor, kowtowing repeatedly. Only you, Brother Yi, the strongest of our year, fit the criteria. I beg you, save the Dragon Blood Guild. Yi. He had already planned to intervene in this saga, fitting for a protagonist of a manhwa recap, but he deliberately craned his neck, feigning hesitation to maintain his image. It's not impossible. That single phrase was like a lifeline to Ouyangze. He jumped up, grabbing Yi, his hand in ecstasy. You agree? On behalf of all my colleagues, Yi. He cut him off with a cold glare. I wasn't finished. His gaze sharpened into a blade. Forget about making me guild leader. Just say you're hiring me as a guardian enforcer. Now, cut the crap and get to the point. What exactly do you need me to do? Under Yi, his intense interrogation, Ouyangze stopped hiding his cards. He revealed the true objective, the Great Xia Reclamation Plan. A teacher in his network had leaked the intel. It's not exactly a classified secret, so no rules are broken. Yi. He interrupted impatiently. Stop rambling. Key points only. Ouyangze explained rapidly. The reclamation plan involves mobilizing martial artists nationwide to retake the 12 cities and surrounding zones currently occupied by demonic beasts. Universities across the country are joining the fray. Our seniors at the Imperial Capital University will be storming the front lines. While us freshmen won't be in the death zones, we are tasked with securing the perimeter of the occupied cities. This year's final exams and the selection of the head student will be decided by our performance in this campaign. He looked at Yi He with eyes full of reverence. So, Brother Yi, during this operation, the entire Dragon Blood Guild will follow your command. You absolutely must seize the highest score. But then, Yi, his eyes widened, emitting a terrifying aura as he delivered a chilling verdict. That sounds simple enough. But before that, there is one thing you must do. The shift in tone made Ouyangze sweat bullets, stammering in fear. One thing. It turned out the terrifying request was simply to remove the surveillance camera on the ceiling. Yi. He stood below, holding the ladder. Yi. He crossed his arms, barking orders. Hurry up and take that thing down. Job done. Ouyangze left in high spirits, waving goodbye to his savior. The godlike Yi, he called out after him. Ouyangze, you've actually done me a huge favor. I've confirmed it. Achievements grant chances to extract samples. The higher the achievement, the greater the probability of a high-tier sample. Alone Yi, he revealed his true nature, a chaotic grin spreading across his face, as he muttered his calculations. Ouyangze is a genius when it comes to business. If I can sweep away the obstacles for him, with his talent, scaling the Dragon Blood Guild to new heights is inevitable. If the guild becomes the #1 faction at Hua University, the reward samples will far exceed what I got during the entrance exam. Just like in any leveling manhwa worth its salt, he needed to grasp both martial power and system rewards firmly in his hand. The scene shifts to the Dragon Blood Guild headquarters. Numerous martial students have gathered, including a towering figure with the head of a lion. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocating as everyone awaited Ouyangze's return. The tension was palpable until one impatient martial artist finally snapped. Yan Zhengshang. Is Ouyangze still not here? What's taking him so damn long? Yan Zhengshang's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. This brat Tan Chen. Back when the Dragon Blood Guild was at its peak, he bowed and scraped, calling Ouyangze president with every breath. Now he dares to drop honorifics and practically spit in our faces. It was obvious he didn't come here to drink tea. Tan Chen turned to the crowd, his voice booming with calculated arrogance to ensure every ear caught his poison. The vice president went to fetch the true master of the Dragon Blood Guild. He'll be here shortly. Shockwaves rippled through the members. Murmurs erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. The true guildmaster. What is he talking about? Tan Chen froze the memory of his clash with Yi, he sending a shiver down his spine. Behind him, Len Yuxi's face drained of color, haunted by the trauma of that day. Her voice trembled. Damn it. It can't be him, can it? Panic flared in Tan Chen's eyes. He jumped up, practically interrogating Yan Jingshang. Yan, you aren't pinning your hopes on Yi. He, are you? Have you forgotten the overwhelming power of Brother Jianzhuang? In the entire first block, no one can rival his strength. Learn when to fold before you get crushed. Ouyang has no chance to turn the tides. You've milked the guild for enough benefits. Be smart and bail out now. Lan Yuxi chimed in, pouring oil on the fire with her sharp tongue. Exactly. Betting on an outsider is suicide. Wise birds choose strong trees. The Dragon Blood Guild was just a fleeting spark, and fighting the inevitable current will only get you crushed. The two traitors stood firm, openly challenging the guild's remaining authority with their rebellious rhetoric. Yan Zhengshong saw right through their theatrics. Rage simmered in his guttural growl. What is your endgame here? The long-haired snake Tan Chen just grinned and launched into his recruitment pitch. Gentlemen, you all know the Chu family of the imperial capital, right? They are the kind of elite martial arts dynasty that dominates any leveling manhwa storyline. Young Master Chu Kai has graciously offered us a sanctuary. Isn't following young Master Chu infinitely better than rotting in this half-dead guild, just waiting to be purged by Brother Jianzhuang? His silver tongue worked its magic. The crowd began to sway, murmurs of agreement, spreading like a virus through the ranks. He's right. Can we really trust that guy? He hasn't shown his face in half a year. Even with the imperial capital provocations, he remained a turtle hiding in its shell. It's over. No one can save the Dragon Blood Guild now. We served our time, we owe them nothing. Defecting for a brighter future isn't a crime, right? That's right. We need to survive. Tan Chen smirked, reveling in his success. Ha ha ha. Good thing I planted those actors. These weak-willed officers were bought off ages ago. Yan Zhengshang felt like his chest would explode, but he was helpless. He gritted his teeth, hissing, "You traitors!" Suddenly, the heavy doors were blasted open by a savage kick. A man with wild hair strode in, radiating chaotic energy. He barked with unbridled arrogance. Tan Chen, what's taking so long? I'm losing my patience down there. Seeing their tiger-like backer arrive, Tan Chen and Lan Yuxi instantly switched to sycophant mode, waving excitedly. Brother Kai, it's all handled. We're packing up to leave right now. Yan Zhengshang roared. This is the Dragon Blood Guild sanctum. How did you get in here? But this so-called Brother Kai didn't give a damn about rules. He flashed a disdainful sneer, practically radiating mockery. How I beat my way in, that's how. Relax. I'll pay for the medical bills and throw in some cultivation resources. Those gatekeepers should be thanking me one beating for a year's worth of earnings. They're probably crying tears of joy. Ha ha ha. Yan Zhengshang snapped. His patience evaporated, and he charged forward, channeling all his fury into his fist. You arrogant bastard. He threw a haymaker aimed straight at that wild head, but a shadow blurred in front of him, intercepting the blow with terrifying speed. Brother Kai didn't even flinch. The woman who blocked the strike glared at Yan Jingshang, her hand signaling a lethal warning. Take another step, and you're a corpse. Her gaze was cold steel. Just one look told Yan Jingshang everything he needed to know about the abyss of power between them. This woman is a monster. Meanwhile, the hideous Brother Kai bared his teeth like a rabid dog. Useless trash. Why is this idiot still standing? He barked orders at his new recruits. Tan Chen, Lan Yuxi. All of you who want to join me, prove your loyalty. Put him in the ICU right now. Consider it your entrance exam. But the Dragon Blood members hesitated. Their conscience hadn't completely rotted away yet, and they froze, caught between duty and fear. Their hesitation fueled Kai's rage. He channeled his energy, screaming until his veins popped. Why are you just standing there? If you don't fight, none of you are walking out of that door. Do you think my Chu faction is a charity shelter? I don't feed dogs that won't bite their masters. His screeching was deafening. And it finally annoyed the wrong person. Suddenly, a crushing wave of killing intent flooded the room, bringing everyone to their knees. The true king had returned. Yi. He stepped out from the shadows. He stood behind the arrogant intruder, his hand clamping down on Kai's skull like a vice. Yi. His voice rumbled low and dangerous like a sleeping dragon waking up. Ouyangze. Is this the mess you left for me to clean up? I could hear this circus all the way from the second floor. Ouyangze bowed his head in shame. I apologize, Brother Yi. Our guild definitely needed a purge. Yet the delusional Brother Kai still had the audacity to bark. Let go of me. Do you have any idea who I am? You dare touch my hair. Bam. Without a word, Yi. He delivered a devastating kick, launching Kai and his female bodyguard straight through the plate glass window. Inside Yi, he casually dug a finger into his ear, exhaling as if he'd just swatted a fly. His expression relaxed. Ah. Finally. Peace and quiet. Outside, the screams of Chu Kai and his lackey faded into the distance. Ah. Two pests dealt with in a single breath. He dusted off his hands, as if he'd just taken out the trash, then slowly turned his gaze to the trembling group of traitors. Now, do you guys have some unfinished business? His aura was suffocating. Terror seized the room. One defector broke down immediately. Forgive me, Guildmaster, I was blind. Greed clouded my judgment. Listening to the venomous words of that lowlife Tan Shen, and you actually considered betraying the Dragon Blood Guild. Fear gripped his heart. He had already offended Zhou Kai. If the Dragon Blood Guild cast him out now, he would be nothing but a stray dog in the capital, with nowhere to turn. Ouyangze scanned the room, his eyes piercing through their hesitation. He stepped forward, his presence commanding absolute silence as he delivered the verdict. You will not be exiled today. However, your rank is stripped. Consider this a probationary period. Fail me again, and you are finished. Furthermore, you are banned from all guild operations this week. Do you accept this punishment, or do you leave? The member stammered, wasting time. He didn't need words. One cold glare was enough to freeze the air. I asked you a question. Yes or no? Terrified of sharing Zhou Kai's window-smashing fate, they didn't dare hesitate. Their voices shook as they screamed in unison, We accept. With a dismissive wave, he ordered, Get lost. Now, only the core circle remained. It was time for the real war council. Yi turned to Ouyangze, cutting straight to the chase. I see the state of our guild. To put it simply, we are broke and have no backers, right? Ouyangze nodded grimly. Exactly. The great Xia recruitment next month is our only shot. But Yi scoffed. Too slow. I have a more direct method. A predatory grin spread across his face. Since returning to Imperial University, all I hear is the name Xiang Zhuang. Why wait? I'll drag the source of our decline out and crush him. Problem solved. The room went deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. No one dared to breathe. The sheer audacity of his plan left them paralyzed. Ouyangze finally broke the tension. But Xiang Zhuang entered closed-door cultivation this morning to break through to the martial master realm. Yi. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. So I can't drag him out for a beating. He pondered internally. If the goal is to flex absolute power to attract investors, I don't need to limit myself to just the freshmen of the first year. A new scheme formed in his mind. Yi. He mused aloud. To get funding, we need a spectacle. We need to create a storm. If I challenge every expert on campus, that is a big enough spectacle, right? A light bulb went off. Tell me, what do you know about the Dragon Sparrow First Division? Yan Zhengzhong's eyes lit up immediately. Dragon Sparrow is Great Xia's ultimate martial authority. And the First Division, that is the elite of the elite. Regular members are just agents. But those in the First Division, they are granted the legendary title of Ace. Yi. He looked at him calmly. You want in? Yan Zhengshang didn't hide his hunger. Of course, it is the club of monsters. The division head is the Azure Dragon, the second strongest existence in the entire nation. Every year, Imperial University graduates fight for a spot, but maybe 3 make it. It is the holy grail for every awakening manhwa martial artist. He smirked, a devilish glint in his eye. I know what to do. Mobilize the Dragon Blood Intel team. I have a message for the world. He stood up abruptly, pointing to the heavens like a god declaring war. He had found the key to unlocking this broken guild's potential. Yi-He roared. I Yi-He, president of the Dragon Blood Guild and ace of the Dragon Sparrow 1st Division Challenge. Every martial artist below the Great Martial Master realm, come at me. How is that for a headline? Investors will be lining up. But unlike his fire, the guild members looked like they had seen a ghost. They were dumbfounded. Yan Zhengshang, stammered Brother Yi. You are really a 1st Division ace. That is impossible. Setting aside strength, you haven't even graduated. You can't even take the recruitment exam. Yi. He scoffed with supreme arrogance. Exams? I don't do exams. It is classified, but, let's just say, I was directly recruited. Yan Zhengshang's jaw hit the floor. Wu Yangze was sweating bullets. Brother Yi, this isn't a joke. Impersonating an ace is a death sentence. Yi, he remained completely chill. Who was joking? I accepted the post last night. The paperwork arrives in 2 days. Yan Zhengshang looked like his soul had left his body. He began his tactical analysis, challenging everyone below Great Martial Master. Normal martial artists will be crushed instantly. The geniuses might take a few seconds. If I face a peak-tier opponent, I might have to use my trump card, Time Stasis. But Time Stasis is my hidden blade. Revealing it just for funding isn't worth it. Otherwise, I would have challenged the entire Imperial University faculty too. Wu Yangze looked at his leader, his doubt turning into fanatical belief. It defies all logic. But this is Yi-He. If he says he is a god, then he is a god. Wu Yangze made his choice. For the Dragon Blood Guild, I will alert the media. The notification hit the campus network like a plot twist in a system manhwa, announcing Yi. He's return as an ace, to solo the entire university. Who is this lunatic solo the whole school? Has anyone even heard of this Yi-He guy? I thought the king of the freshmen was Shang Jianzhuang from the capital Xiang family. Who is this nobody? Wait, I remember. He was the top scorer. Before the exam reform, he supposedly shocked the deans of every academy. Is the legend true? So where has he been for 6 months? And forget the challenge, how the hell did a student get into the Dragon Sparrow 1st Division? Graduates say that exam is a graveyard. 90% fail rate. And you are telling me he skipped the exam and walked right in. Direct hire. Did he seduce the recruiters with a pure smile? Hey, upstairs watch it. My smile is pretty pure too. Meanwhile, at the Imperial University Hospital, Chuzhou and Lu Qingzu scrolled through the chaotic forums. Chuzhou knew his friend too well. He chuckled, shaking his head. Ha! This manhwa recap protagonist never stays quiet for long. Qingzu sighed with a smile. It seems someone is about to have a very bad day. The massive announcement board lit up, declaring Yi-He a special talent of Hua University, exempt from all exams. A classic opening to a system manhwa saga. A storm of controversy erupted among the martial arts students. Whispers turned into chaotic shouts as disbelief swept through the crowd. Official statement or not, this reeks of corruption. They claim to use connections lacking the true strength to hold the legendary title of ace. In the control room, Wu Yangze watched the chaos unfold. A smirk played on his lips. The viral heat was rising exactly as planned. It's up to you elites to steer the narrative now. His team confidently took the reins. Meanwhile, online forums became a battlefield debating if Yi-He was trash or treasure. Why waste breath arguing? Just watch the Imperial University livestream and see the truth for yourselves. I bet Yi-He is a total fraud. Getting into the first department. Definitely some dirty backroom deals. I can't wait to see his lies crumble live on screen. Stop your wild theories. The broadcast is starting. We will find out if he's a dragon or a worm soon enough. I believe in him. He demanded a global live stream for the arena match. That's the confidence of a winner. Wu Yangze felt a rush of adrenaline. The stage was set. Online public opinion had fractured into warring factions. Some worshipped Yi-He like a god, while others cursed his name, eagerly waiting for him to become the world's biggest joke. There were neutral parties, sure, but it didn't matter which side you were on. Every single account, was posting about the same thing. Everyone wanted to witness He live. Whether openly supported or shadowed by dark money, the heat surrounding this awakening manhwa event skyrocketed. Even the major streaming giants were begging the Dragon Blood Guild for exclusive broadcasting rights. With that kind of insane traffic, advertisers swarmed in like sharks, smelling blood, throwing money at the Dragon Blood Guild. He really lived up to his reputation. In just a single day, he achieved a miracle. The guild's dried-up coffers were suddenly flooded with enough cash to bring them back from the dead. Meanwhile, in Special Word 17, Zhoukai the wretch he had beaten into a hospital bed lay trembling. He wasn't shaking from fear. As he scrolled through the news, he was shaking with manic laughter. I didn't even have to send anyone to teach you a lesson. You actually went ahead and challenged the entire school yourself. Ha ha ha. Isn't this just digging your own grave? As he read the updates, his euphoria spiraled into madness, his face twisting into a mask of pure hideous malice. He screamed into the empty room. Martial arts duels have no eyes. Accidents happen in the ring. If someone accidentally kills you, well, that's just normal, right? Back at the battle arena, the atmosphere was at a boiling point. It seemed every martial arts student in the university had gathered their roars, threatening to blow the roof off. Suddenly, a helicopter tore through the sky. Thousands of phones shot up in unison to capture the moment. The cabin door slid open, revealing Yeha. He stood tall, holding the door with one hand, gazing down like a king, inspecting his domain. The announcement blared. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hua University Arena Battle you've all been waiting for officially begins now. Please welcome the protagonist of the night, Yi He. Without hesitating for a second, Yi He leaped from the chopper, plummeting toward the earth like a human missile. He didn't just fall, he accelerated, becoming a streak of light. He brought the pressure of a falling star crashing down onto the arena. Boom! He hit the ground with the force of a nuclear impact. Blue flames erupted around him, like Godzilla's atomic aura, mixing with thick black smoke. As the dust settled, Yi's silhouette emerged standing proud, radiating a deathly pressure that maxed out the meters. The online forums instantly melted down. Peak performance. Holy crap, that's the most handsome entrance I've seen all year. Blow them up. No sleep tonight. He might be arrogant, but whether Yi is strong or not, his posing level is absolutely legendary. He stood in the center of the ring, arms spread wide, bathing in the moonlight from the massive artificial moon overhead. All eyes were locked on him. This is what a true main character looks like. Descending from the heavens, cloaked in moonlight, it was too domineering. The other challengers felt their aura crushed by a massive margin before the fight even started. He truly embodied the spirit of the arena master. On paper, he was the challenger taking on the school, but in reality, it felt like they were the ones trying to challenge a boss. The stands exploded with noise. Everyone was waiting for Yi to showcase his skills against the school's elite. He stood there, soaking in the thunderous applause and the venomous insults alike. He waited calmly for the first lambs to the slaughter. In the stands, a figure watched closely, nodding and muttering to himself. This freshman really knows how to play the game. I'm impressed. A guy standing next to him leaned in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, Brother Long Cow, you going up? This Long Cow was a minor internet celebrity looking to use this stage to show his face and farm some followers. He was very interested in Yi. He stood with arms crossed, analyzing every gesture, calculating the engagement metrics in his head. For this wave of traffic, I have to show my face. He prepared to rush in, staring at Yi. He not as an opponent, but as a delicious meal of internet clout. I'm an influencer, after all. How can I ignore this terrifying level of influence? Even if I lose, it's fine. When the person after me wins, I can claim I drained Yi. He's stamina. I control the narrative. The first person on stage never loses. If I win, I ride this wave to instant fame. Either way, I'm getting a piece of this pie. Haha. Just then, Yi turned his head and saw a man radiant with power, or perhaps delusion, sprinting frantically toward him. The guy was practically smoking with intensity, his face dark as he screamed, I am rank 2 Martial Master Long Cow. I challenge the stage Yi. He merely replied with a bored, soft tone. Dragon Blood Guild. Rank 8 martial artist. Yi He. The first victim had arrived. Below the stage, the crowd went berserk, screaming and waving, shaking the very air. The loudspeaker boomed, match start. But the delusional influencer barely got off the ground. Before he could even touch Yi, his shadow a foot slammed into his face. His body folded backward like a cooked shrimp, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the arena. Brother Long's face turned beet red, blood sprang from his nose and mouth. His head bobbed loosely, and he wheezed out one final pathetic thought, my traffic. He narrowed his eyes, looked past the body, and announced coldly, next. Immediately after Brother Long was discarded, a female figure launched a surprise attack from behind. She wielded a sharp spear, leaping high with a ferocious, overwhelming momentum. She screamed as she descended. I'm here to fight you. The netizens instantly recognized her. It was the second-year powerhouse Yao Ling. She was only a rank 5 martial master, but she held a record of soloing 3 rank 7 students. A terrifying figure. In the sophomore class, even she was stepping in. Is she actually a match for Yi He? At least, she's stronger than that internet clown, Long Zhao. But one glance told Yi He everything he needed to know. She wasn't on his level. As the spear slashed down, he had already gathered energy into his palm. His eyes widened and his voice was ice cold. Your blade. The purity is too low. When the spear connected the energy in Yi, his hand detonated, snapping her powerful weapon in half like a twig. The shockwave blew Yao Ling's skirt upward, forcing her to frantically cover herself in a moment of utter humiliation. Yi He's gaze swept across the stands. He didn't have time to process them one by one. He stated bluntly, sorry, I'm in a hurry. Just come at me all at once. That arrogance was the spark that lit the fuse. A massive group of challengers roared in fury and charged the stage simultaneously, determined to humiliate him in front of the whole world. These were famous martial students with high achievements, and their pride was shattered. They screamed in rage, freshman brat, don't get too cocky. So what if you have the dragon sparrow? They underestimated him, a fatal mistake. Let's teach this brat a lesson, they roared. But the price of their blindness was a brutal beatdown by Yi He's hands. The moment they charged, they were sent flying. One tried to ambush him, but before he could blink, a thunderous kick to the chest sent him sprawling. Even their high-grade weapons were useless. Yi He's nuclear aura surged, shattering their steel blades like fragile glass. A pillar of nuclear energy erupted from the arena, piercing the heavens. This wasn't just a fight. It was the peak of a leveling manhwa spectacle. The crowd screamed until the very ground shook. In his hospital bed, Chu Kai watched the live stream, his face pale as death. His hands trembled so hard he could barely hold the phone, terror seizing his soul. Damn it, how is he this powerful? Despair washed over him. At this rate, how can I ever find someone to crush Yi He? Anyone I send will just end up in the ICU next to me. Then, a realization struck him. He remembered the one man who stood at the apex of Hua University. The only person capable of saving his pride was his own brother Chu Yanting, the eldest son and prodigy of the Chu family. But there was a problem. His brother was a rigid man of principle. He would never abuse his power just to soothe his little brother's bruised ego. A twisted idea formed in Chu Kai's mind. A sinister grin stretched across his face. Unless. He laughed maniacally. Back at the arena Yi, he stood amidst a sea of defeated challengers. His opponents couldn't even run. They curled up in agony, painting the floor with their blood. Amidst the rubble Yi he raised a hand that still smoked with residual energy. His voice boomed like thunder. Who is next? The defeated could only glare with envy and hatred. Their pride shattered into dust. Doesn't he know when to stop? They hissed. He should have left us a path to retreat, but he chose total humiliation. Damn it, the second and third years have lost all face. We'll be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever, known as the stepping stones for Yi He. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. The online forums exploded in frenzy. Yanting is making his move. Finally, the secluded 9th Dan Grandmaster has emerged. He was here to end Yi He's streak. But Chu Yanting was no ordinary 9th Dan. He was a monster who had rebuilt his cultivation from scratch. He had honed his martial state to absolute perfection. His power was so immense, he could skip levels and crush even established grandmasters. Inheriting the solar true blood of the Chu clan, his lineage was pure and terrifying. But such power came with a curse. The energy was too vast to control. Since childhood, he suffered from spontaneous combustion. To keep him alive, the Chu family crafted a specialized nano-combat suit. It suppressed his scorching body temperature. He was forced to master calligraphy and music, desperate attempts to cultivate patience and calm his raging spirit. Only by freezing his heart could he live a normal life. But now, that fire would be unleashed. He would pay for his arrogance. The crowd roared in anticipation. Chu Yanting was the shining star of Hua University. Every eye fixed on him burning, with the desperate hope that he would finally crush the unstoppable Yi He. Standing before Yi Yanting was different, calm, dignified, a true noble. He didn't attack, he spoke. I must address the matter of my brother Chu Kai. My brother caused trouble for your society. For any damages he inflicted, the Chu family will compensate you double the amount. Yi. He raised an eyebrow. You're the brother of that loudmouth trash. Yanting nodded calmly. I am. Yi. He cracked his neck, his expression shifting. You don't seem like a battle junkie, Yi, he noted. If this isn't revenge for that idiot Chu Kai, then tell me why step onto this stage. Chu Yanting bowed slightly. You are correct. I am not here for that shameful brother of mine. I am here for the honor of the Chu clan. Suddenly the atmosphere shifted. His eyes turned into cold daggers, locking onto Yi He. Yi He, my brother, was at fault, but you dared to trample on my family's name. Facing this crushing pressure, He remained unfazed. He instantly realized this was Chu Kai's doing a petty trick to goad his brother into fighting. He threw his hands up in a mocking shrug. Insulting your family, ha? What a cliché script. It seems a certain villain poured oil on the fire with some pathetic lies. It matters not. Chu Yanting stepped forward, his voice cutting like a blade. I demand you kneel and apologize to the Chu family before the entire university. Yi. He stepped into his personal space, eyes blazing. He wasn't going to give an inch to this arrogance. You want me to kneel, Yi? He sneered. Then you better have the strength to force me down. The air crackled with killing intent as their gazes clashed. The playfulness was gone. Yanting's pride had been struck. This wasn't just a sparring match anymore. It was a war for the sanctity of his bloodline. In a flash, they collided. Fist met fist in a cataclysmic impact. A shockwave of raw power exploded from the center, distorting the very air around them. Blinding light flooded the arena. Following the initial clash, they unleashed a barrage of strikes, moving faster than the eye could see, in a symphony of destruction. The strength of Zhou Yanting was undeniable, but Yi, he stood his ground with terrifying confidence. In a split second, thousands of fists collided in a blur of violence. The impact forced them apart, but Zhou Yanting wasn't finished. With a roar that shook the arena, he charged back in desperate to crush his opponent. Yi. He remained icy calm, a veteran of countless life and death battles. He casually wound up preparing to gift his enemy a devastating punch filled with brotherly love. Boom! Two tornadoes of raw power crashed into each other. The shockwave was so intense, it pulverized the arena floor beneath their feet. Zhou Yanting refused to kneel before a monster like Yi He. But suddenly, the high-tech nano armor on his arm began to disintegrate into dust. Yi's eyes narrowed. The enemy's defense was crumbling. As the temperature spiked to hellish levels, Zhou Yanting's arm finally buckled under the pressure. His skin turned blood red as veins bulged like worms. The armor was gone, yet through the smoke and agony, his eyes still burned with the intent to launch one final strike. The online forums exploded. Someone recognized the technique. That's the solar true blood art. This kid, Yi, he is done for. Not a single soul looked away. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. This wasn't just a fight. It was the climax of a legendary action manhwa recap. Make no mistake. Compared to his previous opponents, Long Sao and Yao Ling, this fight was in a league of its own. On the shattered arena floor, two terrifying energies collided. It was nuclear radiation clashing against crimson flames. The online forums were exploding. Zhou Yanting was truly living up to the prestige of a martial arts legacy family. Naturally, who else could possibly last more than a heartbeat against Yi He? He had truly become the great demon king of Hua University. Zhou Yanting unleashed his secret technique, his arm engulfed in deep crimson fire. But as he stared at his opponent, doubt crept in. Was this really Yi, He's monster template? Why did it feel more like facing a wild demon beast? Meanwhile, clad in his Godzilla battle armor Yi, he hadn't broken a single sweat. Yay? He let out a maniacal laugh. Don't get distracted now, young Master Zhou. Before the words even landed, yay, his fist smashed into his face. The impact sent Zhou flying across the arena. Yi, he mocked him coldly. Hesitate, and you lose. In the audience, a little boy, clutching an action figure, screamed his lungs out. Go, fire-breathing big brother, defeat the demon king Yi He. The crowd's eyes shifted to the innocent cheerleader. But inside the ring, reality was harsh. After taking that heavy blow from Yi He, Zhou Yanting's stamina was critically low. Touching his wound, he gritted his teeth. Why does Long Kui value this guy so much? His fighting style is nothing but pure savagery. Panic began to set in. Was he hallucinating? No. Yi He's muscles were swelling, his body expanding right before his eyes. Zhou stumbled back, muttering in horror. Why? Why does he look like he's growing into a giant? Yi He smirked, his voice calm yet terrifying. Confidence, Senior Zhou. I am growing. This isn't a summon. It's absolute biological control. I'm unleashing the giantization force from within my very cells. In a flash, Yi He completed his transformation. A towering giant clad in the spiked impenetrable armor of a Godzilla-like beast. His colossal fist descended like a meteor, accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens. This form grants me the reflexes of a predator while multiplying my physical stats exponentially every second. Crushing you now is as easy as an adult disciplining a toddler. Zhou Yanting couldn't withstand the sheer weight of the attack. The pressure was immense, the floor disintegrated beneath them. Zhou's mind raced. This monster. No wonder he challenged the whole school. Is this power even humanly possible? He strained every muscle, just to survive, praying he wouldn't be flattened into paste. Panic was taking over. I thought my bloodline was freakish, but compared to Yi He, it's trash. This guy is like the overpowered protagonist of a leveling manhwa, a high-tier demon beast in human skin. His bones groaned under the stress. The martial body he had spent years cultivating was crumbling. Damn it, I'm going to have to rebuild my cultivation from scratch after this. Reaching his limit, Zhou Yanting desperately leaped aside, barely escaping the heaven-shattering impact of Yi He's fist. He soared into the air, changing tactics instantly. If I can't match his brute strength, I'll destroy him with speed. But Yi, he wasn't the type to show mercy. He slowly turned his gaze, locking onto Zhou's flight path like a predator. Nuclear energy crackled and gathered in Yi He's gaping maw. You didn't even bother to analyze my combat data. You came here unprepared. Yi, he roared, his voice booming. And you call me arrogant? You're the one who's blind. Beams of concentrated nuclear energy erupted. Zhou Yanting danced through the air, weaving through the deadly barrage with desperate grace. Zhou's expression darkened, his killing intent spiking. You think you've won, Yi? He watched closely. This next move might just send you to the grave. In the sky, Zhou Yanting underwent a metamorphosis. Flames erupted from every cell in his body, transforming him into an avatar of pure destructive fire. The temperature skyrocketed. A terrifying aura surged from his hand as he reached toward the heavens, channeling everything he had. Blazing tendrils of fire coalesced, swirling together until a massive sphere of plasma began to take shape. The crowd went wild, witnessing the ultimate art incredible. The heat is distorting the air itself. That's the legendary fire martial arts of the Zhou family. The energy sphere grew massive, hanging in the sky like a second scorching sun. Zhou Yanting hovered beneath it, controlling the star-like mass. The entire arena felt like it was being incinerated. For my family's glory, for my own honor, Zhou screamed, unleashing his full power. Earth-rank martial art demonic hand of the blazing sun. With a guttural roar, he hurled the miniature sun straight at Yi-He. Even in his giant form, Yi-He looked small beneath the falling star. The sheer heat was enough to melt steel, forcing Yi-He to look up. But there was no fear in his eyes, only excitement. He smirked. Finally, a challenge worthy of my time. Energy surged Yi. His hand twisted and morphed, transforming into the gaping jagged maw of the Godzilla beast. Nuclear winds howled around the monstrous limb. Yi, he laughed. Did you really think you were the only one with a finishing move? You'll make the perfect test subject for my new original skill, Yi, he roared with glee. Heaven-suppressing dragon cannon. This was the moment he had been waiting for. As the blazing sun descended, Yi thrust his mutated hand upward, jaws wide open, to devour the sky. A beam of pure destruction erupted. It didn't just meet the fireball, it engulfed it, crushing the flames like a hand squeezing a rubber ball. Zhou Yanting froze. His ultimate attack, poured with his very soul, was being annihilated. Erased from existence by Yi. He's nuclear aura. The realization hit him. His eyes went hollow. I'm dead. The nuclear beam pierced through the fireball and shot straight into the stratosphere. The giant moon above seemed to feed Yi. He endless energy. He hadn't just destroyed the fireball. He had channeled the celestial moonlight to obliterate it. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. A grandmaster had arrived, his voice boomed like thunder. Yi, you've gone a little too far. Yi. He instantly dropped his battle aura. He scratched his head with a goofy grin, looking totally innocent. Haha, principal, I knew you'd show up eventually. I just wanted to go all out so you'd notice. It turns out the principal had arrived just in time to save Zhou Yanting from certain death. Seeing the big boss Yi, he froze like a statue. He didn't dare move a muscle. The principal just stared at him, a heavy silence filling the air. Finally, the old man sighed, looking slightly worried. I just came to watch this viral arena fight you set up. I didn't expect you to drag me onto the stage. As Yi stood before the supreme authority of the school, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. The principal saw right through him. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Cornered Yi. He had no choice but to reveal his true scheme. He laughed awkwardly. I had no choice, principal. Without a big shot like you, here my arena lacks prestige. Please help a poor student out just this once. The principal glanced at Zhou Yanting, then let him drop to the floor. Thud. After facing Yi, the challenger was completely drained and out cold. The principal shook his head. Your master Gongke always says you're clumsy, but it seems you've just been playing the fool to mess with her. Fine. I'll give you face this time. In an instant, Shi Jingwen channeled his chi, projecting his voice across the entire Imperial University campus. Listen up. Does anyone else dare to challenge Yi? If not, I declare him the undisputed ruler of the arena, successful in his defense against the whole school. Down below, plenty of students wanted to reclaim their honor and teach Yi a lesson. But looking at the destruction, fear gripped their hearts. They started pushing each other forward. Hey, you go fight him? Are you crazy? I'll get sliced in half by his atomic breath? No way. Did you see that energy wave? I'd be vaporized instantly. There wouldn't even be dust left of me. What about a wheel battle to tire him out? You go first then. After a long silence, not a single person dared to step into the ring with the monster. Seeing the cowardice of the crowd, the principal made the call. Since no one dares to step up, I declare Yi the ultimate victor. A majestic announcement echoed through the stadium. Hua University, Yi, a freshman warrior who single-handedly crushed the martial masters. A legend is born today. Yi. He stood tall in the center of the ruins, arrogant and unmatched. He was the king of this leveling manhwa world. He punched the air, a symbol of absolute dominance. With the principal's endorsement, he was effectively the uncrowned champion of the entire university. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone witnessed the birth of a new superstar, a beacon of hope for all of humanity. That's the top scorer from City. I've never been so proud to be from City in my life. The internet was exploding with praise. The trending searches went crazy. Number 1. Yi. He solos the entire school. Number 2. The monster freshman Yi. Number 3. Principal declares Yi. He a legend. The entire top 10 was dominated by his name. People were scrambling to claim they knew him. Damn, I knew he was a dragon among men since we were kids. I'm his uncle. Follow me for exclusive ye. He content. The clout chasing was real. With the guardian Marshal Saint injured and 12 cities fallen, humanity was desperate. They needed a hero, and he was the answer. His appearance was truly a blessing from the heavens. Back at his old high school, his homeroom teacher projected the fight on a giant screen. The vibe was electric. He is amazing. He didn't shame on City High School. He's our pride and joy. I knew I didn't misjudge him. The teacher beamed with pride. You all better study hard. Strive to become the next Yi. The auditorium shook with chants, Yi. In the corner, Wang Tong, the girl who used to bully him, sat in silence. She looked bitter. Meanwhile, online forums were buzzing with conspiracy theories. Why did Xi Jingwen personally step in for a student? Why does a simple personal event have the principal's backing? What is the real relationship between Yi, he, and Xi Jingwen? Who is the powerhouse supporting this kid? Because of the principal's intervention, he was now on the radar of every major organization. This student was clearly not just a simple orphan, as his file claimed. Suddenly, the Dragon Sparrow organization released an urgent official statement. His identity is an S-class state secret. All rumors must cease immediately, or Dragon Sparrow will take extreme enforcement measures. The atmosphere at the Dragon Blood Guild was electric, like a massive festival. Everyone was screaming until their throats were raw, because he had brought back legendary glory for the guild. Great job. Let those villains at the Shin Chen Guild choke on their regret. The Dragon Blood Guild was rising, and the happiest ones were the two elders, Yan Zhengshang and Wu Yangze. After celebrating and roaring their lungs out, the two old men suddenly realized something. Wait, where is our MVP Guildmaster Yi? Yan Zhengshang replied. He said he had urgent business and bolted. Meanwhile, back at he's dorm room 4-2F-A3. He didn't care about the hype he created. He was in his room contacting the Mad Doctor. On the 3D screen, the doctor reported Master Eye successfully retrieved the golden gene you hid in city. He asked, is there a way to unseal it? The Mad Doctor's expression turned serious. I can open it. After all, I was one of the lead engineers on the Golden Gene project back in the day. However, this vial has a built-in electronic transmitter. The moment the seal is broken, it will broadcast a tracking signal. The Thunderbird headquarters will track the signal and hunt us down. He frowned. Is there a way to jam the transmission? The Mad Doctor nodded. Yes. I've already started acquiring materials to build a shielding room. He asked immediately. What is the ETA on completion? The mad scientist claimed 15 days was sufficient, but deciphering the complex mathematical codes embedded within would require just as long. He offered his praise and entrusted the task to him. Excellent, then make haste. Above all, prioritize your own safety. Beep. The call ended. He pressed the power button on the remote, cutting the connection. He sat in silence, analyzing the memories he had just extracted from the lunatic doctor. He never imagined that years ago, Prometheus held such a deep collaborative history with the descending gods of the Sky Kingdom. In the past, Prometheus exploited their vast resources to secretly nurture a demonic vessel for the Sky Kingdom's descent. But just as the incubation neared completion, Prometheus drove a treacherous blade into the back of their divine ally. During the long incubation period, those scientific maniacs had secretly injected unauthorized genetic materials into the vessel. Consequently, when the anomaly finally descended, it was pitifully frail. In the end, Prometheus successfully captured the very first living anomaly in human history. Afterward, Prometheus dissected the entity, carving it up organ by organ for experimentation. They possessed a living specimen with a life rank far surpassing any creature on the blue star. In the field of biological science, Prometheus was like a Formula One racer slamming down the accelerator. The Eden Project eventually birthed numerous breakthroughs derived from the anomaly's flesh. Take the earth-shattering Eden Project, for instance. Through this initiative, the lunatics at Prometheus intended to handcraft a god for the mortal realm. This artificial deity was not designed merely to protect the blue star from secret invasions or descending demon gods. It was meant to abolish the current national systems and unify all of humanity. Because this divine superbrain would transcend every existing organization and collective. Its purpose was to distribute all the Blue Star's resources with absolute mathematical fairness, transforming the world into the mythical Garden of Eden. Then there was the Spark Project, aiming to rewrite the genome of the entire human race, triggering a biological leap, the very precursor to the Thunderbird's Golden Gene Project. Still glued to the sofa, he focused intensely on the mystery of the gene locks, sensing a disturbance in the logic. The waters of Prometheus ran too deep. Previously, just mentioning the gene lock keyword had caused a misunderstanding, making others believe he was one of their operatives. His intuition screamed that he was the protagonist of a twisted awakening manhwa, destined to be dragged into the violent vortex of Prometheus, sooner or later. Speaking of destiny, he had been so busy assisting Ouyang-Zhe that he hadn't studied the badge Senior Azure Dragon gave him. Now was the perfect time to cultivate the sleep technique. He tucked the clan badge beneath his pillow and initiated the sleep cultivation method, his consciousness drifting into the martial fate dimension. The moment he opened his eyes, freezing rain slapped against his face, shattering into icy mist. He stood up to find himself clad in battered knight's armor, lying amidst a mountain of corpses. He muttered in confusion, realizing this place had just witnessed a cataclysmic battle. His sharp eyes quickly detected anomalies in his immediate vicinity. The ground was scarred with scorch marks that even the relentless freezing rain could not extinguish. Examining a soldier's corpse nearby, he noticed claw marks that clearly did not belong to a human. The earth was churned into massive mud pits, but viewed from above, they were unmistakably the footprints of some colossal behemoth. Realizing the rain had ceased, he struggled to strip off the tattered heavy armor and cast it aside. He scoffed. Can Western knights actually fight freely in this heavy scrap metal? Rummaging through the dead, he salvaged the best preserved greatsword he could find. It would have to suffice. He stood proudly, a lone figure in the desolate arena. In this martial fate space, his true power was suppressed, forcing him to scavenge weapons just to survive. The timing felt right. The owner of this martial fate, effectively the quest-giving NPC, should be arriving any moment now. Just as predicted, the thunder of hooves echoed from the distance. Two towering steeds emerged, pulling an exquisitely crafted carriage. The carriage halted before Yi. A burly masked driver yanked the reins. The curtain lifted, revealing a stern old man wearing a black hat. With a patch covering his right eye and cropped hair, the elder poked his head out, let out a dismissive hamp, and aggressively snapped the curtain shut. Without a word, the driver whipped the horses, turning the carriage to leave, completely ignoring him. He shouted after them. Hey, why are you running away? Suddenly, the carriage ground to a halt. The massive horses trembled, their legs buckling as they failed to pull the load. It turned out he had grabbed the rear of the carriage, refusing to let it flee. No matter how the powerful beast struggled, escape was impossible. He smirked. My dear lord, why do you run the moment you see me? Aren't you supposed to issue a trial or a quest? The old man inside threw open the curtain, his face now twisted with panic as he screamed. How does this brat possess such monstrous strength to hold back a carriage? I have nothing to say to a bandit like you. Through the tirade he latched onto a key word. His expression darkened as he asked, Bandit, did you just call me a bandit? Since they existed as spiritual bodies, language was no barrier. Even though he spoke modern Shia dialect, the elder understood him perfectly. Seeing his look of feigned innocence, the old man felt his liver ache with rage. Stop playing dumb. That blue-haired martial artist years ago, didn't he break in for our family's inheritance too? My unfilial grandchildren are useless, so I have endured in this martial fate space solely to protect the glory of my clan. Who could have guessed that blue-haired warrior would force his way in after breaking his limits, using brute violence to steal the legacy? You are no different, bandit thief. The old man roared in indignation. He froze, realizing this NPC was blinding himself with a past grudge. Old man, I don't care about the resentment in your heart. But as the NPC in charge of quests, refusal to work is not an option. His mind raced. The old man ignored him, yet he couldn't let this key character escape. Finally, a plan sparked. He raised the heavy greatsword clack-clack and severed the carriage's wheels. The old man inside felt his heart catch fire with anxiety. He shrieked, "Hey, you brat! What do you think you're doing?" He flashed a mischievous grin worthy of a demon lord. "Apologies, my lord. To prevent an unqualified NPC guide from running away, I'm afraid you'll have to walk with me while I explore the map." And so he successfully coerced the NPC into joining his party. The old man trudged ahead, cursing with every step. "You damn brat, you actually dismantled my carriage?" He said, "Sorry, old-timer. You are the master of this martial fate space, so I have to trouble you to lead the way." They trekked through the ruins, stepping over the scattered remains of monsters. Hearing his polite words, the old spirit felt slightly comforted. "Humph. At least you understand manners better than that blue-haired brat." Then he got down to business. "Follow the trail of this spewed matter, and you will find the trial grounds." After walking a while, the flat plains gave way to a towering white mountain shrouded in mist. He stopped. "The traces disappear here. What a headache." But the spectral old man had his own schemes. He snickered internally. Silly kid. Did you really think I'd lead you straight to the trial? You're too naive. You will be lost in this martial fate space forever." But then he looked up at the sky and muttered, "Wait." If there are no footprints on the ground, high above he spotted a massive bird circling. Its enormous wingspan blocked out a portion of the light. He realized, did it fly up there? The old man froze in terror. He didn't expect this brat to find the key clue so quickly. This perception, combined with the talent he showed earlier. If he really is a descendant of my clan, that would be miraculous. Unfortunately, he was just using pure logic. Flying creatures are no exception. They always build their nests in high places. We are on a massive plain. If I just search in this direction, the highest peak visible must be the target. He grinned at the spirit. "Old sir, I'm going to need to borrow your horse again." The old man jumped, terrified out of his wits, and stammered, Sure." Time blurred as he crossed the vast plains and reached the foot of the snow-capped mountain. He rode the warhorse hard, dragging the NPC elder along. He whipped the reins, pushing the horse to its limit. Suddenly, the horse's eyes flashed with fear, and it slammed on the brakes. It reared up, letting out a terrified whinny. The momentum threw both riders backward, slamming them hard onto the frozen ground. The NPC elder face-planted, but he landed on his feet. He sensed it immediately. The horse smells danger. We have reached the destination. A high-pitched dragon roar shattered the silence of the snowy peaks. Massive wings unfurled, spanning dozens of meters. 3 serpentine necks rose up, topped with majestic white dragon heads. They were diving straight down. He gasped. "What is that?" Then it clicked. Is this the legendary nemesis of Godzilla, from the myths? The disaster that swallows stars. A dragon head swooped down, unleashing a torrent of scorching breath right at he. Facing those golden dragon eyes, he and the old man looked insignificantly small. The energy radiating from the beast was like a solar storm crashing down. In a split second, the red-hot breath engulfed him. A pillar of apocalyptic fire incinerated everything, leaving no trace of their bodies. Moments later, the shockwaves settled. Only the spectral silhouette of the old NPC remained. He hunched over his cane, scorched by the heat. You found the right spot, but you were just a speck of dust consumed by its rage. I am the master of this space. I cannot die. He adjusted his black hat, smirking. That kid was still too young. This trial isn't about killing the multi-headed white dragon. It is about finding the artifact in the snow mountain and offering it as tribute to gain recognition. The elder recalled the previous failure, noting that the blue-haired fool was merely an exception. After breaking through his limits, he relied on sheer, overwhelming power to brutally slaughter the multi-armed white dragon and seize the legacy. Suddenly, the old man shivered. A thought struck him. Wait, but that kid couldn't possibly. Before he could finish, the smoke cleared. He stood there unharmed. His clothes were vaporized, and his sword was ash, but he stood tall. The old man's jaw dropped in disbelief. That brat is alive. But something was wrong. He's body was covered in black-green scales, with bioluminescent blue energy flowing between the cracks. He looked up, confidence radiating from him. The first time I entered this martial fate space, I couldn't access the physical boosts from my template, because my compatibility was too low. But now, the synchronization rate has skyrocketed. The template's power is merging with my very soul. This was the moment fans of this awakening manhwa had been waiting for. He could finally manifest the monster's power inside the mental realm. The strength of the template has finally synchronized with Yi-He's spirit. He roared, "That trash sword was useless anyway. Now witness my true power." The NPC elder was paralyzed by the pressure, his voice trembling. How is this possible? This kid. He is a monster to roar. Scorching nuclear breath erupted from his maw Yi. He morphed into a colossal obsidian beast, matching the white dragon's size. With 71% Godzilla cell compatibility, he devoured the giant form energy like a beast from an awakening manhwa, achieving a complete Godzilla transformation. However, this terrifying might came with a price. It was not infinite. Once the giant form energy and nuclear reserves were depleted, this demonic form would vanish. At best, he had 2 minutes and 30 seconds to end this. Atomic breath leaked from his massive jaws as he growled. That is more than enough time. The long-necked monster sensed the shift in the tide. It shrieked in terror, writhing desperately to escape. Yi. He lunged his claws, crushing the beast's 3 skinny necks, instantly cutting off its air supply. As the ear-piercing screech died out, he roared like a true system manhwa predator. Godzilla versus the star-devouring disaster. The monster was terrified, but the old observer had not realized that Yi-He was far more terrifying than the beast itself. Yi-He's strength was absolutely abnormal. The old man's teeth chattered as he gasped in horror. Mother of God. Boom. With every step Yi-He took, his body seemed to grow larger, shaking the heavens and earth. Debris flew like shrapnel, bouncing the old man around like a rag doll. The 3-headed white dragon was dragged helplessly, letting out pathetic squeals of defeat. He swung the monster's body like a flail, smashing it into the frozen mountain. The impact cracked the earth, sending a massive plume of dust and snow into the sky. Yi-He's rage hit critical mass. His voice thundered, "Let's turn this martial dimension into a legendary battlefield." The white dragon's 3 necks were twisted like rag dolls, its lightning and fire breath stifled in its throat before it could even spark. It realized too late that a ground war with this obsidian titan was suicide. It tried to take to the skies, but he wasn't about to let his prey escape. A deafening roar shook the air. "You think you can bully me? You think you're the only one who can dominate the heavens?" He was already prepared to intercept. Azure energy surged along his dorsal fins, igniting from tail to skull in a blinding sequence. Only this vast martial dimension could contain his full, unbridled power. He inhaled sharply, compressing a catastrophic amount of nuclear energy within his chest, priming the ultimate attack. He'd never unleashed this level of pressure before. "Don't forget," he growled, "I have long-range artillery too." A beam of pure visible mana primed itself in his maw, a sovereign declaration of destruction, ready to be unleashed upon the world. The 3 dragon heads fired simultaneously, merging into a spiraling helix of lightning and fire. Boom! The azure atomic breath collided with their combined assault. At the point of impact, space distorted into a crimson sphere of volatile energy before detonating with world-shattering force. However, the mana cost to maintain this Godzilla form was absolutely astronomical. Unleashing that atomic breath drastically reduced the time he could maintain this Titan transformation. He wasn't foolish enough to rely solely on a contest of raw firepower against a beast of this caliber. He possessed multiple forms in his arsenal. Suddenly, massive bone spikes erupted from his obsidian abdomen. "Shin Godzilla mode," he roared. Nuclear energy swept out like a gamma-ray storm, impaling the 3-headed white dragon with countless beams. The dragon, fully committed to its breath attack, had zero defense prepared. Scalding dragon blood and shattered white scales exploded into the air. The elemental beam sputtered and died instantly. The only sounds left were the sickening crunch of impact and the doomed beast's pained shrieks. The majestic dragon was reduced to a ragdoll dangling in the air like a worm on a hook. He smirked at the broken creature. 3 heads left. Reminds me of an old enemy. He snapped his jaws shut, conserving every ounce of remaining energy. He charged his footsteps, shaking the earth, and stomped directly onto the dragon's chest with the weight of a mountain. The impact silenced their roars, but before the middle head could recover, Yi-He's jaws clamped around it. The dragon's eyes widened in sheer terror at the blue glow building within. Say goodbye to your heads, Yi. He rasped his throat, lighting up with atomic fire once more. Boom! Violent, nuclear energy flooded the dragon's orifices, forcing its way down the throat and into the core of its being. The neck expanded like a plasma bomb, before detonating from the inside out. Azure lightning tore through flesh, resulting in a gruesome rain of blood. The atomic fire melted bone and scale alike, burning all the way down to the super biological lightning organ in its chest. As the smoke cleared, Yi-He stood holding the dragon's searing red heart. He raised it high, roaring his dominance to the heavens. Silence returned to the dimension, save for the settling dust of the fallen titan. Amidst the ruins, Yi-He shone like a god. The NPC elder watched with his jaw on the floor. Is this an illusion? How could a human possess the raw stats of a kaiju and slaughter a boss monster? Suddenly, the old man's face went pale as those predatory eyes turned toward him. Thud! The massive dragon heart landed right in front of him, the ground tremor nearly knocking the elder off his feet. The titanic form of the monster began to rapidly compress and shrink. A naked young man emerged, stretching comfortably. Nothing beats the rush of a kaiju transformation. Old man, I know where the hidden legacy is now. Your services are no longer required. Ignoring the stunned NPC, he strode confidently toward the pulsating red heart. Keep dreaming, brat, the elder spat. Yi-He cracked his knuckles, grinning. Hey, I knew you'd say that. I'll take it myself. He plunged both hands deep into the organ. Scalding dragon blood sprayed over him, filling the air with a metallic, iron-heavy stench. Spicy, he muttered, feeling the searing heat. But for a monster like him, it was barely a nuisance. It felt like digging through molten slag. His arms burned, but his fingers brushed against something solid. Gotcha. Damn, it's heavy. Even among grandmaster-level martial artists, few possessed a physique capable of withstanding this intensity. He leveraged his whole body, blood cascading like a waterfall, and heaved a strange alien object from the depths of the heart. He grit his teeth against the immense weight. The NPC elder watched with bated breath, looking like a cat on a hot tin roof. Suddenly, the artifact uncoiled. Dozens of tentacles shot out, wrapping around his limbs. Even he was caught off guard. This was the dragon-scale armor, the realm's ultimate legacy. Microscopically, it looked like a network of invasive roots seeking a host. The roots burrowed into his pores, fusing with his capillaries. The armor liquefied, flowing over his skin like living mercury to encase his entire form. It pulsed in rhythm with him, syncing perfectly with his breath and heartbeat. His own blood now powered the bio-armor. The old man stood frozen, witnessing a transformation straight out of an awakening manhwa. The elder's face went pale as a sheet terror etched into his features as he stared at the human-turned calamity before him. He recalled the image of the Azure Dragon Warrior. Even when that blue-haired martial artist forced the dragon armor on it, only granted 90% power. Their physiques were too frail. They crumbled under the dragon armor's immense weight and bloodthirst. That meant this brat was the first martial artist in 1,000 years to gain the dragon armor's absolute acknowledgement. Standing atop the massive beating heart, he called down with a frustratingly casual tone. You asked how I did it. As you can see, I just put the armor on, and that was that. Is it supposed to be hard? The NPC elder was so furious, he wished he could find a rock to throw at his smug face just to vent his spleen. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his face flushing red with rage, but he was powerless to change reality. You brat. The old man finally unclenched his hands, letting out a long defeated sigh. Fine, so be it. He lowered his hat, his voice turning solemn and quiet. Since the ancestors have recognized you, I will not argue anymore. The family bloodline has no heir, so passing this legacy to a suitable outsider might be a blessing in disguise. At least the inheritance will not be disgraced. But he wasn't satisfied yet. he had to twist the knife. Old man, I feel like this legacy is missing something. There has to be a second part to this manual, right? The old man nearly choked on his own spit. He screamed in outrage. Don't push your luck, you bandit. Are you trying to rob my entire clan blind? Yi. He smirked and explained. The abyssal dragon armor is too extreme. It focuses solely on external hardness. It requires a matching internal cultivation technique of the same tier to allow a martial artist to achieve perfect internal-external balance. Without it, the internal organs of a normal martial artist would collapse under the sheer pressure of the dragon armor. Bones would be crushed to dust, and blood would be squeezed dry by the armor's power. Therefore, combining the internal and external techniques creates the complete body tempering manual. That is a heavenly grade martial art. A chance like this, I cannot let it slip away. 7 days later in Yi's bedroom, he was still dead to the world, sleeping in a pose that defied geometry. When his phone rang, he sat up like a zombie blanket, still draped over his head, and grabbed the device. Hello, he answered groggily. Hey, Chujo, what's up? For the past few days, 80% of his time had been spent in a cultivation trance, disguised as sleep. The information contained in the abyssal dragon armor was massive. He needed to slowly digest it within the martial destiny space. On the other end, Chuzo reported Yi, Lu Qingzu and I were discharged yesterday. We were told to go to the University Activity Center today to settle our mission rewards. Then the mission manager told me to inform you that for your reward, you need to go to the principal's office. The principal wants to pay you personally. Hearing this, Yi, he asked, in a daze I have to go to the principal's office. Yi, his messy morning face looked into the phone with visible annoyance, drool still clinging to his cheek. He muttered, does the principal want a private chat or something? Cut to the central building of the floating city of Hua Dai, the Sky Square Tower. This skyscraper stood like a monolith in the heart of the bustling metropolis. Yi, he arrived quickly. As soon as he appeared, someone was there to welcome him. Student Yi, we have been expecting you. A woman in a red dress with a beautiful face and an impressive figure introduced herself. My name is Newa. She is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Yi, he glanced at the woman for a second and nodded. All right. But internally, his suspicion grew. This woman, I don't smell any martial aura on her, but she doesn't feel like a normal human either. Could it be that she isn't human at all? Both of them quickly entered the elevator and began their ascent. The atmosphere was a bit stiff since it was their first meeting. Yi, he's still suspicious, kept sneaking glances at Nuwa before quickly looking away. Noticing Yi, he constantly peeking at her. Nuwa turned and asked directly, is student Yi, he curious about my body? Yi, he felt like he'd been shot through the heart. He jumped hurriedly, explaining, you misunderstand. I was just analyzing the advanced technology. But Nuwa replied calmly, no, it is not what you think. Then she actively unbuttoned her collar. Seeing such a bold move, Yi, his heart dropped to his feet. He flustered his face, turning beet red. What do you mean not what I think? Wait, you really misunderstand. I definitely didn't mean that. But suddenly, Nuwa opened her outer clothing, completely revealing that her torso was an advanced machine. The outer shell was transparent, clearly displaying the complex gears and circuitry within. Nuwa explained, this mass-produced vessel body has a structure very different from a human female. We only simulate a realistic appearance for the head to be more user-friendly. Yi, he exhaled loudly. Oh, so that's what you meant by different. Good lord, you scared the life out of me. The technology at Hua Dai is indeed top tier. Upon reaching floor 667, F. Nuwa bowed respectfully in the elevator. The principal is waiting for you inside. Yi, he stepped out quickly. Right, thanks for your hard work. Strangely, the moment Yi crossed the threshold, his body froze instantly. A violent tremor seized his mind, shaking his very soul. His consciousness was besieged by a chaotic storm of flashing images, like static interference, tearing through a broadcast. It was that familiar, overwhelming sensation. Yi, his current power was being ruthlessly suppressed by the system. He stumbled backward, his vision swimming. But just as gravity threatened to claim him, a plush sofa materialized behind him, catching his fall perfectly. A classic convenience, only found in a top-tier system manhwa. The moment his eyes snapped open, the chair slid across the floor on its own, stopping right before the headmaster, who was casually enjoying the art of tea. With a voice as calm as still water, the old man asked, "Had a good nap? Yee. Have you mastered the secret manual the Azure Dragon gave you?" Yee. He blinked in confusion. "Why am I here suddenly? Where is this headmaster? Is this your office?" The headmaster remained laid back, sliding a teacup toward Yee. This tea strain was cultivated in a secret dungeon by the Research Institute. The flavor is unique. Give it a taste. Yee still looked lost. "Headmaster, did the power you just used involve spatial laws?" The old man smiled warmly. "Indeed. I can perform spatial shifts within a certain range." His mind raced, confirming his suspicions. "I knew it. That's the only way he could have saved Chu Yanting. A space attribute technique. It's at least on the same legendary tier as that heaven-defying time-stop ability." The headmaster took a slow sip of tea before informing him, your academic points and resource usage cards have all been transferred to your account. As the MVP of the level 5 mission, you may choose 2 Earth-rank martial arts skills and receive 1 opportunity to craft a high-grade custom weapon. "I don't need weapons or skills right now," he thought. He looked up, meeting the headmaster's gaze, and spoke his true desire without hesitation. "Headmaster, I need to access the GeneLock files. I want to dig deeper into the Prometheus archives. It's purely for research, I swear. I have no other motives." The old man didn't even need a second to think. He nodded sharply and simply said, "Done." He felt his face heat up, his heart pounding in his chest. Could this old fox actually predict the future? Meanwhile, the headmaster just sat there sipping his tea like a Zen master. Setting down the empty cup, the headmaster stood up from the sofa. "Let's go," he said. "I'll take you to the archives myself." He blinked, completely flustered. "Now, but I haven't even finished my tea." The headmaster turned right, pushing open the heavy doors to a massive chamber. "You can finish your drink after you see the truth," he remarked. He followed close behind, but the moment he peered into the room, his voice failed him. The thing the headmaster wanted to show him. It was terrifying. Hey, what is that?" Terror gripped him as he screamed. "What kind of abomination is this?" Is that? A brain looming in the center like a pillar was a massive test tube holding a grotesque pulsating half-brain covered in tentacles. "This specimen is preserved with god-tier technology." The headmaster spoke calmly. "This is Nua's central processing unit. This is her physical body." He stood there completely dumbfounded. Nua. So that staff member was an AI construct all along. Then the headmaster dropped a bombshell. Decades ago, this half-brain belonged to Prometheus. His jaw locked tight as he thought Prometheus, the otherworld deity project. In other words, this gray matter once belonged to the first otherworld demon ever captured in human history. A supreme godlike existence sliced and diced by Prometheus. At their peak, Prometheus was truly insane and terrifyingly powerful. No wonder they dared to launch the Garden of Eden plan. They killed a god to unify the planet. Distributing humanity was child's play to them. The headmaster began typing on the advanced console. "Nua," he commanded. Instantly, a mechanical voice responded, "I am here, sir." Standing before the control panel, he ordered the system to export the data. Affirmative. Click. The machine ejected a USB drive. The headmaster handed it to Yi and said, "I've copied a subroutine of Nua onto this. Anything you want to know, just ask her." Cold sweat drenched Yi. He's back. The gears in his mind spun frantically, connecting the terrifying dots. This central computer manages the darkest secrets of Hua University, maybe even the strategic missions of Great Shi. Why would Shi Jingwen hand such a weapon to me? Is this unrealistic trust? Or is there a conspiracy hidden behind it? Seeing his hesitation, the headmaster grabbed Yi's hand and shoved the drive into his palm. He patted his shoulder with a heavy gaze. "Stop spacing out. Even for me, bringing a student here breaks the rules. Let's go." He was stunned. He muttered under his breath, "Great. The headmaster is leading the charge in breaking school policy again." Not long after, in the training chambers, Xiang Jianzhuang had just finished his session, his body radiating energy like a furnace. Just a little more, and his power would shatter his physical limits. The critical moment arrived. His eyes snapped open, blazing with light. Confidence surged through him. He had broken through to a new realm. Compared to his days as a high school boss, this power was domineering. He let out a ferocious roar. Drunk on his own strength, he strutted out with a smirk. "Ha! In just one semester, I've achieved what takes normal students over a year. It's like I'm the protagonist of a leveling manhwa." Indeed, the gap between humans is vast. Even among geniuses there are tiers. He kicked the door open, shouting, "And I, Xiang Jianzhuang, am the apex predator, ha ha ha." His laughter died instantly. Yi stood there like a ghost, asking calmly, "You done yet, classmate?" Recognizing him, Xiang's fists began to itch. He sneered, looking down his nose at Yi. "Heh, so you're the Yi that Yangze talks about delivering yourself to my doorstep." Yi. He looked at him with the weary eyes of someone dealing with a delusional child. "Classmate, are you with the Dragon Blood Society too? If you have business, go find Yangze. I need this room now." This casual dismissal triggered Xiang. His hair stood on end, his aura exploding as he roared. "Hehehe, playing dumb. Don't you know who I am? Listen well. I am Xiang Jianzhuang. That's right, the man who trampled Yangze and nearly turned your Dragon Blood Society into ancient history." He was about to proclaim himself king, but smack Yi. He silenced him with a slap that nearly shattered his jaw. The word king turned into a garbled moan as his face twisted. He hit the floor face first, out cold. "Yi." He stepped over him, tossing back a few insulting words. "Ugh. I said I wanted the room. Why stand there yapping like a guard dog? So annoying." As for Xiang, he wouldn't know a thing. By the time he woke up from that coma, a whole week had passed in the premium recovery ward. Inside the high-level chamber Yi, he rubbed his hands together, his face lighting up with mischievous glee. Finally alone, the monster king within him was starving. Suddenly, thousands of multicolored spirit stones rained down from above. Yi. He bathed in the glow. "Feast on this. All the monster cores I hunted plus my allowance and purchases. It's time to boost the compatibility of the mother worm." Feeding it this massive amount at once would force his body into a deep slumber, a state of metamorphosis. It would also release a terrifying amount of nuclear radiation. He grinned, calling upon his digital maid. "Newa, seal this room with maximum density. I'm about to start. Greetings, master." Ever since getting Newa, the university felt like his personal playground. No paperwork, just instant access. His voice dripped with excitement. "When others have privilege, I rage. But when I have privilege, oh, it smells so sweet." He commanded Newa, activate energy shielding. The system chimed, "Yes, Master Yi." But his hunger was endless. "Not enough, not enough, I need more." His level had risen, but no matter how much he devoured, the interface still flashed insufficient. He stared blankly. Still not enough. This system manhwa mechanic is brutal. As compatibility increases, leveling becomes a nightmare. The quantity and even quality of monster cores required is increasing exponentially. This is the fatal flaw of the high-tier evolution model. The maturation period is dragging on, and the resource cost is astronomical. The genetic template can't convert into combat power fast enough. It's seriously stalling his growth rhythm. That is exactly why he still has to cultivate the martial Tao. This supernatural system is a real piece of work. Suddenly, a crimson warning flashed on the screen. High energy fluctuation detected. It immediately blocked the signal leakage and adjusted the energy output to maximum overdrive. Even if you cheat, you have to cheat smart. Otherwise, what's the point of being a hacker? The clock on the wall ticked to 3:35 and 44 seconds. At that precise moment, his entire body was encased in a massive pulsating cocoon. It glowed in eerie neon blue, covered in throbbing veins. Though thick, his silhouette was visible inside, floating in a dark void. His eyes burned with terrifying ambition behind the shell. As he let out a silent, soul-shaking roar. When this crystal coffin opens, the king of monsters shall descend. The scene shifts to the skies above Huadu, where the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, unlike any other day. Today was the day Huadu University launched its crusade to reclaim the lands stolen by monsters. Massive warships loomed in the sky, looking like nuclear payloads ready to be unleashed. The headmaster had arrived early to lead the oath. Floating amidst the vast heavens, his voice boomed down to the masses below. Today marks the beginning of Operation Great Shia Recovery. 70% of the nation's martial artists have been mobilized. His gaze swept across the army, his tone turning grave as steel. He set the ultimate target. The warriors of Great Shia must take back the 12 fallen cities. The warriors below looked up with burning focus. Beneath the headmaster's feet, the entire student body stood assembled, lines perfectly straight, order absolute. There was no joking today. They existed for this singular mission to shatter the chains the demon beasts had placed upon their country. He roared to the heavens to ignite their spirits. All students of Huadu, ignite your blood chi beacons. SIR, yes sir. The thunderous response shook the ground. Their fighting spirits skyrocketed, filling the air with a suffocatingly powerful aura that matched the headmaster's heroic call. His voice echoed through the vast space, amplified by pure internal energy rather than speakers. Let your blood chi beacons pierce the heavens. Let them converge and fuse through the clash of weapons and vitality. The headmaster continued to drive the young warriors into a frenzy. This is our will to fight, a will that swears to recover our lost soil or die trying. Restore Great Shia. A pillar of crimson light erupted from the floating land, piercing the clouds. The headmaster spread his arms wide, his voice resonating. You all know the mission plans and tactical objectives by heart. I know many of you have prepared yourselves for sacrifice. He paused, letting the silence weigh on them before his voice dropped to a heavy, emphatic command. But you must survive. Only in survival is there hope. Strong warriors are the beacon for the future generations. Everyone hung on his every heroic word. He declared with absolute conviction, Huadu will forever be your home. It will stand right here, waiting for your return. A wave of unity washed over them, a shared desire to reclaim their homeland. The headmaster raised one hand, his aura flaring to its peak. All warriors of Huadu, heed my command. Swear with me. He clenched his fist and roared. Before me, there are no equals. The students echoed him with blood-boiling passion. Before me, there are no equals. The chant rolled across the sky like thunder, over and over again. In stark contrast to the roaring crowd, he remained inside his silent cocoon. But now, the shell was beginning to crack. His eyes were abyssal black. He was waiting for the moment his strength would overflow, allowing him to emerge as a superior being. In this leveling manhwa, he was about to unleash a storm the world wasn't ready for. The scene shifts. Sharp, aggressive footsteps echoed down a corridor belonging to a woman on a mission. This was Yu Yan, former Level 2 researcher at Prometheus, now a high-ranking executive at Thunderbird. As she stormed in, two guards bowed in terrified respect. Director Yu. She ignored them, her face twisted in frustration, brows furrowed as she gritted out her anger through clenched teeth. First, the golden gene was stolen, then a key base was raided, and finally, we lost an entire elite squad. Thunderbird is having a catastrophic year. The board of directors is already suspicious. They think this is the work of a single individual, intending to bring Thunderbird to its knees. But there's no proof. Even though the Black Lion wiped the traces at the Golden Mountain base, the Dragon Sparrow organization has locked onto us. If Dragon Sparrow wasn't so busy with Great Shia's city reclamation project, our plans would have already been exposed. Her voice suddenly softened into a thoughtful murmur. However, with the attention of every martial artist in the country fixated on the besieged Hamlack city, the Thunderbird seized the opportunity. Gasping for breath, it unleashed the ultimate nightmare while humanity's guard was down. This monster was a failed subject from the first generation of the Golden Gene experiments. A living Pandora's box where even the slightest slip could drag humanity into an abyss of eternal damnation, a trope fans of any leveling manhwa would fear. Even as a failed product, the Golden Gene still coursed through its veins. It possessed an innate biological radar capable of tracking the missing golden gene no matter the distance. Despite its unstable mental state, she was the only bloodhound capable of sniffing out the prize. At that very moment, Yu Yan stood before a massive, high-tech secret vault. Yu Yan's slender hand dipped into her lab coat, pulling out a heavy ring of keys. With practiced efficiency, she began sliding them into the complex array of locks, one by one. Her movements were a blur of precision. In a heartbeat, the mechanisms clicked, and the colossal reinforced steel door groaned open. From the darkness within a face, emerged a statue cast in solid bronze. It loomed in the dim light, and as the shadows shifted across its surface, it seemed to twist into a sinister, mocking smile. The lights flickered on, revealing the statue's bizarre form. It looked like a containment vessel, locking something terrifying inside. Red cables sprouted from its head, burrowing deep into the bronze skull like parasitic veins. Yu Yan stepped cautiously toward the center. Her hands were shaking as she shoved a handful of pills into her mouth, chewing frantically to calm her nerves. Pills scattered across the floor in a chaotic mess. Just as she had calculated, her expression twisted, morphing into something far more malicious and hideous. She chomped down greedily, laughing with sinister glee. "It is time for the world to witness your true horror." Heh. Meanwhile, a stealth fighter jet tore through the atmosphere, moving with terrifying speed and absolute secrecy. Deep inside the combat cockpit, the entity known as -1 remained sealed within a double layer of confinement, a cruel Iron Maiden encased within a heavy steel coffin. Two elite operatives, a man and a woman, stood watch, charged with the critical task of ensuring -1 never saw the light of day. But the restraint over his mouth had been disengaged. The lower half of -1's face was revealed lipless, with cheeks torn open to expose dry, naked gums in a permanent, grotesque grin. Rows of triangular, razor-sharp shark teeth clicked together as a raspy voice emerged. "Keep flying, straight ahead." Behind the pilot, the two operatives stood at attention behind their captain, a man whose arms had been replaced with high-grade alloy prosthetics. One saluted sharply. "Captain." The location this mongrel pointed to appears to be West City. The captain stared at -1, with a gaze that held no warmth, harboring a secret agenda that his subordinates couldn't possibly fathom. His eyes narrowed and his voice grated like sandpaper. "West City, the occupied zone, the Dragon Sparrow unit is preparing to reclaim." His team responded with absolute faith in their leader. "Rest assured, Captain, unless the thief who stole the golden gene is a Grandmaster-level expert, we can handle it. Even against a black tortoise martial artist, we'll surround and eliminate them instantly." "That's right, Captain. Under your leadership, we've never tasted defeat. As long as we don't run into the Dragon Sparrow's first division, we'll return in one piece." But then the captain muttered a command in a foreign tongue, speaking directly to his wrist. "Communicator master, access the link. Eva, block the aircraft signal and hack the navigation system. Engage autopilot." The AI voice from his watch responded instantly. "As you wish, Executor." The jet immediately shuttered its movements, becoming sluggish and erratic. The engine's whine turned into a piercing shriek. The pilot screamed in pure terror. The controls aren't responding." Confusion swept over the two operatives as they witnessed their respected captain make his move. Before the pilot could finish his sentence, a bloody hole exploded through his neck. His windpipe was ripped out in a flash. The captain stood over his fallen comrade, his eyes radiating lethal danger. The captain casually flicked the blood off his alloy hand, staring down at his remaining subordinates, whose combat suits had been hacked by Eva, leaving them paralyzed and helpless. The remaining male operative broke into a cold sweat, stuttering in disbelief. "See, Captain. Since when? Since when did you become a traitor?" The captain turned his face, a mask of cruelty. "Traitor. That word is inaccurate. You see, I was never a member of the Thunderbird organization to begin with, so there is no betrayal. My apologies, everyone. I'll wait for you in hell, where you can punish me all you want. But for now, please die." No one had anticipated that the mission would end before it even began. The elite soldiers were now fish on a chopping block. Unable to resist, they could only watch in horror as that alloy hand crushed their throats as easily as aluminum cans. Captain screams echoed. While the captain slaughtered his own team, the prisoner in the iron coffin laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, dead, they're all dead. The captain's attention shifted to the prisoner locked behind the bronze faceplate. -1 was trembling with excitement. Hey buddy, can you spare some blood? I'm parched. -1 extended a long dark red tongue, licking the dry withered skin of his own face. Drool cascaded from his mouth. He was an abomination, a creature that looked like it walked straight out of a horror manhwa recap, destined to play the role of the ultimate slasher villain. The captain ripped the heart out of a fallen comrade. He looked at the steaming organ and said, "These members were all Grandmaster-level martial artists. Enjoy their hearts." He shoved the visceral offering into -1's mouth. The creature howled. "Hound, you've set me free." The heart was crushed like a juicy peach, swallowed in an instant. -1 smacked his lips, savoring the metallic sweetness of the vital essence. But his hunger was bottomless. He demanded, "Not enough. Give me everything." The captain chuckled, shaking his head. "I'm a top-tier agent of the Northern White Shield, yet here I am feeding a dog. You don't sound very loyal for a pet." Looking at the pile of corpses, -1 asked, with a throat full of greed and rasp, "What do you want me to do?" The captain reached for the hatch release while speaking plainly, "I don't need you to follow a plan. Just unleash your rage upon this land of the Great Xia." Great Xia is beginning to reclaim their lost cities. Their renaissance is something the Northern White Shield cannot allow. The cabin door hissed open, and a violent gale rushed in, yet the captain stood immovable as a mountain. He added, "I should get going. If I wait for you to fully break out, I'm afraid even I would be torn to shreds. Consider these Grandmaster corpses your first meal after prison." He tossed his unlit cigar into the void and leaped out of the plane without hesitation. Below, another stealth fighter was already waiting to catch him. According to the containment protocols, -1 was strictly forbidden from eating. Once he consumed biomass and gained energy, the iron coffin would no longer be enough to hold him. -1's pale corpse-like complexion began to flush with life. The iron coffin that had bound him for decades let out its first groan of failure. Heh. Before I was a hound, sniffing for treasure. Now I am a rabid dog off the leash. They underestimated me. I want it. I want to bite them all to pieces and swallow them whole. The steel spikes embedded in the cage vibrated violently before blasting outward like bullets coated in brain matter. The spikes ricocheted wildly inside the cabin, striking the weak points of the iron coffin with rhythmic precision. The seamless prison under assault from both the inside and the outside finally cracked. A withered, twisted demon emerged from his steel tomb as the plane hurtled toward West City. His body was massive, his limbs thin and desiccated, yet harder than diamond. His head lacked a skull, leaving his pink pulsating brain completely exposed, the convoluted wrinkles of his mind on full display. The monster roared with ambition. "First, I will complete the golden gene. I will achieve true evolution and become a god. Let's see who dares call me a dog in this leveling manhwa world then." The scene shifts to West City. Countless aircraft carrying various martial arts squads were converging on the fallen city. Among them, a massive carrier-class warship, representing the Imperial University, dominated the sky. At that moment, every squad heading to West City received an urgent transmission from the flagship. "Warning, evacuate the bombing radius immediately. Our battleships are priming their cannons for a full-scale purge. We will unleash a wide-area bombardment to draw the beast-tide's attention away from the city center. Once the perimeter is clear, a vanguard squad, led by a martial grandmaster, will strike. They will pierce the enemy's defense like a dagger and execute a decapitation strike on the Beast Lord." Countless missiles rained down from the sky like a meteor shower of judgment, sweeping toward the fallen ruins of the city. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a stealth fighter slipping through the clouds, diving straight into the heart of West City. Above the clouds, a massive shadow suddenly eclipsed the fighter jet. A six-eyed monster bird tore through the vapor, its massive talons hooking into the metal fuselage, thinking it had snagged an easy meal. The beast ripped the cockpit roof off like paper, but inside, there was no pilot. Only a pool of blood splattered across the controls. Suddenly, the beast froze. It sensed a terrifying power source, one that was horrifyingly close. It turned its head, startled by the overwhelming pressure. Before the bird could react, Subject -1, no longer a dried husk, but fully restored to his grotesque glory, appeared on top of its head like a ghost. He let out a savage, maniacal cackle. Hehehehe. His jagged black and yellow shark teeth ground together behind torn, diseased lips. Heh, time to change my diet. He pulled his arm back, his fingers fusing together to form a sharp, organic blade. In the next instant, his left hand plunged deep into the back of the bird's neck. Black blood sprayed like a fountain, drenching -1's face. His arm dissolved into countless red and black tentacles, burrowing into the beast's body like invasive roots. The monster bird didn't even have time to scream. Its massive frame was drained in seconds, withering away until only a hollow layer of skin remained. Now, hovering in the sky, was the shriveled corpse of the thunderbird, completely engulfed by those foul, writhing tentacles. Suddenly, massive black wings, the wings of the demon bird, erupted from -1's back. He burst forth from the dried husk of his prey, radiating an aura of terrifying power that shook the heavens. Sparks of bioelectricity crackled around him as he absorbed the beast's essence. -1 turned his back to the sun, spreading his new wings wide. He had successfully molted reborn in a nightmare form. His exposed, gelatinous brain was now heavily armored, protected by his evolution. His body was now a perfect, unholy fusion of the thunderbird, and his own withered form possessing the flight of a beast and the agility of a human. Beneath his skin, it looked like thousands of worms were squirming. He looked down at West City beneath his feet, his 6 newly grown eyes spinning wildly in their sockets. What a magnificent ecological gene bank. My damaged body can be perfectly restored here. This is the ultimate all-you-can-eat buffet. Ha ha ha. Below in West City, the symphony of war played on, with explosions rocking the streets continuously. The situation was critical. A stealth fighter in the sky took a direct hit. Fire and smoke billowed from its belly as it entered an uncontrollable spiraling nosedive. The jet slammed into the earth, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Nearby buildings crumbled like sandcastles, sending a massive shockwave through the district. Dust and debris mushroomed into the sky as the ground cracked open. The commotion immediately caught the attention of a squad of martial artists patrolling the ground. The lead warrior drew his sword from his back, shouting urgently, "Sister Lu, a plane was just taken down by a demon beast over there. We need to rescue the survivors now." The pink-haired female grandmaster sprinted forward, but barked a warning. "Little Zhang, hold your horses. The beast that took down that plane might still be lurking in the area." Little Zhang turned back, looking at his mentor with eyes full of admiration. "But Sister Lu, you're a grandmaster. This is the outskirts of West City. There isn't a beast alive here that can match your strength." Another team member chimed in, hype man style. "That's right. Sister Lu, Little Zhang is spitting facts. If we're too scared to handle the outskirts, how are we ever going to raid the city center?" Hearing her team's confidence, Sister Lu sighed and nodded, her voice softening. "Fine. But stay sharp. Do not let your guard down." With the speed of elite martial artists, they covered a kilometer in seconds, arriving at the crash site. But what they found wasn't a rescue mission. It was a graveyard. The monsters attracted by the crash had already been torn to shreds. Their deaths were so fresh that their monster cores were intact and their shattered remains were still twitching on the ground. Suddenly, the squad froze. They spotted the architect of this massacre. A man was sitting on the ground with his back to them, casually chewing on something wet and fleshy. Little Zhang and his teammates stopped dead, paralyzed by fear. His face turned purple as he stammered, Did he wipe out all these monsters by himself?" Sister Liu, a veteran of countless battles, narrowed her eyes. She knew instantly something was wrong. Is that a rogue cultivator who lost his mind in the chaos? She scanned the carnage. Every monster had been brutally ripped apart, deliberately kept alive until the last moment to maximize pain. This wasn't a fight for survival. It was torture. It was a game. Just then, the figure gnawing on raw meat sensed the new arrivals. He didn't turn his body. Instead, his head snapped around a full 180 degrees. His body was unnaturally large, and his face, 6 eyes were arranged in a horrific circle, his mouth dripping with monster blood and gore. He pulled back his gums, revealing a bloodthirsty grin directed straight at Sister Liu. He laughed a sound like grinding bones. Fresh prey has walked right into my trap. One look was all it took to send a shiver down Sister Lu's spine. Despite surviving 1,000 hellish battlefields in this leveling manhwa world, she knew instantly this was an entity she could never hope to defeat. But escape was no longer an option. Countless black and red tentacles erupted from the earth like hellish vines. They wove together in the sky, sealing the area in a terrifying hemispherical prison of despair. Windblade/Little Zong roared with fury, unleashing a horizontal strike against the inner wall of the dungeon. But instead of stone, his blade sank into the grotesque pulsating purple tentacles of that horror. It felt like hacking into a swamp of sludge. His weapon was swallowed by the crimson-black wall, refusing to budge. Little Zong froze, panic rising in his chest. Why is it so soft? Suddenly the crimson flesh writhed and a gigantic distorted human face bulged out from the wall. Before Jang could even process the nightmare, a massive maw lunged at him. The stench of rotting blood assaulted his senses as sticky strands of saliva trailed from the monstrosity's mouth. Crunch. In a split second, it swallowed him whole. The wall expanded like a gorged python, the sickening sound of grinding bones echoing through the silent prison. It happened so fast that no one could react. The faces of the team members trapped inside the barrier twisted in absolute terror and disbelief. Little Zong. He was eaten, a warrior stammered, trembling behind Sister Lu. She stood there paralyzed by the sheer brutality of the scene. You bastard! Sister Liu screamed, her aura detonating like a bomb. She knew in this awakening manhwa world, if she didn't kill this mastermind now, none of them would leave alive. She prepared to unleash everything she had. But Subject -1 just sat there calmly, watching his next meal struggle with amusement. The monster licked his nose with a long, slender tongue, his excitement palpable. His left arm began to mutate, twisting and hardening into a black and red long blade. Wind blade slash. His face darkened with killing intent, all 6 eyes glowing, as they locked onto Sister Liu. She felt the pressure of the incoming attack, a copy of Zhang's move, and her eyes flashed as she read the trajectory. Subject -1 struck. As the copied wind blade slashed forward, Sister Liu ducked just in time, the foul wind of the attack grazing her face. Although her veteran experience saved her life, shock was written all over her face. She backflipped multiple times to create distance from Subject -1. Looking up at the horror, a terrifying realization began to form in her mind. That skill. Why was it identical to little Zhang's? She had watched Dang grow up, sparred with him countless times. She knew his form better than anyone. A martial art can be copied, but how can the muscle memory and habits be exactly the same? Suddenly, a voice echoed from all directions. Sister Lu. Little Zhang is still alive. Sister Lu jerked her head up, her pupils shrinking in pure fear. She lost all sense of direction as the weak voice grew louder and clearer. She spun around and gasped. For the first time in her life, true despair hit her. The entire inner wall of the prison had transformed into a sea of black and red tentacles, and every single tentacle ended in the twisted, agonizing face of Little Zong. Countless faces crowded together, staring at Sister Liu with bloodshot, pleading eyes. Save me, Sister Liu. I'm suffering. It hurts so much. I'm dying. Save me. Sister Liu was drenched in cold sweat, her mouth hanging open in horror. He learns. Sister Liu's voice trembled, barely a whisper. Subject -1 can instantly master a warrior's skills by devouring them. It's like he stitches the warrior into his own body. Squelch. The moment her focus wavered, the monster vanished and reappeared directly behind her back. In a flash of gore, an arm was torn cleanly from Sister Liu's body. Subject -1 looked satisfied. With his triangular teeth, he savagely bit into her severed limb, and then burrowed into her body, taking total control of Sister Liu. He wiped blood from his mouth, his voice now mimicking hers perfectly. A bit tough, but the meat has a nice chew. I can sense a golden gene carrier in the West City, he mused, fitting perfectly into this manhwa recap narrative. As his bones cracked and shifted, his face and body morphed, until he was an exact replica of Sister Liu. I'll head there and infiltrate the other warrior squads. I'll wait until we're all close friends. And then suddenly, I'll start eating them one by one. The looks on their faces will be exquisite. I sense many powerful life forms on this battlefield. Grandmaster tier warriors. Lord tier beasts. If I can devour genes of that level, who under the heavens would dare treat me like a dog again? Subject. -1. Step toward the ruined city, his shadow writhing like a mass of tentacles. I have broken my chains. I have ascended into a demon. Hehehe. With a sinister laugh, he vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, on the front lines, a massive skeletal horse with horns appeared, triggering the alarm. Captain A. Lord tier beast has breached the rear. Don't panic, a booming voice commanded. A streak of white light flashed across the battlefield. The eight-legged skeletal nightmare roared, ignoring the missile bombardment. It tore through the fire net and crushed the tank division, unleashing devastation. But riding through the chaos was a warrior on a white steed, holding a massive spear, high-charging with the fury of a god. Boom! A golden spear tore through the sky like divine punishment. The face of an Earth-tier warrior was illuminated by the domineering light of his power. Everyone was blinded by the brilliance, followed by the shockwave of a massive collapse. The attack hit with the force of a landslide. The skeletal giant was too large to dodge. The golden electromagnetic blast pierced it completely. From head to tail, the beast was obliterated. The dust settled to reveal the majestic figure of the man and his white warhorse. Facing an endless beast-tide, human firepower was as fragile as a candle in a tsunami, liable to be extinguished at any moment. But the man leading the charge, clad in snow-white dragon armor and wielding a dragon-scale spear, was Chen Tianwu, Dean of Hua Dai Academy, and the spearhead of this leveling manhwa operation. His voice was steel. Only by relying on the flexibility and power of individual warriors to assassinate the high-level beasts can we break the tide and lure out the overlord. Our 5-man vanguard squad from Hua Dai carries this heavy burden. Suddenly, he frowned. It's too quiet here. Riding beside him was Di Qiming, student council president and vanguard member. Professor Di Qiming replied, "The route is clear." The Dragon Sparrow scout team confirmed this is the optimal path to the Overlord's lair. Chen Tianwu replied solemnly, "The higher a warrior's cultivation, the stronger their spiritual intuition becomes. Some can even see their own death in their dreams. So Kaimin, you must trust a warrior's instinct." Chen Tianwu raised his hand. "All units halt. Assume defensive formation." The entire squad froze instantly, their discipline absolute. This wasn't just a skirmish, it was a scene straight out of a high-stakes leveling manhwa. Chen Tianwu dismounted his Kirin. Steed crossed his legs and sat in meditative silence, gripping his spear. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, channeling his mental energy. After the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, his eyes snapped open. It is here. A split second later, a suffocating pressure washed over them all. The air itself grew heavy with the approach of a terrifying power. A golden meteor tore through the clouds. It slammed into the earth with apocalyptic force, sending a mushroom cloud of dust and fire dozens of meters into the sky. As the smoke cleared, the nightmare revealed its face. Standing 5 meters tall was a monstrosity resembling a rhinoceros beetle, clad in indestructible golden armor. Muscles bulged like steel cables, and its limbs were thick pillars of raw power. Above terrifying emerald green eyes sat a single smooth horn, sharp as an ivory spear and glistening with lethal intent. It crossed its arms, radiating pure arrogance. A voice like a subwoofer vibrating through their chests boomed out. This king prepared a grand welcome ahead. "Why have you insects stopped?" The demon beast spoke the human tongue. Chen Tianwu wasted no breath on words. Every second this overlord lived meant thousands more casualties on the front lines. Target confirmed: West City Lord, the Golden Horn Beetle Venerable. All units battle formation. The West City war zone was a living hell. Skyscrapers reduced to rubble, black smoke choking the sky and the earth, scarred by countless explosions. Earth-rank martial art thunder, dragon spear thrust. The sonic boom detonated behind Chen Tianwu. He launched like a railgun shell, his silver dragon scale spear crackled with white lightning, aiming straight for the heart. But the Beetle Venerable merely sneered with frighteningly human contempt. "Heh, fragile, foolish humans. You think these parlor tricks can scratch me?" As the spear charged with devastating momentum, the monster didn't even flinch, keeping its arms crossed. A fist the size of a millstone clenched tight. No technique, no martial arts, just absolute world-ending brute force. The Golden Horn Venerable leaned forward, his aura crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Witness true oppression. He punched the empty air, shattering the sound barrier and sending a shockwave ripping toward them. The punch carried the weight of a natural disaster, causing the very space in front of him to tremble and warp. It was a strike, promising that anything in its path would be reduced to nothing but atomic dust. Suddenly, the Venerable froze. Just as the lightning tip met the golden fist aura, a withered but wiry old man materialized instantly beside the impact point. He roared. Earth rank secret art. Dripping water pierces stone. Click, clack, click. His hands moved like flowing water, leaving after images as they struck critical pressure points along the beetle Venerable's arm in a blur of motion. The monster's arm went numb instantly. The punch's devastating power was cut in half. Seizing the opening, the silver lightning spear tore through the weakened golden defense. The Golden Horn Venerable screeched a sound like grinding metal, exploding in the air. Wretched humans. You studied my physiology just for this ambush. Trembling with pure rage, his golden carapace spiked up like 1,000 razor blades. His golden wings snapped open. Moving at maximum velocity, he batted the silver spear aside with terrifying force. Then his other hand descended like a falling meteor, aiming to crush the old man into paste. I'll kill you first, old wretched thing. A 3-meter-tall warrior clad in fortress-like heavy armor roared, raising a colossal shield. He charged, becoming a living iron wall between Death and Elder Mu. Elder Mu instantly flashed backward, creating distance, and letting the tank take the full brunt of the monster's wrath. Boom! The sky shook. The heavy, armored warrior was hammered into the ground, his massive frame embedded deep into the bedrock. Fresh blood sprayed from the seams of his thick armor, staining the metallic engravings red. The giant shield vibrated violently, screaming under the stress. It was a blow meant to pulverize flesh and steel alike. Just as the monster prepared to finish him, a duo blocked the path. Taming, a half-step grandmaster, and his partner, Bai Tiantian, a 9th-stage Xuanwu warrior. Masters of dual cultivation arts, their combined strike could briefly rival a Grandmaster Tiantian Go, Taming shouted. Leave it to me, she replied. Bai Tiantian spread her arms, channeling the yin-yang insect tremor to its limit. Frigid yin and scorching yang energies swirled around her palms, opposing yet united. Taming leaped forward, the tiger head gauntlets on his fists, emitting a phantom roar. One hard, one soft. Like Tai Chi yin and yang, their opposing forces spiraled together in a perfect, deadly trajectory. Black and white auras merged and separated, clashing and complementing, forcefully pinning the Golden Horn Venerable's feet to the ground with supernatural pressure. The monster stood firm, barely drained. He scoffed loudly. You think this petty martial art can seal the movements of a king? Domain expansion. Suddenly, the Golden Horned Venerable felt a shift in reality. His eyes widened in genuine shock. Trapped in the center, the massive beast looked around frantically. Bodies littered the ground beneath him. He roared in confusion. Is this the legendary human magnetic field? Blood sprayed into the heavens. On the other side, Chen Tianyu spurred his Kirin steed, accelerating to phone speeds in a heartbeat. The spear was now fully wreathed in lightning. Man and beast merged into a single streak of destruction, leading the charge. To the monster, it looked like a general commanding an army of thousands forged from pure thunder. Domain 1000 Army Thunderwall. The Golden Horned Venerable looked up, eyes locked on the incoming doom. The human cultivation system truly has merits worth stealing. With a thunderous roar, his body doubled in size. The golden armor cracked open to reveal magma-red veins. His wings beat with insane power, sending razor-sharp shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield. He launched himself into the sky, manic energy in his voice. The Emperor was right. It is time we learned from you pests. It transformed into a beam of golden light, tearing through the air at supersonic speeds. It crashed straight into the army of thousands, two opposing forces destined to collide in a violent cataclysm. Boom! The impact was apocalyptic. The terrifying clash of energy shattered the very laws of the domain, while thunderous roaring echoed across the entirety of West City. A spear of lightning pierced from the city center all the way to the outskirts, reducing everything in its path to absolute nothingness. As the dust settled and a desolate wind swept through the ruins, the survivors remained frozen in shock. Murmurs filled the air. Did we actually take down the Overlord? Was it really that easy? Even if he's alive, surely he took critical damage. Right? But from the smoke, the Golden Horn Sovereign's pierced body began to pulse. Disgusting meat bubbles formed and hardened into a new shell before their very eyes. It spoke, voice dripping with malice. Not bad humans. A lesser lord might have actually perished from that strike. Suddenly, a slender arm tore its way out of the ruined torso. The beast roared with sadistic glee, but alas, there are levels even amongst lords. And I stand at the summit. The squad fell into a panic. Elder Mu narrowed his eyes, realization dawning on him like a cold bucket of water. Impossible. A rare second-stage metamorphosis. Even the mighty Chen Tianwu couldn't hide the terror in his eyes as he stared at the monstrosity. The 5-meter behemoth cracked open like an egg, revealing a condensed dark golden form within smaller, yes, but the aura it radiated was suffocatingly dense. The Golden Horn Sovereign's second awakening humanoid limbs, impenetrable. Armor. A perfect killing machine. In the next heartbeat, the Sovereign prepared to unleash the true terror of its evolved state. It vanished. Its speed was beyond human perception. The only thing lingering was the afterimage of a twisted, nightmare-inducing grin. A gale of killing intent slammed into Elder Mu's face before he could even twitch a muscle. The creature laughed maniacally, right in his ear. I'll start by crushing the old insect first. Dai Kaiming and Bai Tiantian flashed in front of Elder Mu, in a desperate attempt to shield him. Elder Mu instinctively shifted his stance to disperse the force. Crash. A shockwave obliterated the sky. The fist pressure alone tore through the street for thousands of meters, shattering every glass window in the district into dust. 3 bloodied figures were sent flying like ragdolls. Only Dai Kaiming, with his superior cultivation, and Elder Mu, who deflected the impact, managed to stay conscious. But even they were at their limits. But the speed was too overwhelming. Bai Tiantian, possessing weaker cultivation, had her arm snapped instantly. She collapsed, falling into a deep coma from the shock. Seeing their comrade fall in the blink of an eye, the remaining warriors saw red. "You bastard," they screamed, charging in for a death or glory strike. Lightning crackled as a steel fist, and a sharp spear struck from the blind spot, but in less than a second, utter despair. The dark golden hand caught the thunder dragon spear, as if it were a twig. Chen Tianwu pulled with all his might, aided by his unicorn mount, but the spear wouldn't budge an inch. Simultaneously, a massive warhammer swung by the heavy armor warrior was effortlessly stopped by the Sovereign's other hand. With a sickening crunch, the Sovereign's fingers closed, crumbling the massive steel hammer like wet paper. The backlash force blasted the warrior backward, his chest caving in from the impact. Chen Tianwu screamed in horror as he watched his ally launch away Wu Huang. The power gap was absolute. The monster planted a brutal kick into Chen Tianwu's mount, roaring, "Get lost, livestock." The beast was launched across the city, smashing into a skyscraper with a catastrophic boom. The golden arm holding the spear lifted effortlessly, hoisting the helpless Chen Tianwu into the air like a toy. Suspended by the crushing grip, merely breathing became a torture for him. The creature cackled a sound from the depths of hell. "Tisk tisk. Your little squad tried so hard, yet you can't even scratch a sovereign like me." Its grip tightened, choking the life out of him, as it whispered the final despair. "If you can't defeat me, how did you ever plan to handle the other overlords ruling West City?" Chen Tianwu's face turned corpse pale, his mind racing through the agony. What? You mean West City has more monsters of your level?" Meanwhile, in the Eastern War Zone, humanity was bleeding out. Yet despite the catastrophic losses, they knew one truth: this nightmare was real, and they had to retake West City at any cost. Not just to avenge the hundreds of thousands slaughtered by demon beasts, but to secure the future of the great Xia bloodline. This is the land of our ancestors. How can we kneel and let alien filth trample our dignity? Even if the last drop of warrior blood must be spilled, we will reclaim our home. Suddenly, inside the command airship, a piercing alarm shattered the tension. The tactical officer screamed, "Level 1 emergency. I repeat, Level 1 Emergency. Massive biological energy signature detected 1,000 meters underground. It's rising fast. System analysis confirms. It's another Lord-class entity. Ground forces have no Grandmaster to hold the line, requesting immediate strategic retreat. The crew was in disbelief. How is this happening? Didn't the only sovereign engage Dinchen's squad? But the commander slammed his fist down, roaring. Do not hesitate. Order all ground units to fall back. All airships increase altitude immediately. Prepare the tactical nuclear warheads. As the command dropped, every high-level warrior on the ground felt a chill crawl up their spine. Something was wrong. Rumble. The earth churned as if an earth dragon was rolling beneath the crust. Every veteran soldier knew the sign. A titan was about to breach the surface. Panic erupted on the bridge. Captain Massive Tentacle incoming at 3 o'clock. Fire. The electromagnetic railguns roared, unleashing a barrage of destruction. The colossal limb, thick as a skyscraper, was sliced clean in two by the sheer firepower. Boom. The severed monstrosity plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the earth with the force of a meteor, triggering a massive localized earthquake. Debris shot into the sky like shrapnel. But then, the horror truly began. The severed tentacle didn't die. It burrowed into the concrete like a demonic plant and began to grow instantly. At the cauterized stump, where the railgun hit, bubbling granulation tissue erupted, overriding the damage in seconds. A lookout screamed, voice cracking with fear. It's regenerating. The flesh burst open, birthing a brand new tentacle, glistening with fresh, slimy skin. Within 3 seconds, the newborn flesh hardened into impenetrable armor. The railgun blast that drained the battleship's reserves hadn't inflicted even a scratch of permanent damage. The commander's voice cracked with urgency. There was no time left. Launch the earth-penetrating nukes. Do it now. The order was given. 3 nuclear torpedoes rigged with rocket boosters screamed out from the airship's belly. Massive mud-colored tentacles tore through the Earth's crust, shattering the ground and destabilizing everything for 100 miles around. The nuclear torpedoes' drill roared to life, fueled by the raw horsepower of rocket thrusters, piercing the subterranean depths in the blink of an eye. An apocalypse of light and heat vomited from the abyss like a volcano. A massive mushroom cloud pierced the heavens, and the shockwave was so violent, it nearly knocked the aerial warships out of the sky. The ship groaned like a tiny boat facing a tsunami. The commander-in-chief, consumed by rage and grief, pulled his cap low to hide his eyes. 3 nuclear warheads. He prayed the warriors below had managed to retreat. But then, a female officer's chilling report cut through the silence. Captain, the Overlord's life signal. It hasn't vanished. Below, amidst the hellfire and 1,000-meter gorge, the shadow of the tentacle still writhed in the dust. The commander roared in disbelief. What, that monster ate 3 nukes? And is still breathing? He slammed his fist down, shattering the table. Damn it, is the West City reclamation plan doomed to fail? A crushing despair filled the command deck. No one dared to breathe. But suddenly the central computer was hijacked by a higher authority override. The mechanical voice of the Imperial Capital's supercomputer newanime echoed through the command center. Report. Central System Authority. Overridden. I repeat. Central System Authority. Overridden. The commander-in-chief snapped his head up, shock written all over his face. He muttered in disbelief, authority hijacked is that newanime? But the AI's voice wasn't done yet. Gratitude is expressed to all warriors of the West City war zone for your bloody sacrifice. Now please relinquish the battlefield. To him. The commander frowned, confusion, warring with hope. Him. Who exactly is him? Suddenly, a technician screamed out a report, panic lacing his voice. Sir. We've detected an intercontinental ballistic missile incoming on a direct vector. The commander spun around. An ICBM. High above their heads, a hypersonic streak tore through the atmosphere. It was a blinding comet of light, a force of destruction that no one could identify. But then, the commander's eyes widened. Something was off. In a daze, he stammered. Wait, that's impossible. We're detecting a life signal on the missile. His voice trembled, words failing him as the impossible unfolded before his eyes. His worldview shattered as he whispered, There's a human standing on it. A military-grade Azure ballistic missile cruised through the vast firmament. Its tail flame was a roaring dragon, tearing the sky asunder as it streaked past the imperial capital. Traveling at several Mach, the air resistance alone should have been a solid wall of death. Yet, against the violent atmospheric pressure, a lone figure stood, immovable, anchored to the warhead like a god. It was Yi He. In this manhwa recap, he felt like an ancient cultivator riding a flying sword, though his sword was a bit more explosive. He had returned from his metamorphosis, radiating an aura of domineering, spiky aggression. He wasn't exposed, thankfully. He was clad in a sleek nanosuit, instantly deploying, after his shell broke, saving him from fighting in his birthday suit. Just minutes prior, at Hua University, a pillar of brilliant azure light had erupted, dyeing the clouds above the imperial capital in a majestic shade of blue. Countless citizens opened their windows, gazing skyward in awe. They whispered that this must be the secret weapon the capital developed for the Great Xia Reclamation Plan. But it was no weapon. It was Yi He, the protagonist of this leveling manhwa, greedily absorbing that terrifying torrent of energy. A service droid, controlled by Newa, approached holding a wristwatch. Chen Chong's voice projected through it, warm and gentle. "Student Yi. Congratulations on your breakthrough." She carefully fastened the device onto his wrist. "This is the special combat nano armor, prepared specifically for you by the Dragon Sparrow organization." The moment the clasp clicked, liquid black and blue nanite surged forth, enveloping Yi He in a second skin of high-tech battle gear. His expression instantly hardened. "Nua, how long has the West City Army been deployed?" Nua's reply was crisp. "They departed 5 hours ago." The godlike Yi. He froze, then exploded in a panic. 5 hours, he barked orders rapidly. "Prepare a supersonic fighter jet immediately." "No, wait, even a jet is too slow for this crisis. Use the intercontinental ballistic missile. That's the only thing fast enough," Nua responded. "Affirmative." Yi. He had two critical objectives in West City. First, find the Mad Doctor to reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, slaughter the Overlord, seize its core, and take the final step in his evolution. His Emperor template compatibility had surpassed 90%. Ordinary cores were now useless trash. Even a Lord-tier core would only bump his stats by a measly few percentage points. He had brute-forced his way to 99%, using a mountain of resources, literally draining the entire Hua University market of Lord-tier cores. But that final 1%? It was an immovable bottleneck in this awakening manhwa. Only a higher-tier gene could bridge that last gap to perfection. Yi He stood atop the missile silo, muscles coiled. Nua's voice intoned. "Student Yi He, ICBM launch sequence initiated. May your martial fortune be eternal." With a thunderous roar, the unadorned green missile erupted from the silo, ascending to the heavens. Back in the present, Yi He rode the missile as it began its terminal descent toward the tentacled monstrosity. "Found you," he smirked. "3 nukes couldn't kill you. Good. My final 1% depends on your existence." A cocky grin spread across his face, pure arrogance. "According to the database, you're the so-called Earth Demon, right? That name isn't domineering at all, you know. Oh, are you angry because I mocked your name?" As the words left his lips, the warhead screamed toward the writhing nest of tentacles. Milliseconds before the ICBM detonated Yi, he leaped into the void. He chuckled nonchalantly, falling through the air. Well, the Emperor's temper isn't exactly small either. Godzilla secret art atomic light sword / azure energy gathered in Yi. His palm's crystalline structures erupting from his knuckles like blue diamonds as he charged his strike. He swung his arms and the light solidified into massive blades. With a clear hum of pure energy, 2 beam sabers stretching hundreds of meters erupted from his fists, carrying the weight of absolute destruction. Yi. He descended like a tiger granted wings. Below the massive crater left by the previous nuke was spewing dark crimson mist. But suddenly 2 streaks of azure lightning, thousands of meters long, began to flash violently within that mist. The tentacles trying to block the assault were sliced apart, like wet tissue paper. The beast's regeneration couldn't even keep up with the speed of Yi, his light blades. A single sweep of those kilometer-long light swords annihilated every tentacle in sight. Inside the command center, the staff erupted in wild cheers. Is that a Grandmaster sent by Hua University? We can retake West City. It's a miracle. We're saved. The retreating units on the ground received the news a supreme powerhouse had arrived. Battle-hardened soldiers hugged each other, choking back tears of relief. The commander clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. We are going to win this. Godzilla Secret Art Atomic Battle Body. Super. The Godzilla-like shell on Yi-He's body began to crack and crumble, revealing a blinding sun-like azure radiance beneath. He obliterated the remaining defenses. Descending thousands of meters into the crater, he finally laid eyes on the Earth Demon's true form. It was a grotesque, dark brown sphere of fleshy tumors 300 meters wide. Tentacles sprouted from its surface like worms. He grinned. You sure know how to hide. The Earth Demon sensed a fatal threat unlike anything before. The massive meat sphere began to compress violently, condensing its muscles to maximize defense. In this condensed state of this system, manhwa, even a direct nuclear bombardment, wouldn't scratch it. It was an impregnable fortress of flesh. But the demon's desperate defense didn't make he flinch. To him, this wasn't an invincible monster. It was just a slightly tougher punching bag, a sheep waiting for the slaughter. A screen popped up, revealing a grin that stretched ear to ear. He charged forward, his power surging like a true awakening manhwa protagonist, and declared, I'll end you in a single breath. Shattering the sound barrier at Mach speeds, he transformed into a brilliant blue meteor, smashing directly into the solidified body of the Earth Demon. Godzilla's Secret Art Atomic Sky Kick. Infinite atomic blue light erupted, flooding the massive nuclear scars with blinding energy. In that split second, all color drained from the world, leaving only that radiant azure glow. It was a miracle that etched itself into the soul of every warrior watching. With the annihilation of this overlord-tier beast, Yi officially ascended into the circle of humanity's elite powerhouses on the blue planet. Witnesses miles away gaped at the terrifying display of power. That came from West City. What in the world is happening over there? My eyes. Intelligence said an overlord appeared. Surely not. But in the ruins of West City, kilometers of skyscrapers had been flattened into dust. On the battlefield, Wu Huang lay destroyed. Only half his torso remained. His life force was completely extinguished. Chen Tianwu, battered and exhausted, propped himself up with his spear. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and cried out to his fallen comrade. Cough. Wu Huang, the golden-horned lord, stepped arrogantly over the corpse, sneering, so much for the shield of the strong. He was as fragile as paper, pierced in a single strike. Just 30 minutes ago, Chen Tianwu had burned his life force, teaming up with Dai Kaiming and Old Mu to successfully suppress the golden-horned lord. It had shed its shell, entering its dark gold second form. But just as Chen's spear aimed for its heart, the monster evolved again, a third form. Sinister red energy leaked out, 4 new arms burst from its torso, and it looked down on them with absolute dominance. You are strong, it mocked, forcing this king into his third form. Chen Tianwu despaired this monster had yet another transformation hidden away. He knew the end was near. The blood-burning secret art was fading. Even if we win, I won't live to see another year. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I, Grandmaster Chen Tianwu of Great Xia, will drag you to hell with me. Kill. The golden-horned lord nodded slightly. Martial luck lock. Forced engagement. Your idealistic martial arts are mysterious, but they cannot bridge the gap of absolute power. Its eyes flashed with a crimson, oppressive light. Earth-killing art, heavenly thunder. Spear Chen Tianwu transformed into a streak of white lightning. One man charging with the unstoppable momentum of an entire army. The golden-horned lord found his 4 arms trapped in the domain, forcing a grudging admission. The emperor recently perfected the conversion experiments of the old civilization. It charged energy into its fists to meet the lightning head-on. Snarling, it continued, I acknowledge you as a human. Once you die, I will present your corpse for modification. You shall be reborn stronger. Cracks began to fracture across the dragon scale spear. Chen Tianwu gritted his teeth, suppressing the agonizing overload, tearing his body apart. He was draining his very life force, betting everything on this single desperate strike. Even if it costs me my life, I will cripple you. I won't let you interfere with the reclamation of West City. Boom. Lightning and fist collided. A crescent shockwave pulverized everything into ash. The thunder roared, actually pushing the Golden Horn Lord back. Even with its insect wings flaring to stabilize itself against the gale, the monster struggled to hold its ground. Rumble. A terrifying explosion erupted, the blinding blue lightning, searing the eyes of everyone watching through the drone feeds. The Golden Horned Lord looked at its four arms. The carapace was shattering. It scoffed. That life-burning technique is annoying. That power could have killed me if I hadn't prepared. Old Mu leapt into the air, catching Chen Tianwu's falling body. He spun to dissipate the force before landing safely. The monster growled arrogantly, "No matter. I held back to preserve your corpse, but you won't get that luxury now. You'll just be dust." But as the words fell, the corpse of Wu Huang, the man who had just died, suddenly stood up, his body eerily intact. He stood right beside the Golden Horned Lord and spoke. "Oh, it's so lively over here. I could feel the vibrations all the way from the city outskirts." Old Mu pointed, trembling in horror. "Wu Huang, didn't you just die in battle?" Wu Huang slapped a hand over his face like a maniac, laughing hysterically. "That's right. That's right." He slowly walked toward where Chen Tianwu's warhorse lay. He turned back, eyes glowing with a sinister light. This wasn't Wu Huang anymore. His face twisted into a demonic expression, his laughter growing wilder. "Old Mu, am I dead? Who knows, eh? Ha 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 ha." Wu Huang's skin began to tear and warp. From the crown of his head down to his tailbone, jagged spikes erupted through the flesh. His body curled inward, trembling violently as a monstrous transformation took hold. Witnessing their teammate twist into such a grotesque state, Old Mu and the rest of the squad could only stare in paralyzed shock. Wu Huang, their faces drained of all color. But the nightmare was just beginning. His abdomen tore open, morphing into a gaping maw. A massive tongue lashed out, coiling around the Royal Kirin's corpse and swallowing it whole. His head snapped around 180 degrees. On his skin, countless human faces began to push through the surface, a sight straight out of a horror story. Delicious. Truly exquisite, as expected of a Grandmaster's mount. Ah, but if I could feast on the Grandmaster himself, that would be divine. You all look appetizing as well. Mind if I have a taste? But in the next split second, a dark red fist shadow obliterated the space. The Golden Horned Beetle Sovereign smashed his head clean off. What is this filth? It reeks of the Dark Star demons. Is this the result of your humanity's twisted madness? To think you dabble with those abominations. It would be better if we just took over this planet. After blowing the head away, the Golden Horn Beetle Sovereign stared down at the headless corpse with utter disdain. Crack, crack. Countless black and red tentacles burst from the severed neck, writhing and weaving together until they formed a brand new head. Around his neck lay a collar of living black and red matter wrapped in cruel spikes. Below it, a torn, exaggerated grin stretched across his face in a nightmarish display. Hey hey hey. Greetings, prey. I am an alien life form. You may call me Yin One, and I have come to feast upon your flesh. Facing this monstrosity, the Golden Horn Beetle Lord showed zero fear. It crossed its arms, scoffing with absolute disdain. Arrogant fool. West City was still drowning in the fires of battle. Thick smoke coiled around every skyscraper like a suffocating serpent. Darkness swallowed the sky, plunging the entire district into the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of total war. The Golden Horn Beetle Lord threw a punch with earth-shattering force, but Yin One didn't even flinch. He let the fist smash directly into his face. The Beetle Lord roared, "You can't even withstand a single blow." Suddenly, the Beetle Lord's eyes flashed with terror. It saw something far more horrific than itself. Its massive body froze. Its mouth moved, trying to scream, but no sound would come out. What is this? Crack with a supersonic boom. Yin One's skull tore completely open. Brain matter splashed out like a gruesome fountain of gore. Yet, the scattered pieces were instantly caught by razor-thin black and red spiderwebs, refusing to be blown away by the shockwave of the punch. In the blink of an eye, the blood and flesh snapped back together. wrapping around the beetle lord's fist. Like living sludge. The beast panicked. This is bad. His flesh is corroding my body. Its carapace, hardened by a third-stage evolution, was being consumed in seconds. The golden horn beetle lord didn't hesitate. It severed its own hand, buzzed its wings, and desperately widened the distance. Oh, alien creature. How far do you think you can run? Standing before you is merely the bait. My true body is the trap. Yin One smiled with demonic glee. Have you ever heard of the anglerfish? Boom. The earth collapsed. A mouth as wide as a canyon, hundreds of meters across, roared as it erupted from the ground. The golden horn beetle lord floated helplessly in the air. It realized too late it had walked right into a trap. It could only watch as the world was swallowed by eternal darkness. Seconds later, that colossal maw of razor-sharp teeth snapped shut, engulfing the beetle lord's entire body in one clean, terrifying bite. Debris rained down like meteors. The entire zone shook from the impact. The massive mouth swallowed the distorted beetle lord, spinning in the air, before transforming into a giant veiny stomach that wrapped around Yin One. Heaven only knows how he managed to stuff such a gargantuan monster into his human-sized frame. As expected of an overlord-tier creature, even he couldn't digest it instantly. The prey was still thrashing inside that unnatural belly. Yin One felt 20% discomfort, but 80% pure adrenaline, worthy of a ruler-class beast. I can't absorb him immediately. He's even struggling inside my gut. This was the golden opportunity. Elder Mew suppressed his aura completely, praying not to draw attention, and whispered in a voice so low it almost vanished in the wind. Now go, Elder Mew, handed Chen Tianwu, who had fainted from spiritual exhaustion, over to Dai Kaiming. He gave the order, take Director Chen and run. Don't look back. But Dai Kaiming hesitated. But, Elder Mew, what about you? The spark of hope was extinguished instantly. Yin One had already spotted their attempt to flee. Yin One flashed a scornful grin. He walked slowly toward them, savoring the delicious scent of fear radiating from their trembling bodies. I haven't forgotten about you two little mice. You'll make the perfect dessert to wash down my meal. But suddenly his expression froze. It was as if his very instincts screamed, stop. A choked gasp died in his throat. From the east of West City, a colossal pillar of blue light pierced the heavens. The high-energy reaction was absolutely exaggerated, surpassing the logic of a typical leveling manhwa, and the source of that power was barreling straight toward him. The air exploded with sonic booms. The clouds above were sliced in half by a blue falling star. Dai Kaiming and Elder Mu, running for their lives, felt it too. Elder Mu gasped, that energy is overwhelming. Is it another? Overlord, Dai Kaiming shouted. It's coming right at us. The roar grew deafening. Even with Dai Kaiming's vision as a half-step grandmaster, he could barely see a blur of blue after images, crashing down from the sky, slamming directly into Yin One. It wasn't until the moment of impact that the shockwave finally caught up, screaming like a banshee. Even Yin One's indestructible body buckled under the sheer pressure of that descending energy. Boom! An explosion tore through the city, shaking the very foundations of reality. As the world spun into chaos, Elder Mew threw his arms out to shield them. Gritting his teeth against the crushing pressure, he shouted to Dai Kaiming, protect Director Chen with your life. Dai Kaiming had no idea what monster had arrived. He felt an invisible hand crush his heart. Like a sheep facing a T-Rex, he was suppressed at a genetic level, frozen in place. Wait, did that overlord just target the alien? The ruins where Chen Tianwu and the beetle lord had fought were gone, vaporized. Only a blinding dust cloud remained from the collision. Crash, crash. The sound of destruction echoed rhythmically. Skyscrapers collapsed like dominoes. He pinned Yin One down, smashing him through 3 kilometers of office buildings. His voice was ice cold. I thought you ate the overlord because you were on our side. But since you want to eat Director Chen too, I can't let you live. Yin One was reeling. Before he could even process what was happening, it felt like he had been hit by a cruise missile, driving him backward. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each one carrying the force of a tactical nuke. His glowing blue eyes locked onto Yin One's crumbling body. The black and red ooze spilling from the alien triggered a primal disgust deep within him. he roared. That filthy red and black slime makes me sick. Sensing that aura he felt a rage unlike anything he had ever known in this awakening manhwa world. He shouted the technique's name, Godzilla's secret art atomic killing heart. Nuclear blast fist. Atomic energy died in murderous intent, shone with blinding brilliance. He's right arm became a railgun of electromagnetic power. He drove a fist of absolute destruction into Yin-Won's face, releasing a torrent of unrivaled energy that incinerated everything in its path. Yin-Won's head was obliterated in a fraction of a second, atomized by high-density particles. A mid-air explosion followed, and Yin-Won could only let out a weak gurgle. Arr! With his chest cavity almost entirely missing, Yin-Won's broken body was blasted away by the residual shockwave of the nuclear strike. But reality isn't a turn-based game where the villain gets to recover. Yihua pursued him relentlessly like a grim reaper, demanding a soul. He smirked coldly. I won't let you die that easily. Yihua refused to let up. With his armor scarred from countless battles, he stomped the ground, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. His hand clamped onto Yin-Won's battered body, holding the monster like it was nothing more than a dirty rag. Yihua surged his energy, rocketing straight up past the cloud layer. From a distance, he looked like a human missile, a storm of aura tearing through the sky at terrifying speed. Reaching an altitude where the air grew thin, Yihua let out a roar that shook the heavens. Then, with all his might, he hurled the monster back down to earth. 3 rings of sonic booms exploded in the air as Yin-Won plummeted like a fighter jet in a death spiral, screaming toward the ground. The moment Yin-Won's flesh collided with the earth, the kinetic energy detonated like a napalm bomb. A massive shockwave rippled outward, obliterating everything. The ground caved in for hundreds of meters. Yin-Won's upper body shattered first, disintegrating until he was nothing but a puddle of gore. Slowly, the dust began to settle over the crater. Only then did Yihua touch down. Suddenly, a blue screen flashed before his eyes, the classic sign of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Infinite Monster Template. Host Yihua. Template Berserk Emperor Damara. Synchronization 100%. Form Flame Monarch unlocked. Warning: use with caution. Yihua stood tall in his gleaming new nano armor, looking absolutely god-tier. But then squelch crack pools of black and red liquid began to converge, weaving back into a humanoid shape in seconds. From the ground up, tendrils defied gravity, twisting and turning with a logic that defied all laws of physics. Even after that, he's still alive, persistent as a starving leech. He was regenerating, while simultaneously absorbing the essence of the golden-horned beetle sovereign. Yin-Won's body fully reformed, and his mouth twisted into a mocking sneer. Ugh, that was quite the impact. You actually made me dizzy for a second. Since my birth, I've never been crushed like that. Yihua narrowed his eyes. Yin-Won stood there, a twisted demon, rising from a blood sacrifice, yet somehow, he looked bored. That thunderous strike from Yihua had only managed to disorient him. Hey. But I should thank you. That impact accelerated my digestion. Now I have successfully assimilated the genes of that beast lord. His voice dropped an octave, becoming raspy and ear-piercing. As a reward, I'll let you watch while I devour you, piece by piece. The crater where Yihua had slammed him created a massive artificial lake. It reminded everyone of the destruction at Swan Lake. Was this going to be like the battle with that immortal gorilla? A monster that simply refuses to die? Seeing Yin-Won rise unscathed, Yihua descended with a cold glare. Stop barking. Walk a crisp. Slap echoed, followed instantly by a furious kick to the face. The immense force sent Yin-Won spinning like a top, rotating dozens of times in midair, his body twisting into a grotesque spiral. Yihua smirked. Nice curve. Before the monster could hit the ground, Yihua delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, launching him into a skyscraper hundreds of meters away. The impact was so severe that a blinding flash of light erupted where Yin-Won slammed into the structure. From the shattered ruins, black and red tentacles exploded outward, tossing aside steel and concrete. Yin-Won rose from the rubble, his laughter growing manic. Hee. More. Hit me more. This time, Yihua's attack didn't splatter him. It only shattered his bones. His body was adapting to the kinetic force in real time. "You cannot kill me," he hissed. "I will become your nightmare." As he spoke, his physical form lost cohesion. His massive bulk detonated into a sprawling mess of black and red slime. The air grew thick with the stench of rot. Yin-1 dissolved, completely transforming into a gargantuan black and red tidal wave that swallowed the entire skyscraper. Yi-Hua didn't flinch. Atomic energy surged into his palm, expanding rapidly until it was the size of a house. The stronger the opponent, the more his blood boiled with excitement. "Heh, I've never met a human crazier than me. But you fool, expanding your size just makes you an easier target to obliterate." Xola Secret Art Emperor's Chi Blast. Yi-Hua leaped, a massive sphere of destruction trailing behind him. Like a god slamming a basketball, he drove the colossal atomic sun straight into the black tide. Boom! A brilliant blue sphere of annihilation mushroomed over West City. Dai Kaiming watched, his eyes wide as saucers. The raw power and speed Yi-Hua displayed defied all logic. Who is this Grandmaster? Even Grandmaster Li Zhongshen couldn't hope to match this level of destruction. That monster had held the lives of Dai Kaiming and Old Mu in its claws. But against this apocalyptic power, it was nothing more than a fragile flower facing a hurricane. Old Mu's jaw hit the floor. That blue energy signature. He had never felt anything like it in the history of this awakening manhwa world. Thank the heavens, this monster is on our side. With a powerhouse like him guarding the West City sector, we can finally breathe easy. In this manhwa recap, blue atomic energy surged like a tsunami, engulfing the entire building and obliterating every single atom in its path. The demon beasts and martial artists that Yin-1 had devoured. They were instantly vaporized, like moths flying straight into a nuclear inferno. Yin-1's body dissolved into a grotesque tide of black and red gore. Instead of retreating from the explosive energy, he chose to clash head-on with Yi-He. He scoffed, adrenaline spiking through his veins. "I told you it is useless. No matter how devastating your attacks are, you cannot kill me. My ability to divide is infinite. Divide. Divide, divide. My biological potential has ignited completely. Your nuclear strikes may tear me apart and destroy my flesh, but that only accelerates my cellular division. My regeneration speed has already surpassed the destruction rate of your atomic energy." "Ha ha ha, Yi," he sneered, looking at the creature with pure disgust. What a repulsive freak. However, with the Emperor's sect compatibility maxed out, his sensory perception was sharper than ever. He couldn't see the cells like an electron microscope, but his instincts told him everything. This monster was constantly adapting to his atomic energy. Meanwhile, his body tensed muscles, locking in a stalemate against Yin-1. From the crimson abyss, Yin-Mo's twisted visage surfaced. Countless eyes sprouted like cursed fruit, locking onto Yi-He with insatiable gluttony. "Ah ha ha, behold the apex of evolution," his laughter thundered. "No matter your strength, you are merely fodder for my ascension. Defeat is impossible. I smell it. Your genetic code reeks of supreme power. That overlord-class trash I just devoured is nothing compared to you." He clicked his tongue, staring at the grotesque display with pure revulsion. This casual disdain ignited a wildfire of envy within the beast. A laugh tore from his throat, half venom, half despair. Why, the sound trembled, ripping through the suffocating resentment in his chest. "I have feasted on millions. I sculpted the ultimate bloodline, yet why does your very existence mock my perfection?" In a split second, the black and red cells multiplied exponentially. A terrifying fluctuation of energy began to swell, threatening to burst. "Why must I be the one to devour you?" he shrieked, transforming into a cataclysmic tsunami crashing down on the city streets. The crimson tide morphed into a maw of hell. A skyscraper collapsed, swallowed instantly by the meat grinder fangs within the wave. It was pulverized into ash. Mere inches from Dai Kaiming and Old Mu fear gripped them as they witnessed this world-ending monstrosity. Doubt crept into Kaiming's heart. The beast was a calamity. Could the mysterious powerhouse actually stand against such a nightmare? With that creature's regeneration and adaptation, even a tactical nuke would be like throwing a pebble at a mountain. While others trembled in despair, Yi faced the apocalypse with a stoic gaze. Not a single ripple of fear disturbed his composure. In the end, he declared, "You're just a glutton with an eating disorder." Yi. He clenched his fist, knuckles cracking like thunder. Azure arcs of electricity exploded around him. Like the main character of an awakening manhwa, his power surged, scorching the air. Murderous aura coalesced into a crimson gauntlet. Yi. He channeled his energy and roared sea-splitting fist. Boom! A titanic crimson avatar materialized. The pressure was suffocating. It rivaled the tsunami, ready to swallow the heavens themselves. The sky screamed as the fist descended. Space itself twisted and buckled under the sheer weight of absolute destruction. RIIFP. The crimson tide was torn asunder. Yi. He's punch parted. The sea of corruption, his azure beam piercing straight into the beast's core. The light obliterated every chaotic cell. Agony beyond imagination racked Yinmo's wretched form. Debris blasted outward as chaotic energy shredded the dimension. How? The beast choked, voice trembling. How is this possible? Reality shattered his delusions. The viscous sludge retreated frantically, pulling itself together, no longer daring to spread its filth. The chaos subsided. All eyes fixed on the trembling remains of the self-proclaimed apex predator. Yinmo reformed, his face twisted in horror. He thought he had adapted to Yi's level, but that wasn't even a fraction of the hero's true power. AARGHE. Why does your power keep rising? In a blink, he appeared behind him, whispering like the Grim Reaper. Because my limit will always be above your existence. Cold sweat drenched the beast. The oppression was absolute. Damn you. Yinmo triggered a stolen beast gene. The atmosphere within 100 meters boiled instantly. Air burst gene activate. The earth screamed as gravity reversed. Dust erupted into the sky, torn apart by invisible violent hands. The ground convulsed, then boom, vacuum blasts detonated in a dense lethal chain reaction. Rumble. The shockwave decimated everything for 300 miles. A force strong enough to vaporize a prehistoric titan in seconds. Yet within the eye of the storm, a golden sphere of mana cradled Yi-Hei. Not a speck of dust dared to touch his clothes. He stood unbothered amidst the apocalypse. With chilling grace, he simply brushed a speck of dirt from his shoulder. His gaze was colder than zero. It looked at Yinmo not as a threat, but as an insect beneath his boot. A smile crept up his face, one that sent shivers down the spine of a monster. He spoke with terrifying calm. What gave you the illusion that this was my prime state? Amidst the ruins, Yinmo roared in hateful denial. Genetic art. He lunged, unleashing a death acid palm right at Yi-Hei's face. Yi-Hei sidestepped. The beast followed up magma, Iron Mountain lightning whip. But against the hero of this leveling manhwa, it was useless. Yinmo gasped, his jaw dropping as he wound up for another futile strike. What kind of trash did I devour? I refuse to believe it. I am the ultimate life form. I am perfection. Every cell mutated into a sound amplifier, ultrasonic roar. He unleashed a sonic hurricane capable of shattering eardrums and steel alike. Space rippled like water. The earth was flayed alive. Yet, he stood there treating the sonic death blast like a gentle breeze from a hairdryer. The waves of destruction washed over him, obliterating the landscape, but failing to leave even a scratch on Yi-Hei's skin. Is this chaotic tantrum your grand finale? Yi. He scoffed. Let me return your words. No matter how you struggle, you cannot kill death itself. With his physical stats ascended to a higher dimension, his avatar, the fusion of spirit and body, had evolved beyond the mortal realm. Its parameters and every attribute were now multiplied, dwarfing his base state by astronomical margins. Therefore, whether your base form attacks can even scratch me remains a mystery. Let alone now, when my stats have been multiplied exponentially. The cocky bastard picked his nose, wearing the most punchable expression imaginable. To put it simply, you could stand there hitting me all day, and you still wouldn't break my defense. Facing Yi-Hei's overwhelming arrogance, One's confidence began to crack. No, this cannot be happening. Am I truly unable to defeat him? Even as I evolve every second, deducing the perfect genetic sequence. One, who had never feared heaven nor earth, finally felt the cold grip of terror. He stood frozen before Yi, his body trembling against his own will. Yi stepped closer, radiating the thick stench of death. The gap between our power is simply too vast. Suddenly, Yi's presence expanded, looming over him like a titanic giant. He stood before Yin like an immovable mountain. Even though the monster was evolving compared to Yi, right now, he was nothing but an insect. He stammered in fear. If the gap between us is 1,000 meters, then me growing 1 or 2 centimeters is utterly meaningless on this massive scale. Damn it all, if I just had more time, if I devoured more powerhouses and perfected my genes, I would eventually surpass this man. Yin-Wan's maw, full of razor-sharp teeth, twitched, but his voice was fading. It was too late. Regret and fury consumed him. It's all because that golden gene aura was cut off too soon. If I had fully assimilated those genes and reached perfection before fighting this monster, even if I lost, I wouldn't be this pathetic. Desperate to survive, he forced himself to stop and negotiate with the predator before him. Hey, alright, I admit it, Yin-Wan stared at Yi. Hey, you are not inferior to a perfect creature like myself. I cannot kill you, but you cannot kill me either. So let us make a deal. I will not touch this city, no, this entire country, ever again. I will go elsewhere, for example, the Northern White Federation. This aligns with your goal to suppress other nations, does it not? In the end, we can divide the blue star between us. I will rule the northern continent, and you shall rule the rest. Just give me a drop of blood from the world's strongest fighters, and I will synthesize a toxin to eliminate them for you. Yin-Wan rambled on as if the fate of the world was already sealed. But his voice only irritated Yi further. The hero remained silent. In response, Yi simply raised a single finger. Yin-Wan flinched. What does that mean? Slowly, he raised a second finger, crossing them to form a symbol. Yin-Wan squinted. 10 minutes. But his thought was brutally cut short. 10 seconds. If you survive that long, I will adopt your family name. It was a declaration from a leveling manhwa legend. Yin-Wan was a dead man walking. Feeling mocked, Yin-Wan roared in fury. Then why don't you just come and hold my hand? Yi, he replied coldly. Count however you like. Yin-Wan leaned back, spreading his arms with a grotesque, gummy smile, mocking Yi's delusion. Kill me. Are you joking? Even I cannot kill myself. Every cell in my body is screaming for evolution. How can evolution allow for death? But before he could finish his sentence, he vanished. He reappeared instantly, locking Yin-Wan in a deadly embrace. Yin-Wan froze in terror. It looked like a lover's embrace, but it felt like the Reaper's scythe. Yi, he whispered into his ear. Why don't we test that theory? He hooked his arms under Yin-Wan's shoulders and locked his hands together. His grip was unbreakable. Liftoff. The sonic boom hit them an instant later. Blue atomic fire erupted from Yin. He's back. They shot into the sky like a reverse meteor, dragging Yin-Wan's body against the side of the skyscraper. Atomic thrusters roared beneath his feet. He ground Yin-Wan's face against the glass and concrete, carving a trench of destruction all the way up. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Despite the agony and the gore, Yin-Wan laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. You cannot kill me. You will never kill me. This pain is nothing but. He would soon regret those words. Yi. He blasted through the cloud layer, the atomic engines screaming with power. They shattered the sound barrier, climbing higher and higher. You. What are you doing? The air grew thin. The temperature plummeted to freezing. Panic finally set in. Are you trying to throw me off the planet? They crossed the 50,000-meter mark, piercing through the ozone layer. Yet the monster still had the energy to run his mouth. The beast sneered at the void. Space can't kill me. I'll feast on the cosmic radiation, evolve endlessly, and return to slaughter every soul on Blue Star. But at an altitude that defied logic, he clamped his hand around Yin-Wan's skull. Their silhouettes were etched against the vast, indifferent cosmos. Yi's voice was cold iron. This distance is perfect. No prying eyes, and the fallout won't wipe out West City. He pulled Yin-Wan close, whispering like a demon. Up here. You've lost connection to your little minions, haven't you? Cold sweat instantly drenched the monster's skin. Hearing the secret of his derivative creatures exposed Yin-One's immortality complex shattered. How do you know that? The truth was, Yin-One wasn't a god. If he were the thunder, Bird wouldn't have captured him so easily before. He was tough, sure. But every time he regenerated, he burned through his very life essence. Like a candle burning at both ends, he was fading. Just fighting Yi. He had cost him a third of his life force. And his reserves were massive, equal to 3 Overlord-class monsters combined. But Yin-One's true ace in the hole wasn't healing. It was the swarm of spawn he could detach from his main body. From the moment the Goldhorn Beetle Lord knocked his head off to every single piece of flesh I pulverized later. These separated biological components didn't die. No, they entered a deep state of hibernation, waiting for a signal. Once Yinmo's main body burns through its life force, the backup consciousness stored in those dormant fragments activates. It's a twisted form of pseudo-resurrection. However, this consciousness-splitting ability hasn't reached the perfection one might expect in a high-tier system manhwa. It has a fatal flaw range. As he realized, this blue lightning crackled in his eyes. His voice wasn't loud, yet it struck terror into Yinmo's very soul. You wonder how I know? Do you think it's just because I'm stronger? He scoffed internally. It's the biomagnetic field. I can sense the invisible tether connecting your main body to those scattered fragments. By observing the battlefield, I calculated the signal strength. You have a maximum transmission range. I really am a genius. He delivered the final verdict with a voice like cold steel. In other words, you have no extra lives left. Yinmo screamed in absolute horror. If he died here, he would never see the sun again. He and Yinmo were now soaring through the stratosphere, an intimate dance of death. Yinmo's face turned green with despair. The monster realized. He figured it out. I cannot die. I won't disappear into the void. His bones cracked, and muscles swelled, unleashing the terrifying aura of a cornered beast, trying to break free from its cage. He roared into the vacuum, initiating self-destruct fission. This is my ultimate survival technique. You can't possibly catch every single piece of me. Ha ha ha. If even one drop of blood reaches the ground, I survive. Yi. He glared back, his eyes, burning like twin stars against the darkness of space. Are you trembling? Is that the primal fear of death I smell? Boom. Yinmo looked up in horror. Yi's body was expanding, morphing in the blink of an eye into a 10-meter-tall blue-black titan. And he was still growing. The villain was reduced to a helpless chick in a giant's grip. A dense, invisible aura locked him in place like a prison wall. Yinmo shrieked. Damn it! You can turn into a giant too. Instinctual terror seized Yinmo. He screamed at Yi, but the titan ignored the ant's pleas and curses. 2 massive hands closed around Yinmo like he was a mere gnat. The titan's voice boomed. I don't need to catch every piece. I just need to crush you all at once. There is no escape. As Yi's colossus form expanded, Yinmo became nothing more than a speck in his palm. He gripped him tight, channeling immense force into his arms. He began to grind his palms together, determined to reduce Yinmo to paste. Every cell in the villain's body screamed in agony from the friction. What are you doing, Yi? He compressed him into a meatball. Yinmo babbled frantically. What is this? Are you going to eat me? Are you a monster? You'd eat your opponent. Ignoring Yinmo's barking Yi, he tossed him into his mouth like a snack. The villain kept shouting in his arrogance. Aren't you afraid I'll devour you from the inside out? Gulp. Yi. He swallowed him straight down his massive gullet. Reduced to a tiny speck inside the titan, the villain laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. You fool. You've given me a path to survival from this dead end. Glug. He slid down the throat. But this wasn't the sanctuary he expected. For Yi, swallowing him was just step 1 of the extermination protocol. Floating in the vastness of space, Yi prepared to turn his own body into a celestial furnace. Boom. Step 2. Flame Lord activation. Yi's blue pupils ignited into a crimson blaze. The azure light of his body shifted to the color of a dying star, becoming a second sun in the sky. The atmosphere for miles around was dyed in the color of blood and fire. His surface temperature hit 5,000 degrees, while his internal core temperature skyrocketed to tens of thousands and climbing. The surface of a literal star is only 6,000 degrees. Roasting in this hell, Yinmo screamed in confusion. Where am I? How can a biological being release stellar class heat? My gene library. I have no super genes adapted for a forbidden life zone like the Sun Rumble. If Yi were still in West City, the catastrophic heat of this red lotus form would have vaporized the metropolis and permanently altered the regional climate. Inside the furnace, Yinmo wailed. Stop it. Damn you, are you refining me like an alchemy pill? I refuse to accept this. Yinmo melted, burned, and thrashed within Yi. His stomach. He desperately tried to evolve heat-resistant cells, but the destruction was too fast. I am the perfect organism, just give me time. I just need time to become a god. His voice faded into nothingness. He never imagined he'd be thrown into a living sun. Yi. He released the excess energy. A shockwave shaped like a blooming red lotus from his core. The crimson lotus shockwave expanded, covering hundreds of kilometers in a ring of fire. The light of this stellar nuclear fission was visible even from space. And then, silence returned to the void. 10 minutes prior, Dai Kai Ming and Old Mu watched Yi. He rocketed into the sky, like a missile vanishing with the villain. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. This is West City Warzone HQ. Vanguard Squad, do you copy? I repeat. Vanguard Squad, respond. This is Dai Kai Ming of the Vanguard Squad. Message received HQ. Dai Kai Ming, the beast tide in West City has disintegrated. Mopping up operations are proceeding smoothly. All overlords are confirmed dead. Report your status. Copy that, Dai Kai Ming replied. I see. HQ understands the situation. The officer's voice turned serious. Without that mysterious powerhouse, our plan to reclaim West City would have failed. HQ, if his identity isn't classified, please tell me. I need to thank him in person. HQ replied, he is right there at your Hua Dai University. Dai Kai Ming blinked in shock. At Hua Dai? Is he a dean, a special professor? Why haven't I heard of him? He frowned. As the student council president, I know every teacher and professor, but I've never met anyone who fights with such destructive blue light, like a legend from a leveling manhwa. Back at headquarters, the revelation dropped. He's not a professor or a teacher. Our hero is still a student. Dai Kai Ming couldn't believe his ears. A student? Which senior elite class is he from? I've never heard of a student reaching Grandmaster level before me. Confirm that intel. Confirmed. He's 3 years your junior. He's an underclassman. Dai Kai Ming froze, his brain short-circuiting. The sky fell silent, leaving only the terrifying heat of the Red Lotus attack. From the edge of space Yi, he plummeted like a meteor aimed at Blue Star. His massive 13-meter form cracked open, shedding like burnt charcoal. As he fell, he grumbled, Not only was he ugly, but he tasted terrible. The Flame Monarch form had incinerated his battlesuit. Time to see what you're made of. As the charred shell peeled away Yi, he emerged in his natural form, completely exposed. Normally, Nuwa's nanowatch would cover him up. But the system had other plans. Squelch. Tentacles erupted from his mouth, weaving together. A living black and red biocoat began to crawl over his skin. Yi, he grinned. High-level vampire bloodline, plus the Mother Emperor's evolution trait. I can digest Yin 1 and steal his genetic code simultaneously. Responding to his will, the living matter shifted. It tightened, structured itself, and began a biological dye process. Skin became fiber. Flesh became fabric. In a blink Yi, he was decked out in a sleek black-gray leather trench coat. He inspected the gear, inherited that black-red matter. It doesn't just look cool. It's healing the damage from my Flame Monarch transformation. No, not just healing. Optimizing. It felt like using a character creation slider in a video game. His body was being upgraded in real time. Heat resistance, energy storage, lighter bones, supercharged nerves. He was becoming the ultimate weapon. Floating in the sky, he looked unchanged to the naked eye. But on a molecular level, he was a different beast entirely. He only kept his human look out of preference. Appearance, build, even gender, he could shift it all on a whim now. Total biological control. He flexed, feeling the rush. Incredible. Words can't describe this power. I'm basically a high-level mother entity now. Meanwhile, across the ocean at the Northern Federation, inside the military command center, panic set in. Operators trembled as they watched the anomaly in the sky. On the satellite feed, a crimson shockwave tore through the atmosphere. General Dale of the Northern Federation narrowed his eyes. He drilled holes into the main screen with his gaze. What in God's name is that? The supercomputer Y responded instantly. High energy reaction detected between the stratosphere and thermosphere over Great Shia's West City, radius 600 kilometers. Impact equivalent 10 megatons of TNT. The general slammed his fist down. Damn it. I thought Shah was doing a recovery op. What is that explosion? A technician shouted. General Eva detects a life sign at the epicenter. A life sign? Impossible. A blast that size would vaporize even a special grade grandmaster. Enhance the image. I want to know what Shia is hiding. The screen zoomed in, resolving into clarity. A young man in a leather jacket floated there. He tilted his head back, staring directly at the sky. It was as if his gaze pierced the void, locking eyes with the satellite itself. The general's face went white. A kid. On the screen, the teenager's lips moved. Y analyzed the movement instantly, translating from Shia language. Message: Are you peeping at your daddy? There, on the massive command screen, was Yi He's face, and a very friendly middle finger directed right at them. General Dale looked like he was about to have a stroke. No way. Our satellite is in deep orbit. How did he detect us? Run facial recognition. Does Great Shia have a fourth Grandmaster? Fear gripped the room as Yi He's eyes began to glow. Wait, what is he doing now? The Federation officers were drowning in cold sweat, chaos, erupting in the command center. One shouted, General sensors are picking up a massive energy surge, concentrating at breakneck speed. On the main surveillance screen, a terrifying sight dominated the view. A blazing blue shockwave tore through the atmosphere, announcing its arrival with apocalyptic force. In the blink of an eye, the satellite was reduced to cosmic dust. After obliterating the Northern Federation's eye in the sky, Yihua's voice boomed with mockery. Listen up, you Federation lackeys. I've blinded your surveillance first. Let's see if you still have the guts to spy on us now. The Brood Mother Matrix reached maximum output. The biomagnetic field expanded to its absolute limit, vast enough to shroud the entire globe in its dominion. Moreover, his senses transcended mere biology. He could detect the faint breath of carbon-based lifeforms and even intercept the invisible frequencies of electronic signals. West City is finally back under our control. A bold thought struck him. With my current power level, could I survive stepping into the 11S rank forbidden zones? It's worth a shot, he roared, unleashing his power. Magnetic field. Expansion. His gaze locked onto the heavens, piercing through the atmosphere to connect with a satellite in orbit. An invisible sensory web exploded outward with Yi at the epicenter. In a heartbeat, his domain engulfed the entire province, expanding at breakneck speed. A tsunami of chaotic data flooded directly into his mind. The black and red biomatter instinctively filtered the noise, purging the junk data. Before his eyes, the liquid entity constructed a perfect holographic 3D map of the world. A smirk touched Yi's lips. This was perfection. The fusion of the biomatter and his life magnetic field had created the ultimate radar system. Every city in Great Shia was outlined with terrifying precision. Nothing could hide from his gaze. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. When the scan hit Guangshan City, that S-rank mystery zone, the biomatter glitched, unable to form a stable image. The reason was chillingly simple within Yi's life force magnetic field. Guangshan City appeared as nothing but a devouring void. He shook his head, clicking his tongue in disappointment. A failure as expected. Hardly surprising. After all, even humanity's apex warriors are helpless before the despair of a rank S hidden realm. He wasn't shocked by this outcome. Instead, curiosity sparked within him. If the Guangshan Forbidden Zone had fallen, what of the rest of the world? Make no mistake, he was powerful, but he hadn't yet reached the absolute peak of this high martial leveling manhwa world. However, possessing the might of the legendary Godzilla, He had undeniably joined the ranks of humanity's supreme combatants. Shifting his focus from Guanshanyi, he unleashed his magnetic perception. It expanded across all of Great Xia, sweeping over the entire eastern continent of the Blue Star. His sensory field surged like a tide, crossing the Great Eastern Ocean until it reached the shores of the northern White Continent. From the frozen Northern Sea to the eternal ice of the Southern Pole, every inch of the Blue Star was scanned and mapped in his mind's eye. At this moment, the entire world lay bare before Yi He's gaze. The scene shifts to a small island nation, the Sakura Imperial Palace, atop Mount Fuji. Inside the Great Sun Imperial Palace, amidst chambers of gold and crystal, a stench of rotting flesh lingered. A putrid odor, so foul not even countless incense burners could mask it. A dragon bed, 20 meters wide, sat veiled behind sheer curtains. One could only wonder what kind of behemoth required a resting place of such colossal proportions. A racking cough echoed from within. Cough, cough. A silhouette appeared behind the veil, emaciated yet terrifyingly massive. 3 attendants bowed low, trembling. "Your Majesty," a hand larger than the servant herself reached out. It was a withered, nightmarish limb, resembling dead wood, rotting with cadaver spots. Cough. "The medicine. Bring me the medicine." Once the servant retreated, a voice raspy as a ghoul's began to mutter in the shadows. To think a sensory field could reach all the way to the East Sunday. Which powerhouse is this? That old fox Shi Jingwen of Great Xia? Or perhaps Kuei Li of the Western Continent? Has someone seen through the truth? I, this sovereign, have remained hidden for nearly a century. Are they testing me? No matter. I must refine the divine artifact quickly. The day I grasp that legendary realm is the day the East Sun conquers the entire Blue Star. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, in the Great Western Continent, at the divine capital of the Godfall Kingdom, a 1,000-meter deity statue towered over the city. Below, believers gasped as the stone god began to change. Look, the god statue is manifesting. The true God has descended. The teachings were real. The prophecy has come to pass. Those ignorant fools who doubted will fall into the abyss. Oh, Divine One, I beg you, save my grandchild from his terminal illness. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air before the Colossus. He spoke, voice calm yet piercing. Did that arrogant gaze finally wake you from your slumber? The stone brow trembled visibly. A strange, sickly fragrance filled the air as fresh, crimson blood began to weep from a crack between the statue's eyes. Then, the statue's mouth tore open, stretching all the way to its ears. It revealed a gargantuan, grotesque smile that reeked of madness. The young man slapped a parchment covered in ancient scriptures onto the statue's vertical slit-like pupil. The eye quivered, and the deity froze, returning to cold, lifeless stone. Dressed in the supreme golden robes of the Godfall Kingdom, a blindfold of white silk covering his eyes, the handsome youth turned and ascended into the sky. His voice was low. "This was my negligence. Please, my lord, continue your rest." Far away off the coast of the Akong continent, a colossal luxury liner drifted through the waves. Any ship enthusiast would scream in disbelief. This was the legendary Titanus, the very vessel that sank after striking an iceberg 30 years ago. Yet after decades on the ocean floor, there wasn't a speck of rot. In fact, it gleamed even more brilliantly than the day it left the shipyard. A dreamlike silver glow enveloped the hull. Beneath the water at the stern, the reflection of a full moon seemed to dance eternally. In the captain's cabin, the helmsman sensed a familiar energy ripple. He looked forward, intrigued. This gaze. Could it be Yi He? It was the silver-haired Barrows, the one who had made a pact with Yi He. He opened his eyes, pupils shaped like cold white crescent moons, and peered into the distance. I never expected him to grow to this level in such a short time. Truly, his potential is terrifying. Barrows stared at his own pale hand, marred by spiderweb cracks like broken porcelain. All because of that blue-haired human freak. If he hadn't critically damaged my human vessel, I wouldn't have been stuck here healing for so long. No matter. When I break free from this place, I will come for you, Yi He. The moonlight ship sailed slowly toward a wall of gray mist, swallowing the entire continent of Oceania. The international community called it the fog of chaos. Behind that veil lay the territory of the second abomination, an entity that had remained eerily silent since its descent. High above Yi, he analyzed his mental map. There are at least 12 other dead zones like Guanshan, black holes swallowing my perception. Some of them even tried to trace the signal back to me. Yi. He smirked coldly. The waters of this blue star are deeper than I thought. He couldn't help but marvel. This world was teeming with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, along with every manner of monster and demon imaginable. Just as he was about to withdraw, a psychic signal forcibly broke through. It originated from the peak of Mount Kunlun in Great Xia. Is that Yi? The connection was static-filled, but Yi, he recognized the voice instantly. Shi Jingwen. The voice on the other end sounded desperate amidst the interference. Beware of Fu Hongsheng. I leave Great Xia in your hands for now. The signal cut from Mount Kunlun. Yi. He narrowed his eyes. The principal warned him to be wary of the national guardian Fu Hongsheng. But isn't Fu Hongsheng in seclusion healing from severe injuries? What the hell happened at Kunlun Yi? He shouted. Nuwa. The AI system responded instantly. I am here, sir. Yi. He commanded. Trace the principal's signal location immediately. Nuwa replied. Scanning. Target not found. Yi. His expression darkened. What about the Azure Dragon of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow? Nuwa's cold voice returned. Initiating search. Apologies, sir. Target not found, the system reported. However, records show Section Chief Azure Dragon's last known location was the Death Valley of Kunlun. His objective remains classified. Yi. His expression darkened, a rare look of gravity on his face. Are the two of them really together in that hellhole? This couldn't happen at a worse time. We just started the Great Xia reclamation plan. He counted the losses. 1 national guardian lost in Guanshan, 2 in Kunlun, all 3 pillars of our nation gone. A chilling thought crept in. Has Fu Hongsheng betrayed us too? If Fu Hongsheng has turned traitor, then Great Xia's highest combat power is completely hollowed out. Yi. He ignited his atomic blue aura, shattering the sound barrier as he launched himself forward. If Headmaster Shi and Azure Dragon are truly missing, and if Fu Hongsheng is an enemy continuing, the reclamation plan is suicide. Taking back cities means nothing if we destroy our own foundation. Great Xia's elite forces would be wiped out. The giant would finally collapse. Countless oppressed nations would rise up in rebellion. The hungry wolves would tear the flesh from the fallen giant and grow stronger on our blood. Without our top fighters, Great Xia has entered its darkest hour. One wrong move and we'll be besieged from all sides. Kunlun, Death Valley. A cursed forbidden zone that suppresses martial artists and weakens beasts alike. He analyzed the data. No signs of battle detected. Impossible. A clash between grandmasters would split mountains and drain oceans. If Headmaster Shi and Azure Dragon fought Fu Hongsheng, the Kunlun Peak wouldn't exist anymore. It would be a crater. Anxiety tightened Yi's chest. I have to find Fu Hongsheng. But if he's a traitor, walking in, there's just handing him my head. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I hate these mind games. I'm built for crushing enemies, not solving puzzles. As he soared over the eerie rift gates below, he steeled his resolve. Whatever happens, absolute strength is the only answer. All 3 of my templates are maxed out. Being the top freshman and reclaiming West City earned me 2 more slots. It was the ultimate progression of a leveling manhwa. And I still have the golden gene the Mad Doctor decoded. A rare gene holding infinite potential. Capable of breaking the laws of physics and evolving beyond humanity. If Great Xia really has no guardians left. He closed his eyes, inhaling sharply to suppress the dread rising in his gut. His aura flared as he accelerated, a roar tearing from his throat. Then, I will become the supreme sovereign myself. Meanwhile, at a ruined commercial center in West City, the building was punched full of holes, teetering on collapse. Yi. He touched down, walking calmly into the wreckage. The writhing black and red tentacles retracted into his skin. He spoke to the empty air, his voice dripping with authority. He scanned the area. My bloodline sensors are reacting. That blood manipulator is here, hiding like a rat. But from what? Boom! The ceiling exploded. Cracks spiderwebbed across the structure as a blinding beam of light pierced the building from above. It struck like a meteor, obliterating everything in its path. It was Yi-He. He shifted momentum in midair and slammed into the ground, the shockwave shaking reality itself. As the dust settled, a massive shadow loomed. A grotesque worm-like abomination appeared. Its mouth was a nightmare of jagged teeth surrounded by bloated, twitching human hands. But to the current Yi-He, this S-rank monster was nothing more than a bug to be squashed. He raised a hand, blue energy crackling around his palm. Intense slash. He unleashed the strike without hesitation. A vortex of pure killing intent screamed through the air, carrying the chill of death. It sliced straight through the beast. One hit. Game over. The monster split cleanly in two. Massive slabs of flesh hit the floor, followed by a geyser of disgusting green blood. As the silence returned, something stirred within the pile of slime and viscera. A figure was clawing its way out. Yi-He stepped closer, unimpressed. No wonder I couldn't find you. You were hiding inside the monster's stomach, Mad Doctor. The old man was coated in foul-smelling slime, trembling with exhaustion. Yet seeing Yi-He, his eyes lit up. Master, you've finally come for me. Then the doctor shrieked in panic. Wait, don't come closer, I'm filthy. Yi-He instinctively took a step back, nose wrinkling. You look revolting. The doctor scrambled away to protect his master's nose. Yi-He glared coldly. Talk. What happened here? Who exactly are you hiding from? Terror warped the Mad Doctor's face as he recounted the horror. My Lie. I had to conceal myself within this insectoid husk. It was the only way to mask my presence and the aura of the Golden Gene. The Thunderbird faction didn't just send a soldier. They unleashed a true abomination to seize the Golden Gene by force. That thing is an apex predator. I fear every living soul in West City will be devoured by its gluttony. We must escape this place immediately. The description struck a familiar chord with Yihua. He extended his hand, the black-red matter shifting to mimic the form of Shadow One. Tell me, is this the creature you speak of? The Mad Doctor gazed upon the simulation of his former master, his face draining of all color. That is him. It is truly him. Wait, my liege. Does this mean you have already? Yihua nodded, his expression terrifyingly calm. Indeed, I have already refined him into pure power. Yihua paused carefully, choosing his words for the terrified scientist. Saying I ate him sounds a bit too barbaric. Let's say I refined his essence. That sounds much more civilized. Congratulations on your ascension, my liege. The Mad Doctor instantly dropped to his knees in sycophantic worship. He revered Yihua like an ancient god, a display so intense it even gave Yihua the creeps. Stop, knock it off. Where did you learn such outdated feudal groveling? Just hand over the Golden Gene. Honestly, I never had much interest in the thing to begin with. Obeying the command, the Mad Doctor presented a preservation box, forged from pure silver. Yihua summoned his jaguar avatar to pry it open. The energy within felt like a refreshing spring to a traveler dying of thirst in a desert. The substance was a chaotic mess of slime, so he had to rely on Jaguar Rudo's ability to extract it without causing damage. Just one look, and a primal hunger exploded within Yi-He. He swallowed hard, his instincts screaming a classic moment in any leveling manhwa, where the protagonist craves power. Is this the extracted Golden Gene? My body is craving this like crazy. But he forced himself to seal the box. This wasn't the time for absorption. The Mad Doctor asked, confused. My lord, are you not going to consume the Golden Gene? He explained calmly. Now is not the right moment. After devouring such massive energy, I usually undergo a metamorphosis and fall into a deep slumber. The West City is still a war zone, hardly a place for quiet cultivation. Suddenly, Yi-He's aura shifted. He looked at the old man. Mad Doctor, you've done well. In a flash, his hand pierced straight into the Mad Doctor's heart. But this wasn't murder. He was injecting the mysterious black-red matter directly into this SSS rank talent to protect him. This substance, combined with the doctor's genius brain, would birth a miracle. The Mad Doctor, still in shock, bowed respectfully. My lord, this is my duty. Agony seized the doctor as the black-red matter surged through him. Yi, he explained coldly. Your current strength is pathetic. You spend too much time running from enemies. This is the black-red biological matter from Yin 1. It will evolve your brain and grant you eerie powers that ordinary mortals can't even comprehend. As he withdrew his hand, Yi, he didn't stop there. He flexed his aura, erupting violently as a terrifying black and blue dorsal fin tore its way out of his back. Azure patterns glowed on its surface, radiating an oppressive demonic pressure. Without blinking, Yi, he reached back, gripping his own glowing spine. With a sickening crunch, he snapped the fin connected to his vertebrae and brutally ripped it out of his own body. His expression remained frozen in ice, showing zero pain throughout the bloody process. He tossed it to the mad doctor. The old man stared, trembling. My lord, what is the meaning of this? It contains my spinal crystallization, Yi, he stated flatly. Take it. How much power you can draw from it depends entirely on your own potential. Cold sweat drenched the mad doctor's forehead. His pale face twisted with a mix of exhaustion and overwhelming tension. Overcome with emotion, snot and tears streamed down his face in a slurry that even made Yi, he recoil in disgust. The mad doctor swore solemnly, My lord, you give me a drop of blood today, and I shall return you an empire tomorrow. Yi, he muttered, feeling a sudden pang of regret. I didn't realize you were this delusional before, Yi, he sighed, turning away. Enough. Go do your job. The doctor instantly wiped his face, his expression shifting from weeping to absolute obedience. Yes, sir, that trademark sly grin returned, signaling the start of a legendary battle. Yi, he smirked, looking at the ruins. The beasts in West City. They still have too much of that urban stench. Time for a total citywide purge. Meanwhile, on the eastern front of West City, the human warriors realized a shocking truth. The beast lords were dead. The massive monster tide lost its command structure instantly. With their alpha leaders gone, the horde descended into chaos. They began tearing each other apart in a frenzy of blood. The human army seized the moment, charging from all sides with deafening war cries. Brothers wiped these animals off the face of the earth. Kill panic spread among the beasts, and the smarter ones tried to scatter into the dark alleyways. Just as the humans prepared to rush the city for close-quarters combat, the cold voice of the super AI newanime echoed through the sky. Leave the inner city sector entirely to him. The crowd froze. A female warrior gasped. That's AI. Newanime. Does she mean the one who single-handedly slaughtered the West City lords? The young commander didn't hesitate. All units obey the order. Emergency retreat. Clear the area immediately. Under the pale crescent moon, a streak of emerald fire tore through the night sky, like a falling star aiming straight for the earth. The beast horde looked up at the descending death, letting out collective roars that shook the foundations of the city. That power condensed into a volatile mass of black and red energy, slamming into the ground with the force of a tactical nuke. The shockwave pulverized everything in its path. In the center of the crater, Yi, he unleashed his life force magnetic field. An invisible, overwhelming pressure crushed the entire West City, locking onto every single beast. Escape was no longer an option. Then the black-red matter shot out from his body. Tentacles snatched up thousands of abandoned guns from the battlefield at lightning speed. He fused them into a floating sphere of flesh and steel. Countless barrels extended from the surface, writhing like snakes in a display of grotesque biomechanical horror. The fuel source. A controlled nuclear reaction inside Yi, his own body. Veins on the sphere glowed with atomic energy pulsing like the heartbeat of a mechanical god. Atomic power surged through the conduits, charging every single barrel with devastating potential. Everything was locked and loaded. A towering fortress of flesh and artillery now loomed over the ruins. Wrapped in hundreds of heavy weapons, the construct stood ready for the final act of this massacre. The objective, total eradication. Yi, his eyes flashed with a cold, merciless light. He roared, his voice dominating the battlefield. I'll let you trash experience my new toy. Witness the true power of the angelic deity cannon. Instantly, tens of thousands of hardened blood bullets, propelled by atomic kinetic energy, erupted at once. Azure tracers painted the night sky in a blinding storm of destruction. Guided by his absolute magnetic field, the bullets curved through the air, seeking their targets with zero margin for error. piercing straight into the beast cores. In the first volley alone, thousands of monsters dropped dead, their vital cores shattered. While the slaughter raged, he stood there completely unfazed, ready to unleash wave after wave of this apocalyptic rain. The battlefield drowned in the agonizing screams of the horde. They writhed in despair, erased from existence by a power they could never hope to understand. Yihua alone possessed firepower that rivaled an entire heavy artillery division. Furthermore, every single projectile possessed homing capabilities with terrifying precision. It was the kind of overpowered ability you'd only see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. His efficiency in slaughter had clearly transcended all standards of a conventional military force. Watching the battlefield unfold, the operation commander stood frozen in shock. His mind could only process one singular thought. This guy, he's a monster that has abandoned his humanity. If Yihua claimed to be an alien right now, the commander would simply nod in agreement. He wouldn't have a single argument against it. Inside the observation deck, he had lost all interest in questioning logic. How could a mere freshman string up these overlords and beat them like piñatas? Yihua was a one-man army of heavy destruction. Every shot found its mark, and his kill count soared past the entire army's efforts. The commander couldn't help but marvel in fear, wondering just what kind of hell Headmaster Shi had trained this kid in. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in with an urgent report. Sir Yihua's bombardment has temporarily ceased. High in the sky, the biological fortress billowed thick white steam after its first volley. It was the cooling system kicking in, venting heat through the pores of the newly created black-red matter. The crew in the observation deck gasped in realization. It looks like the biological weapon has entered an overheat state. The atomic energy raging inside Yihua was simply too explosive. Even the most adaptive biological matter needed a few precious seconds to cool down from such intensity. The commander roared his orders. We must buy time for Yihua while his weapon cools down. All units, prepare the 360-degree mobile energy cannons. Open fire. At the command, the warship's bays opened, unleashing a torrent of destruction toward the ground. The earth was swallowed by dust and chaos as the military joined the fray. A relentless barrage rained down, causing the remaining beast lords in the city to tremble in fear. Normally, human weaponry was nothing but a joke to them. But now they gnashed their teeth in frustration. Damn it. Has human technology evolved again? This is hateful. That fortress in the sky is coordinating with the cannon sphere on the ground. We have to destroy that sphere. If we don't, we won't even have time to flee back to the domain of sin. A winged beast lord tried to push the responsibility onto others. You take the vanguard, we will follow right behind you. A heavy silence fell over the gathered monsters. They all knew the fortress had to fall, but none wanted to be the first sacrifice. While they cowardly pushed each other forward, Yihua's second volley was already locked and loaded. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions shook the heavens. The sky over West City was painted with brilliant trails of blue fire. It was like the sword of Damocles hanging over the monsters' heads. They screamed in terror. That cannon sphere is starting its second bombardment. The low-level beasts stood no chance. It was a massacre straight out of an awakening manhwa. Yihua couldn't care less about post-war reconstruction costs. As a warrior, he knew only one truth. Without this suppressing fire, countless martial artists would perish in the treacherous street battles below. The strongholds of the beast lords were receiving his special explosive attention. The monsters were in a frenzy. We have to take that thing out. The entire beast tide is being wiped off the map. Even our underground nests are being uprooted. Even deep underground, there was no sanctuary. Yihua's earth-penetrating missiles hunted them down with ruthless efficiency. Then, suddenly, the barrage ceased once more. After 2 rounds of cleansing, the streets of West City were a graveyard of mangled flesh. The remains quickly turned to ash as their cores were destroyed. Thick white steam poured from the biological sphere. This was the moment the beast lords had been waiting for. Kill him. That damn thing is cooling down again. Charge now and destroy it. If that thing survives, no beast returns home alive. Reports say West City has already fallen to the humans. We are running out of time. A technician screamed a warning in the command center. Alert. Detecting massive high-level energy signatures appearing in the city. The screen turned red with signals. Over 20 beast lords had gathered roaring as they launched a suicidal charge toward the sky fortress. On the ground, the martial arts army watched in horror as the lords swarmed. The squad captain immediately barked orders. "This is bad. We need to cover that cannon sphere. Do not let those lords get near it. Brothers, even if we die, we must hold the line until the fortress can fire again. You'll have to step over our corpses first." The captain led the charge, his men underpowered, but overflowing with grit. They rushed to intercept the beast lords, moving at terrifying speeds. But in that split second, swing a sharp sound pierced the air as Yi Hua's flesh fortress suddenly split open. Before anyone could react, a blinding azure light tore through the beast lord's hide. A massive atomic light soared hundreds of meters long and thick as a skyscraper crashed down from the fortress peak. The vanguard lords were vaporized into nothingness in an instant. The human martial artists stood frozen, their weapons raised but useless. Is it over already?" The squad captain stood, frozen, his will shattered. "Pack it up," he muttered. "Those lord-tier beasts just ascended to heaven. Damn it all, our burning passion was for nothing. In this leveling manhwa, we're nothing but background NPCs." High above the chaos, Yi, he looked down with eyes as cold as absolute zero. "Did you really think I'd just stand here and shoot from a distance? The reclamation of West City is already written in stone." Yi. His hands erupted with black and red matter, coalescing into colossal wings that blotted out the sky. A rare look of absolute seriousness hardened his features. He gazed down at the final nest of demonic beasts and delivered a sentence cold enough to freeze hell. "After tonight, West City belongs to humanity." The first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, signaling a new era. The aerial fortress dissolved, turning into a river of liquid black and red that flowed back into Yihee's body. Scan complete. 0 life signs detected. From this second forward, West City is officially reclaimed for Great Xia. A satisfied smirk tugged at the corner of Yihee's mouth. Heh. The system interface, dormant for so long, finally decided to ping him with a notification. Achievement unlocked. Savior of West City. Reward 1 template draw. This system, manhwa mechanic, even offered a hint a massive event was underway. If his contribution exceeded 50%, he would secure a guaranteed grade A template. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he read the prompt. This script felt all too familiar. Wasn't this the exact same pay-to-win gacha mechanic from the domestic games in his past life? But swapping cash for monster templates, that is a sweet deal. Anything below grade B is trash now. It is logical to hoard his points for one massive draw. He needed something catastrophic. A grade A monster on the same level as Godzilla. The news of West City's miraculous victory spread across the nation like wildfire. The counteroffensive war of Great Xia kicked off with a bang, reclaiming 3 major cities in a single day. The first Lian city was taken back by the elite 1st Division of Dragon Sparrow. The second Lan city fell to the martial artists of the evil capital. And the third West city was publicly credited to the team led by Ding Chen of Hua University. The warriors of Great Xia vowed to continue reclaiming every inch of land lost to the demon beasts. However, Yihee's identity remained top secret. Command only released the name of Grandmaster Chen. The reason was simple. Yihee's power was too earth-shattering. A freshman with the cultivation of a peak Grandmaster, completely crushing a titled Grandmaster. That kind of broken power scaling is exactly what makes a leveling manhwa go viral globally. In a quiet corner, Lu Qingzhu stared at the news report, skepticism written all over her face. Was the one who retook West City really Ding Chen? Everyone in the military had signed confidentiality agreements, but 2 people had guessed the truth. Liu Qingzhu and Chu Zhou. Are you kidding me? That radioactive blue beam couldn't belong to anyone else. Scene shift to the Great Xia Reclamation Command headquarters. The commander was tightening the screws on his staff, ensuring Yihee's intel remained locked down while setting his security clearance to the absolute maximum. After all, this event was too shocking. It would attract attention from every faction in the shadows. The subordinates responded with a sharp, "Yes, sir." "Excuse me, Minister." He walked back into the command center, looking dead serious. "Boss, I have a favor to ask." The moment the commander heard Yi He's voice, he jumped like he'd seen a ghost, goosebumps exploding over his skin. This majestic commander-in-chief instantly bowed his head like a humble servant before the student. He stammered, "No, no, no. Please, you are the real boss here." "Yi?" he casually replied. "Then I'll give it to you straight. That title of Hua University's freshman valedictorian. When exactly are you going to officially certify it for me?" The commander broke out in a cold sweat. He was speechless. "Sir, you are already stronger than the dean. Why are you still obsessed with a student title? Won't your classmates die of shame?" Certifying a valedictorian requires confirmation from the Hua University Student Council. Usually, it takes a month-long process. But seeing Yi, his face darkened. The commander quickly scrambled to fix it. "But your case is special. I don't think a single freshman would dare challenge your position as valedictorian anyway. Furthermore, the student council president of Hua University just happens to be here. He can certify you right on the spot." The commander was sweating buckets as he spoke, looking like he had just sprinted 10 kilometers. "Yi," he smirked and asked the student council president, "Where is he?" Right at that moment, the door creaked open. A familiar figure walked in. It was none other than Taming. When he entered and saw Yi He's youthful face, he took a sharp, deep breath. Yi He turned and asked, "You're the student council president?" "That's me." Suddenly, this high-ranking student marched toward Yi He with alarming speed. He rushed in dangerously close, his face almost pressing against Yi. He's making the protagonist awkward. He was trying to introduce himself, but how could he speak with this guy in his personal space? A few seconds later, Taming revealed a face of absolute fanboy worship, looking even more thrilled than if he had slain a boss monster. "Senior, thank you for saving all our lives. On behalf of my master, I sincerely thank you." Faced with Taming's overwhelming enthusiasm, Yi, he was a bit flustered. It was just what I had to do. No need to be so polite. Besides, you look a few years older than me. Don't call me senior." Taming immediately rejected that logic. "No. On the path of martial arts, the strong come first. You are the senior." Yi He nodded with a humble smile. "All right then." The interface chimed. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the Hua University valedictorian title. Reward 1 template draw." Finally, the moment every system manhwa fan waits for had arrived. Next was the moment to witness a miracle. Yi. He nervously pressed the draw button. A pitch-black vortex instantly materialized. Roars echoed from the void, and then a mysterious purple light flashed. He stood there, stunned, staring into the abyss. The vortex swirled like a massive eye, with a deep black hole in the center, surrounded by currents of dark purple energy, moving constantly. It emitted a blinding radiance. Yi? He had to shield his eyes from the intensity of the light. He thought to himself, "I'm done for." Appearing before Yi, he was a colossal template, a giant eyeball floating in the room with tentacles erupting from a mass of dark flesh. The system announced, "Template Hellstar, rank B+." On that massive chunk of flesh, a slit appeared right in the center. It slowly opened like two eyelids, revealing a hazy pink-white light inside, with tiny tentacles wriggling like eyelashes. The giant eye opened wide, its crimson pupil staring down at Yi He. Information flooded from the bloodline ability system, Solar Madness Star. Able to sense cosmic radiation and light energy. Freedom to alter particle density. Photonic attraction. Manipulation of energy flow, changing its trajectory and efficiency. Great Dark Heaven Devourer. Consumption of all things. Compatibility rate, 1%. He looked at it with delight and muttered, "Not bad. It's a skill-based template, not some trash D or C rank fodder that just increases body size. I wonder if the Hellstar's light and energy manipulation can stack with the Emperor's nuclear energy. If they can combine perfectly, the growth potential will be infinite. I can't wait to max out this template and start researching the fusion." Scene shift to an occupied city. Chin City. An alliance of top-tier martial arts guilds had joined forces for a crusade. But after a full day of fighting with massive casualties and their ammunition depots running dry, a sense of utter helplessness suffocated the army. They weren't afraid of dying. They were afraid of dying without even seeing the enemy. The cause lay with the beheading squad. Despite gathering the strongest guild masters, they were completely powerless to locate the overlord of Qin City. One guildmaster leaned against a ruined wall, his voice dripping with frustration. Damn it! It's been a whole day and we've barely managed to scrape back 2 neighboring districts. Another spoke with a voice full of grievance. The assassination squad is made up of guild masters like us, yet we can't even pinpoint the boss's location. It's all because of those damn rats. The beast tide in Qin City is primarily made up of rat-type demon beasts. Even though there are hardly any giant monsters on the battlefield, they are incredibly annoying. They've built a complex transportation network under the occupied city, forcing the Martial Alliance into a brutal tunnel war. Originally, we applied the same strategy as the West City Alliance, bombard the outskirts with firepower to lure the beast tide out, then send the vanguard to assassinate the leader. But these rats are highly organized. Almost none of the demon beasts were baited by the explosions. The city was deathly silent, its defensive lines abandoned. A hulking guildmaster gritted his teeth, his voice low. It is like they are opening the gates and inviting the Martial Alliance to walk right into their graves. A younger leader stepped up. They are forcing us into close-quarters alley combat. That is our fatal weakness. It is exactly why we suffered such devastating losses just retaking 2 districts. Just then, a female guildmaster checked her phone, her face pale. Breaking news. Lian City, Lam City, and West City. They have all been successfully reclaimed. Damn it all. The Silver Wolf Guildmaster smashed his fist into the wall. Spiderweb cracks, spreading through the entire building structure. He ground his teeth in pure fury. That coward of a beast lord refuses to show its face. That filth is definitely hiding deep beneath the underground foundations of Qin City. To reach the Lord, one would have to wade through billions of rats in narrow labyrinthine tunnels. It was a suicide mission. Physically impossible. Possessing strength with nowhere to unleash it. It was the ultimate despair. Meanwhile, deep within a suffocating pitch-black alley in Qin City, the air grew heavy with dread. Through the silence, familiar footsteps echoed against the stone. The god of destruction himself, our main character, Yi. He was slowly making his entrance. For this invasion, he had completely discarded his old identity. He wore a form-fitting dark purple cloak, his face obscured by a crystalline mask, swirling with a hypnotic, demonic vortex. He whispered into the shadows, "This reclamation of Qin City. Absolutely no one can know I am the one behind it." Activating his biofield scan, he analyzed the situation. Right now, on the entire blue planet, I am the only one who knows the truth. The 3 Guardian Grandmasters of Great Xia are gone, and the Puppet Master is likely the #1 martial artist Fu Hongsheng. The question burned in his mind. Why would Fu Hongsheng slaughter the pillars of his own nation? Whether in power, reputation, or status, that man already stands at the absolute apex of Xia country and the world. He should have been a hero, immortalized in history. But by hunting the nation's elite, he proved one thing. His goal is to cripple Great Xia from the inside. And with my terrifying growth rate, it is only a matter of time before I end up on his hit list. A clash between me and Fu Hongsheng is inevitable. He calculated the odds. The probability of this death match occurring was 98%. He was powerful, but not arrogant. He knew Fu Hongsheng was a monster among monsters. To crush a martial saint like him, I need to stockpile insane amounts of power. I must remain a ghost, accumulating strength in the shadows and strike the killing blow before he even knows I exist. My greatest weapon right now is information asymmetry. Fu Hongsheng has no idea I received Xi's message, nor does he comprehend the infinite evolution potential of my monster templates. His mind raced as his biofield pulsed. Give me enough time and I will fear no god or devil. This leveling manhwa scenario in Qin City is the perfect feeding ground for my evolution. Speaking of which, his scan had already painted a horrifying picture. Standing in the city center, he felt the earth vibrating with billions of biological signals beneath his boots. He gasped. It is suffocating. The sheer density. We are talking about billions of vermin. The interference was blinding. He couldn't pinpoint the Beast Lord's location at all. He lowered his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the concrete. No wonder the Martial Alliance failed to conquer this hellhole. Even I am blind to the leader's position. This creature is cunning. It reminded him of the blood-eye black ape in City. That was a battle etched into his memory against a similarly treacherous high-tier beast. But their cowardice only fueled the bloodlust raging in his heart. A cold predatory smile sliced across his face. Boom Yi. He stomped the pavement, blurring into motion. He let out a dry chuckle. Too bad for you. My arsenal is infinite. I always have the perfect tool for an extermination. Beneath his feet, black and red biological matter erupted like a volcanic pyroclastic flow. In a heartbeat, it consumed the entire city block and seeped into the cracks of the earth. It spread like a plague, navigating the complex labyrinth of the underworld. The living liquid flooded every tiny fissure, drowning the deepest shadows. Chit, chit, chit. The invasion triggered an instant panic, waking the rat horde from their hellish slumber. Thousands of noses twitched, catching the scent of the alien predator, invading their sanctuary. Driven by curiosity and hunger, the swarm converged. They bared teeth sharp enough to shear through tank armor, ready to tear the strange red sludge apart. But before their fangs could make contact, the biomass detonated. Millions of spider silk threads exploded outward, filling the void. The tendrils ensnared the rodents instantly. Before they could squeak, they were crushed into paste and devoured. The only sound was the wet tearing of flesh and muffled whimpers. The underground kingdom became an echo chamber of desperate dying screams. The more the beast struggled, the tighter the nightmare tendrils constricted. There was no mercy here, only crushing despair. The rat tide's greatest weapons, their endless numbers and shadow-stepping stealth, were rendered useless. Against the crimson black matter, their advantages meant nothing. It took less than a tenth of a second. A rat was consumed whole, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The absorbed energy fueled the black matter, causing it to multiply exponentially. An endless army of rats. No. To him, it was simply an all-you-can-eat buffet. He remained seated, legs crossed in relaxed arrogance, whistling a tune as if watching a harmless magic show. But beneath the surface, a purge of catastrophic proportions was silently tearing the earth apart. The horde didn't even get the chance to breach the surface. The entire city, from the highest tower to the deepest sewer, was already engulfed in his domain. He hadn't just surrounded them. He was a one-man legion. He herded the beasts like sheep to the slaughter, forcing them to cluster together for their execution. These wretched rodents had terrorized the region for ages, leaving even powerful martial masters helpless against their plague. But for he clearing them out was as simple as tossing dirty laundry into a washing machine and casually hitting start. Moments later, he strolled casually through the wreckage. The trash mobs in the city have been purged. My dark matter has penetrated hundreds of meters deep. Stop hiding. When the corruption reached the 100-meter mark, the underground king could no longer sit idle, reacting like a final boss in an awakening manhwa. In a ruined corner of the city, the eerie black and red matter began to boil, violently churning like a cauldron pushed to its absolute limit. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave blasted outward, clearing away the debris and flattening everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Boom! With a deafening roar, a colossal mutated foot slammed down, cracking the earth and creating deep fissures in the pavement. A massive white rat, the size of a heavy-duty truck, tore its way out from the depths of the earth. But what truly sent shivers down the spine was its body covered in hundreds of writhing parasitic rat heads. They screamed in unison, emitting a high-frequency sonic wave that pulverized the surrounding skyscrapers into dust. Behind the beast he materialized in his signature purple cloak and spiral mask. The Rat King turned growling. Human, did you come to die alone? I expected a full raid party for a king of my stature. The parasitic heads chattered, a chaotic mix of men, women, and children, launching a psychic assault meant to shatter sanity. Kakeki, your dark matter is strong, but my sonic domain counters it perfectly. You have chosen your own grave. Facing this death threat, he simply yawned, his voice dripping with boredom. Who told you I only had one skill in my loadout? He slowly raised his hand, pushing against the heavens, as if summoning the apocalypse itself. Instantly, the clouds turned a majestic, terrifying purple. The atmosphere grew heavy with oppressive intent, suffocating the city in violet gloom. Crushed by the overwhelming pressure, the Rat King trembled, roaring in fear as it felt the weight of impending doom. What kind of energy is this? It was the question of a dying creature, and he granted its final wish. He looked up and roared heavenly punishment. Violet clouds swirled into a galaxy-sized vortex, dwarfing the moon itself. The storm was ready to purge the filth from Kin City. At the edge of the atmosphere, invisible solar radiation bent to his will, focusing into a spectrum of deadly light. The sun's warmth vanished, replaced by the cold violet judgment of a god descending from the heavens. Responding to the mental command of the Awakener, the cosmic beam locked onto its target. The sky tore open like wet paper, unable to withstand the sheer power gathering above. A pillar of purple devastation slammed into Chin City, shaking the very foundations of the world. What the hell is that? The Rat King's survival instinct kicked in. Screw fighting, he had to run immediately. Using its humanoid limbs, it launched itself forward, desperate to escape the blast zone in the blink of an eye. But a cold sneer echoed in its ears. He glared, his eyes sharp as daggers. Trying to run? You think a beast like you can outpace the speed of light? The cosmic beam erased the distance instantly, giving the Rat King zero chance to react before hammering into its back. A shriek of pure agony echoed through the ruins, freezing the blood of every living thing nearby. The high-energy laser sliced the behemoth in half, vaporizing flesh and bone instantly. Screaming in pain and rage, the severed beast howled. You think this is enough to kill me? He didn't even blink. He pointed a finger down like an emperor sentencing a peasant. Fall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A relentless rain of light spears bombarded the target without mercy. Against light-speed attacks, evasion was impossible. The Rat King wailed as its health points hit zero. It was the sound of absolute despair. Under the rain of destruction, the giant monster was reduced to nothing but dust and purple sparks. When the smoke cleared, a glowing red sphere pulsed in the center of the crater. He approached. The body is mush, but the monster core is intact. I'll take that loot. But as he reached out, the core behaved strangely. This wasn't a normal drop. Screeching noises erupted from inside the orb, like thousands of trapped souls screaming to get out. The light flickered violently. It was unstable, on the verge of going critical. He froze. His danger sense flared. Boom! The core detonated without warning. From the explosion, a tidal wave of tiny white rats erupted, scattering in every direction to ensure the species' survival. A cacophony of panicked squeals erupted, layering into a deafening wall of sound. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of mild surprise crossing his face, but it wasn't enough to shake his composure. He watched the rats scatter in desperation, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so even beasts learn the shameless art of running away. The very next second, the earth trembled. From the abyssal darkness below, crimson-black tentacles erupted like ancient demons waking from a slumber. The shadows lashed out with violent precision, pulverizing the fleeing clusters of rats into oblivion. But a bizarre transformation occurred. The moment a rat was struck, it didn't die. Instead, its body split apart, multiplying instantly, as if programmed for survival. The fragments morphed into tinier versions of themselves, using their diminished size to slip through the gaps of the onslaught. As they shrank, their speed defied the laws of physics, accelerating to a blur that the naked eye couldn't follow. Even the crimson-black matter began to lag behind their impossible agility. He clicked his tongue, his tone filled with utter contempt. Tisk, tisk, he sneered. For a beast lord, you certainly rely on cowardly tricks to cling to your miserable life. His gaze turned glacial. A rat will always be a rat. You will never possess the dignity of a true ruler. Jawarudo Yi. He commanded, his voice slicing through the air. Instantly, a spectral figure materialized behind him, a guardian of destiny. Jawarudo spread its arms, unleashing a terrifying aura. A colorless domain expanded, swallowing reality. In that frozen heartbeat, the flow of time itself ground to a complete halt. He nodded in approval. Jawarudo's time freeze has evolved. Now, it can pinpoint the very nuclei of these creatures. Smash the cores, and they can't split anymore. But if this creature is just a decoy, then where is the true body of the Chin City Lord hiding? That dirty, little rodent. Does it have another cheat code to lock its HP? It might be the weakest Lord tier beast I've ever seen, but its talent for running away is honestly impressive. A genius among vermin. Too bad. You still have to die. Light gathered in his palm brighter than a star. You slaughtered this city. I won't even grant you the honor of becoming my shadow soldier. Go reflect on your sins in the next life. Meanwhile, deep in the subterranean palace, millions of rats writhed like maggots. They clustered together in a grotesque ritual, shielding a massive translucent cocoon. Pulsing inside that membrane was a beast core, twisted into the fetal shape of a rat. The eyes of the creature snapped open, the core vibrated violently, and the cocoon expanded, devouring the swarm, clinging to it, turning its own kin into pure nutrients. It formed a colossal womb, gestating deep within the warmth of the earth. The final rat was digested. The sac tore open, and a giant hairless monstrosity clawed its way out, shivering in purple skin. Ah, that was too close. This king almost perished. White fur sprouted rapidly across its body. It mumbled in frantic desperation. Chin City is lost. The stronghold has fallen. Run, I must retreat to the Sin domain. It bolted with every ounce of strength it had, nursing a grudge as it fled. Damn it all. If not for the Emperor's command, no beast with half a brain would fight these humans to the death I thought I could hold out for a month. As long as the human Grandmaster didn't show up hiding in this rat palace, should have stalled the war in Chin City indefinitely. But who could have predicted a freak like him? That masked human. This power feels like a broken character from an awakening manhwa. Consuming matter and controlling starlight. I don't even know how he wiped out all my clones in a single instant. It defies logic. Thank the heavens I used the golden cicada escape technique. That stupid human surely thinks he killed the real me. Approaching the rift, the Rat King paused before the swirling vortex of light. A grotesque grin stretched across its face. Kekeki. Just through here, and I'm safe back in the Sin domain. With a final burst of energy, it launched itself toward freedom. The human world is too dangerous. Time to skedaddle. But the moment it ascended, its pristine white fur was bathed in a terrifying violet glow, crashing down from the heavens. What? How? How did he find me? The dust from the first cosmic blast had barely settled when a second and third struck with cataclysmic force. Violent flashes of purple energy illuminated the city, casting long, eerie shadows over the crumbling ruins. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, the elite guildmasters stood frozen, staring in absolute shock at the devastation. Look, one cried out. Those pillars of violet light are launching another assault. What in the world is that? The Silver Wolf Guildmaster looked up, his eyes trembling with shock. Is that an orbital energy weapon? Who could possibly have the power to summon such a thing? That is too absurd. Even if it really is a heavenly strategic weapon, why was our Chin City spiritual army kept in the dark? With the command given, the squad rushed into the heart of the chaos to investigate. But as the guildmasters breached, the city limits, a bone-chilling silence greeted them. Not a single breath of the rat scourge remained. Scarring the ruins, they found only a colossal crater, filled with cooling lava and crystallized glass where the city once stood. Guildmaster Silverwolf frowned, his senses straining against the void. I can't feel them anymore. The entire swarm just vanished into thin air. The senior guildmaster broke the heavy silence. 0 life signatures remaining. Did they retreat back into the dungeon? Or were they obliterated by those pillars of purple light? Silverwolf gazed up at the abyss of the sky. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of entity possessed a weapon capable of such apocalyptic destruction. Meanwhile, in Chin City, the air crackled with the electric joy of victory. Following Lian City, Land City, and West City, Chin City was the 4th stronghold reclaimed. The cheers were deafening. Long live, great Xia, glory to the Empire. In just 1 week, 4 occupied cities had been liberated. Even the news anchor couldn't hide the thrill of freedom in her voice. We will continue our live coverage of the Great Xia Reclamation Plan. Elsewhere, a group of shadowy figures watched the broadcast with predatory intent. These weren't ordinary citizens, but the high-ranking brass of the Great Xia Alliance. Unlike the cheering crowds, their faces were masked in shadow and heavy suspicion. Since no one could identify the mysterious benefactor of Chin City, the command center was in chaos. A high-ranking official spoke up, his voice trembling with a cocktail of anxiety and suspicion. Who on earth is this? Who is behind this unauthorized intervention? The room erupted into noise, mirroring the confusion in this manhwa recap of West City. We face catastrophe after catastrophe, and every time a shadow figure cleans up our mess. It happened in Chin City too, though the energy signature shifted to violet. At the very least, we can confirm this unknown powerhouse is aiding our great Shia spirit army. But what are they? Some kind of shape-shifting brothers, one officer snapped. We contacted Dragon Sparrow, and even they claimed it was classified information. Logically speaking, if a powerhouse capable of turning the tides appeared within our borders, they would definitely attract the scrutiny of the Dragon Sparrow organization, which proves even the top brass have no clue. Regardless of their identity, we must take the initiative to reclaim the other cities. Otherwise, we'll look completely incompetent compared to this vigilante. Meanwhile, after using the black-red matter to devour the remaining vermin in Chin City Yi, he vanished from the scene, leaving no trace for them to follow. Yi analyzed his options like a pro player in a leveling manhwa. Excluding Guanshan and S-rank Forbidden Zone, there are 3 occupied cities left. 2 are being handled by Dragon Sparrow and the university forces. Rumor has it, the front lines are racking up victories. Liberation is imminent. That leaves only one final destination for me to handle personally. Boss City. That place is far too quiet. The Spirit Army in Boss City sends reports like clockwork. No major defeats, no great victories. It's stagnant, almost as if it doesn't exist on the news cycle. With that, he surged toward Boss City, a streak of light across the sky. He checked his phone and muttered, "I've been using the Hell Planet powers too much. That violet heavenly light is a dead giveaway. I need a new persona." In the next second, a visceral transformation began. Black and red tentacles erupted from Yi's throat, crowding out into the open air. The substance stretched and writhed, wrapping around his entire frame. His appearance shifted drastically. His hair grew out instantly, cascading down to his waist in a flowing river of white. His head morphed into a grotesque visage as the matter sculpted his features. Finally, Yi's new skin was complete, his face concealed behind a terrifying iron-red Asura mask. In an instant, he looked like a white-haired demon king tearing through the heavens. He pulled a blade from a tear in space. "I haven't used the nebula blade in ages," he mused. "Better give this a disguise too." He raised the massive blade toward the sky. The black-red matter crawled up the steel, like living ivy tightening its grip around the weapon. With a flex of his will, he decomposed and reconstructed the weapon into a slender, deadly Miao Dao curving with lethal grace. His voice dropped to a dry, raspy croak, his aura becoming heavy and silent. Oppressive, yet hiding sharp blades ready to claim lives. Cough. For this identity, I'll focus on the martial Dao of killing intent. Only Miss Gong K and Senior Azure Dragon know I possess this killing intent. My cover is secure. He accelerated to a terrifying speed, barking a command to his AI assistant. "Nua, play some background music." "Cue up, still missing you." Nua's robotic voice chimed in. "Sir, the sun is setting. We should disappear quietly, not start a concert." The scene shifts to Boss City, a place drowning in a fog so thick, it choked out all sunlight. Using the light refraction skills of the Dark Sunstar Yi, he turned invisible, silently infiltrating the Allied camp. He ghosted past the soldiers, observing them as they ate and chatted. "Liu, hurry up. We're heading to the battlefield soon." All right, let me finish my meal. Man, these army rations are tough to swallow." The soldier made a chewing motion, but his hands held absolutely nothing. "Still complaining. Nothing beats your wife's cooking, huh?" The other soldier laughed. "Obviously, the battlefield ain't home." The mimicking soldier stood up. "Clean up," the captain called for assembly. Liu replied calmly, "Wait, I need to take a leak." His comrade cursed. "Damn it, are you scared or something? We're about to move out and you're stalling." But Liu didn't go to the bathroom. He mimed lighting a cigarette, cursing under his breath. "I wonder if I'll make it back alive this time. My son was just born. Damn it." It was bizarre. The actions were perfect, but the cigarette didn't exist. He squatted there, smoking invisible fumes, not actually relieving himself. When the imaginary cigarette burned down, he crushed nothing under his heel, still muttering, "I'm a warrior. Why am I trembling like this before battle? Damn it." Whoosh. He materialized right where Lu stood, his eyes cold enough to freeze marrow. Watching this pantomime, he couldn't help but scoff. Impressive. Oscar-winning acting without a single prop. I knew something felt wrong. The Lord of Boss City is plotting something massive. The entire Boss City Alliance army was performing a play for an empty audience. Lu hadn't eaten rations. He was shoveling air into his mouth. He hadn't smoked tobacco. He was holding a dry twig between his fingers. He was stunned. Was everyone in Boss City caught in a massive illusion? No, he realized dread pooling in his stomach. It's far more horrifying than a simple trick. He sent a thread of killing intent into the back of a female soldier's neck. The inside was completely necrotic, rotting. He realized the truth. The Boss City Spirit Army had been wiped out long ago. They were all corpses. The most terrifying part wasn't death itself. It was that the victims had no idea they had died. Their internal organs had liquefied, yet their exteriors maintained the facade of life. They were trapped in a loop, endlessly repeating the final day before their slaughter. The Boss City Army was deceiving themselves, and deceiving the entire Great Sha Nation. Behind the Asura mask his face twisted in pity and rage. To mock the dead and toy with their souls like this. Whoever did this must die. A black-red tentacle shot out. He grabbed a soldier. Before she could scream, the tendril clamped over her mouth. The tentacle forced its way down her throat, silencing her. Who are you? She struggled, but he recognized the technique controlling them. Blood nightmare art, a psychological hypnosis. You are already dead, he rasped, his voice sounding like gravel grinding on bone. He retracted the tentacle, and she collapsed to the ground trembling. The soldier looked at him like he was insane, until a mist of blood energy transferred from Yi into her senses, breaking the spell. She touched her face. I'm dead. Right. Yes. I died on the battlefield. The illusion shattered. The Lord of Boss City is that monster. It killed all the captains and turned us into living corpses. The soldier clutched her head, screaming in agony. Her skin began to rot and weather away, rapidly visible to the naked eye. Grandmaster. Only a Grandmaster can fight that monster. As she fully accepted the reality of her death, a spike of killing intent pierced her temple. He granted her the only mercy left, ending her suffering permanently. The female martial artist collapsed, her body hitting the cold ground. Looking down at the tragic scene, his voice dropped to a grave whisper. It seems once you realized you were already dead, the will sustaining your corpse finally shattered. He gently closed her staring eyes. Rest now, comrade. Your vengeance is mine. A storm of fury ignited within Yi. Mocking life and death like this was an unforgivable sin. He stared into the distance, rage rolling off him in waves. Let's move. It's time to exterminate some demons. Over at Boss City, a suffocating gloom still choked the atmosphere. Monsters occupied every street corner. There wasn't a trace of humanity, left only the nauseating stench of rotting flesh, hanging heavy in the air. He unleashed his life magnetic field, blanketing the entirety of Boss City in an instant. Yet he sensed no dominant energy signature from a dungeon boss. It was bizarre, and his suspicions spiked. Even stranger, the life intensity of every single demon beast fluctuated in perfect synchronization. This uniformity was completely unnatural. It mirrored the eerie state of the Boss City Alliance army, as if every living thing here was a mass-produced puppet. A realization struck Yi. He and his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. This might actually be interesting. In a heartbeat, his black robe elongated, expanding, and latching onto the earth, before surging outward like a tidal wave of darkness. From the sky, it looked like a single drop of ink corrupting a bowl of clear water. He scoffed. Is that how you want to play? Then I'll just force you into the light. In this moment, he looked more demonic than any demon king. In the blink of an eye, the inky abyss swallowed the entire city. Boss City was drowned in darkness. With a single technique, he annihilated Boss City. Guttural roars echoed as the shadows feasted. Without hesitation, he devoured the remaining demon beasts in the gloom. But his anticipation withered instantly. There was no rush of power, not a single drop of nutritional energy entered his system. They were all hollow shells, useless, empty corpses. For a specific leveling manhwa protagonist like him who thrives on energy absorption, a wave of crushing boredom washed over him. He stood in the silence for a long time, but the mastermind refused to reveal themselves. He silently expanded his life magnetic field to the horizon, his thoughts turning cold. Still refusing to come out. Fine. Very well. He nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk of chaotic intent. Suddenly, his eyes darted sideways, sharp as a wind-severing blade. In that split second, he caught a faint, anomalous ripple, vibrating through space. The killing intent in He's eyes detonated, erupting like a volcano that had been dormant for centuries. He spun around, his gaze slicing through the air before snapping directly above his head, analyzing every microfluctuation in the atmosphere. The source of that strange aura wasn't a monster, it was coming from the gathering point of the Ba City Alliance army. Realizing the truth, he burst into laughter, his voice dripping with terrifying amusement. Found you. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Ba City, where the Alliance army stood in formation. At the vanguard stood a man with a physique as immovable as a mountain fortress. This was the Alliance's strongest powerhouse, Grandmaster Li Zhongshen, master of the Hongwu sect. Li Zhongshen. In the martial world, Li Zhongshen's physical cultivation was second only to the Azure Dragon, ranking him in the top 10 of Great Xia's 36 grandmasters. All warriors heed my command. Li Zhongshen's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Veins bulged on his face as his aura surged like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Tens of thousands of warriors roared in response, their combined battle cry creating a sonic wave that made the ground tremble violently. The air itself vibrated with their unified will. Li Zhongshen's eyes glowed blood red as he screamed, his voice rasping with pure murderous intent. The Lord of Ba City is directly ahead, and he stands alone. Kill him, and we liberate this city once and for all. Instantly, thousands of warriors charged like madmen. Dust billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun as the chant, "Liberate Ba City," rose like a tsunami. Witnessing the fanatical devotion of the soldiers under his command, Li Zhongshen couldn't hide his twisted satisfaction. A grotesque grin split his face, stretching to his ears, followed by a low, sinister chuckle. Heh. Above Ba City, the tranquil clouds suddenly warped, bleeding into a brilliant, blinding shade of violet. The clouds churned into a colossal purple vortex, massive enough to swallow the horizon, hanging over the world like a judgment. The sudden anomaly threw the charging masses into confusion. Millions of eyes looked up at the violet abyss, questions racing through their minds. What is that thing? Is it enemy reinforcements? Then, from the eye of the purple storm, a solitary male figure slowly descended. He, draped in purple robes that whipped in the wind, wore a grotesque vortex mask. He peered down at the chaotic sea of humanity below, with eyes devoid of mercy. Rest in peace. Behind the thorny Asura mask, his eyes narrowed. A cold, absolute resolve flashed within them. The verdict had been delivered. High above he slowly lowered a single finger. It was a gentle motion, yet it carried a terrifying, oppressive weight. Instantly, brilliant purple light exploded, tearing the firmament apart. It crashed down on the Alliance army like a relentless carpet bombing, obliterating everything in its path. Before most of them could even comprehend what was happening, the catastrophe had already arrived. Agonizing screams filled the air. Ah, is that a human up there? Why is he attacking us? Is he a traitor, colluding with the demon beasts? Damn it, ground units, fall back. We are just sitting ducks here. Air Force, get up there and stop him. A soldier rushed over, panic written all over his face. Commander, our fighter jets, and the entire reserve of missiles. They've all mysteriously vanished. The commander whipped around, his expression twisting in disbelief. That's impossible. We just launched this campaign. We haven't fired a single shot. Shouldn't logistics have checked the inventory before we left? A horrifying question surfaced in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. When exactly did we use up all our ammo? Down in the chaos, Li Zhongshen cowered behind a massive boulder, unable to tear his eyes away from the purple figure hovering in the sky. Staring intensely for a long moment, he muttered in a low, dangerous tone. How unexpected. Li Zhongshen ground his teeth together, the sound grating like a wild beast, provoked into a blind rage. Has this human actually seen through my grand design? What a pity. I had planned to use this chance to infiltrate their ranks and rot them from the inside. Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple light crashed down from the heavens, engulfing Li Zhongshen. Recognizing the familiar energy signature, he looked up, his expression twisting in shock as he cried out, "The Hong Wu sect's secret art. The Earth Fiend martial skill." His voice trembled with a mix of astonishment and sudden caution. Yet facing power that defied logic, the kind you only see in a broken system, manhwa, he showed zero fear. Clenching his fist until it was hard as steel, he launched himself upward to meet the attack head-on. The ground detonated beneath his feet with a dull boom. In a blink, he shot hundreds of meters into the sky, carrying an oppressive aura as he charged straight for Yi He. His fist, massive as a windmill, swung with devastating force. The impact shattered the incoming energy beams, scattering them into millions of glowing sparks that danced in the air. Boom! Two colossal forces collided in an apocalyptic clash, creating a shockwave that made the very heavens tremble. Using the recoil of the blast, Li Zhongshen skillfully maneuvered in midair, darting away to escape the danger zone. Below him, he clearly saw Yi He, standing tall and unmovable. That stoic figure was like a thorn piercing his eye, an annoyance he had to remove. Rage boiled over as he let out a maniacal shriek, yet his eyes burned with twisted excitement. For a monster like him, clashing with such a tough opponent brought pure, unadulterated ecstasy. He laughed uproariously, shouting, "The body of a human powerhouse is truly impressive. And this transcendent technique you call martial arts. It is truly magical." Ha ha ha, Yi. He didn't waste his breath on a reply. He stood there cold and indifferent, facing the tidal wave of killing intent crashing toward him. Behind him, blinding spheres of light materialized one by one, rapidly expanding and pulsing with destructive energy. The radiance illuminated the entire sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of cosmic beams tore through the wind, locking onto their target with deadly precision. A massive explosion erupted in midair, sending shockwaves in every direction. But Li Zhongshen, relying on his monstrous physical durability, kicked off the empty air to explode forward with terrifying speed. He shot out of the epicenter, completely unscathed. His voice boomed with arrogance. "Your attacks can't even leave a scratch on my invincible physique." Without pausing, Li Zhongshen accelerated, his silhouette blurring, like a predator closing in on its prey. A twisted, mocking grin spread across his face. As he unleashed his attack, he roared, "But let's see if you can handle a single punch of mine." In that split second, even Yi, he felt a jolt of surprise. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is he really this strong? The colossal fist hammered down, stopping mere inches from Yi. He's a Sura mask with soul-crushing force. Yi He was forced back, but Li Zhongshen stayed glued to him, that savage familiar grin widening on his face. Ha ha ha, bullseye.